every day. Including, but not limited to, what not to do, apparently. My greatest of apologies. Okay. Oh, someone's gonna get a second first. Yep. Congratulations, girl, on your second first. That's hilarious. Where to stream? The stream come back. The stream on its way. Don't you worry. You know, I feel like all the people who are like new here, who are like gonna be popping in for the first time, are not gonna, it's not gonna look like I stream normally. It's not gonna feel that way. Oopsies. Crazy stuff right there. Crazy stuff. I did not realize how this works until now, but I understand now how it works. You learn something new every day, I guess. Okay. There we go. I think we're fixed up. I think we're fixed up. What's up? Hey, what's up, Forager? Hey, what's up, Guaco? I hope I pronounced that right. Okay. I think I fixed this. What I've learned today, chat, what I've just learned as of just now recently, is that when it comes to YouTube, when I have a mobile layout, if you're watching on mobile, you get a special layout specifically for you. That I have set up specifically for that. Thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, Guaca. There's a special layout specifically for that. And, it turns out it produces 2 separate live streams. And when I saw that I was double streaming for all intents and purposes, I accidentally closed one of them, which absolutely just eviscerated the mobile stream, or the PC stream. I'm not 100% sure which one, but, hopefully we have it figured out now. I think we have everything. Never mind, it does now? Oh, it does not exist? It should exist. Everything should exist. I think everything exists now. Everything should be good, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. I think we're good to go. Yo, Wi-Fi's back. Welcome to Wi-Fi. Welcome back. Thank you very, very much for the welcome back. I was not supposed to be anywhere, but I was, apparently. If you guys are from the Ori Don't channel, this will probably be a pretty new concept. I have never streamed on the Ori Don't channel before. I mean, not the YouTube channel, at least. I've streamed on the Twitch channel, unsurprisingly, for like 3 years now. But I have never streamed on this side of YouTube. So if you're on that side of YouTube, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. I'm doing absolutely amazing, Chillspree. Thank you so much. How are you doing? You wouldn't know I've been streaming for a long time. You definitely wouldn't know. Because I'm not showing it right now. Oh my goodness. If there was a bongo today, we would already marked off technical difficulties, which is rather sad. You see the premise I sent? Do you like? Should I scrap it? Rewrite it from scratch? Are you talking about the one that you sent? You sent it in Twitch chat, I presume, right? It is Rix, you of all people. I can't believe you do me in like that. I can't believe you do me like that, Rix. Totally. I actually very much can't believe. Totally. Definitely, totally, 100%, obviously, 100%. Why love from this side of YouTube, then? Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for appearing real quick. I'm actually really excited for this, personally. I am a big fan of, I am a really big fan of having these types of conversations, and I've been quite fascinated by these types of conversations, and it's really cool. I felt like this was kind of a new chance that I had not received before to sit down and talk about it. Like when it comes to making a video on the Ori Don't YouTube channel, it can be not a one-way conversation, but it can be difficult to get a lot of feedback. You know, I try my best to respond to all the comments and do everything like that, you know, respond to people as best I can, interact in the Discord, you know, all the good stuff like that. But I felt like this was a really cool chance to actually sit down and really talk about it back and forth with anybody who's interested in really having that conversation. This video was especially interactive in just the little time that it's been out. A lot of people have been sharing cool world building stuff, pieces of their worlds, their favorite literatures and stuff like that. And there's also some stuff that I feel like I left out in that video. There is stuff in the most recent video. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's the most recent video on YouTube, on the Ori Don't channel specifically. There are pieces that I left out. The main topic being, what if magic was real, right? Like, what would a magical society really look like if it was real today? You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of people had a lot of really good points and a lot of topics of conversation that I felt were really, really valuable. So I felt like popping in today, having a conversation about it, having a Miracast stream, as a lot of people know it by. I think would be really cool, and hearing some of those debate points and seeing if anybody has anything to include on the conversation. So, one of my world building sort of deals with that somewhat. Interesting. I'm going to reiterate what the video was talking about. So if you guys never actually saw the video, I mean, first of all, you're free to go watch it, of course. But if you haven't seen it and you don't know what's going on, I'm gonna go back and reiterate everything that's going on. Just a second, chat. Let me do a little bit of a fixie. Okay. I have two people who are going to be joining me today to have kind of that back and forth conversation a little bit. Maybe up to 3 people joining me today, depending. Good morning, Silas. How's it going? Watch right before stream. Today's going to be more on a focus stream since we're streaming to the big channel. Indeed. I feel like a lot of people who have been with me when it comes to streaming for a long time, hey, what's up, Avalon? Welcome in. Oh, it's weird calling you Avalon. It's weird calling you Avalon, dude. No, you're fine, Zero. It's probably gonna be weird, but we're streaming from in comparison the Big Boy channel. We're streaming from a much bigger place. This is completely experimental. Never done this before. I thought it'd be worth a try. See how it fares, how it functions, to see if it feels good. We have about 1.5 minutes before Twitch is finished with their ads, so I'm gonna let that go ahead and clear up, and then once we do that, we'll get back. We'll actually start the conversation. I'm deafened right now in a Discord call. I'll move over to that screen here in just a second. Or actually, how are you doing, Rix?
Hey, Ori, how are you?
Pretty good. Oh, interesting. Does it not do the... Is my mobile layout dead now? I'm gonna be so sad if the mobile layout died on top of this.
The mobile layout?
Yes, so there's 2 different layouts. Okay, yes, it does work. But they're 2 different chats. I don't love this. I really don't love this. I don't like how this works. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, there's a mobile layout, right? And I know you guys aren't gonna be able to see this super well, but there's a mobile layout and a PC layout. I can't show you the PC layout, but assumingly if you're on PC, you know what I'm talking about. But the way that YouTube handles it, which is very, very foreign to me, is that it's 2 separate streams. Like, YouTube treats that as 2 separate streams. One is mobile, one is PC. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't like it. On a technical basis, it is very foreign to me. Oh, Rix is part of the convo. I did not expect this. No one expects Rix. Rix only comes in by surprise.
That's what I do.
Indeed. We have another person who is expected to come today as well. I don't know. I don't have an exact entry time, but it should be sometime soon, I believe. But I think that we can get a little bit started.
They late?
On the conversation. They are late. Hi. Well, the YouTube chat is ours now. Is ours is known? What?
What do you think of an urban fantasy isekai?
Isekai?
No harem, there will be romance.
No harem, there will be romance. An urban fantasy isekai is actually really interesting. Is that like somebody getting isekai'd into like an urban fantasy? Well, I guess that's like, isn't that the concept of... No, ReZero was high fantasy, wasn't it? God, I have not watched many. That sounds really interesting. Hey, what's up, Nebula? How's it going? Into an urban fantasy. That would be really cool. I can't think of a premise. I feel like that sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't think of anything that's used that premise. I'm very intrigued. Okay, so I'm gonna go over the tech, not the people. I understand. I'm gonna go into what the original video was about. That's gonna be kind of the premise or the topic for today's stream. And we can kind of build off of that. So the original video that I'm basing this on was the video called The Problem Nobody Solves in Fantasy Worlds. And the generic premise is, what if magic was real? What would magic actually look like in a realistic society, right? Like, how would infrastructure function? One of the questions that are posed in the beginning portions of the video is, what would a building look like? Actually, like if there's actual magic, would we still build houses out of wood and canvas? Would we still use drywall? You know, what would change in our day-to-day lives if magic was a genuine part of our society? Either high fantasy, sci-fi, Galactica, whatever it ends up being. How does magic impact us as a culture, society, or as people? So when in that video, I talked about the 3 ways that magic can be introduced, or the 3 time frames, I'll call them. My examples in that were the same time as the internet. So within like the past number of decades, right? So within the past 50 years, just like when the internet was discovered, this is when magic was discovered, which is a very, very recent discovery. I personally think that this would be extremely impactful because anything as powerful as quote unquote magic, which we'll have to talk about the definition of, anything as powerful as magic, just popping up within the past few decades is going to be insanely impactful. The same time as iron, so ancient, but not extremely ancient. Like it's still been with most of modern human history, right? It will mold humans for sure, but it's still been a while since it was first found. Versus when fire was discovered. So it has not only been around since humans have been around, but it also molded their evolution, right? So we found fire, per the video, you know, almost hundreds of thousands of years ago. So much so that fire potentially even predates Homo sapiens sapiens. So fire goes really, really far back, and it shaped who we are as a species. So magic becoming incorporated that early on will make a huge difference in comparison, right? One of the things I missed in the video that I really want to talk about is how common magic is, right? So I never discussed how the commonality or the accessibility of magic would change things. We never really had that conversation, but I feel like it was super important. And it was something that I completely dropped from the video. I completely forgot. And comments were like rolling in, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you're totally right. I mean, I had an assumption in my mind, like when I was writing the video, I had an idea for like what I was trying to say or what I was imagining, and I was imagining it to be relatively common, right, with a high level of accessibility. But I never clarified that or offered the other options to that. The last part of the video that I want to discuss, at least, is the 3 points that I made when it comes to what magic modifies in a modern scope, right? And the 3 things that I mentioned were supply, healthcare, and oppression. And for basically lack of a better term, supply is how does it affect food, starvation, famine? You know, how does it affect infrastructure, industry? When it comes to creating or mass producing or feeding people, how does magic aid or hinder that? Same goes for healthcare. You know, if you have magic, you likely have healing. And how does that affect people's lifespans, people's ability to survive, how long a generation lasts, what's the birth and death rate, and depression. So what does a government look like if magic is introduced? This one is probably the most interesting to me. In the video, I talked about how supply and healthcare are probably pretty close to the modern day. I mean, we just fall into our own steps, right? We follow what human history would show, right? Whether you put bigger missiles in our hands doesn't change anything. We're going to do the same thing we were going to do before. However, oppression or government, to me, was the most dynamic. And one of the reasons that Rix is here right now is because Rix was the one who originally showcased this idea to me, which I found really, really interesting. In a world where magic or some form of similar force exists that is common amongst people, oppression's a lot harder because if I live in a fantasy world like Lord of the Rings or Utopia, if you're from the community, you know what that means, then it's possible to garner a lot of power by yourself. In a modern day, in real life, without magic, it kind of requires some form of political standing to become powerful, right? You don't really become powerful without politics, without some kind of social standing, without some kind of, you know, credibility to a large group. One person is always going to be weaker than a vast majority. But in a magical setting, that's not always the case, right? Like one person can take on an army. Now, there's a lot of debates that I heard and a lot of feedback and comments that I would love to respond to, but I'm going to go back to the top and kind of reiterate that video and introduce Rix back into the conversation. So the first thing I want to mention is the fire versus iron versus internet. Rix, what do you think is First of all, is there any time frames you feel like I'm missing? Is there anything there that you're like, I wish you had something between iron and internet, for instance? And separately, what do you think the difference in impact would be between those three?
I think that what we're missing here is the time before fire.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
And this is something I saw a handful of comments say, which is if you have magic and it is innate to your world, odds are when people are interacting with it that there's also animals that can interact with it and other natural forces that are touching magic. And these are coming potentially millions of years before humans ever exist, you know?
That's actually a
And
really good point. I don't know how I missed that.
it's a pretty big one.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess there's like the whole beginning of the universe or whatever. That might be important.
Yeah. So, in the case which we talked about, which is magic becomes significant at the introduction of fire, humanity is fairly early on. We haven't developed into civilizations yet, but we introduced magic. That is the situation that was kind of covered in the video for the most part. That was the assumption that we made.
Yeah.
And if we go a little further back and we say, okay, animals now have magic, or there's magical creatures that exist far into the past, that complicates things a lot.
No, I see where you're coming from. I don't know how, like, I guess fire was just like as far back as history went because, there was nothing before fire, obviously. I don't know how I missed that, but you are completely right. Whether it be, like dragons or, ancient deities that shaped the world or whatever, whether or not magic was around during that time does absolutely change a lot.
And then I think that this also distinguishes magic a little bit. And this is why a lot of people mention hard versus soft magic systems, which we'll probably come to a little later. If magic has been around forever and it is something that is manipulated perhaps unknowingly by animals that aren't as intelligent as humans, it can seem a lot like a soft magic system where it sort of works in an arbitrary way that is innate to the world. Whereas when we treat it as introduced at the same time as fire, that isn't saying this is innate necessarily. That is saying this is something that we discovered or we invented. And that makes it a lot easier to give it rules.
That makes sense. I think that I feel like there's kind of a gray line there, right? Because like if we discovered magic, so for example, like if you treat magic as if it was fire, right? It's not that humans invented it, it's that humans discovered it. It's always been a fundamental property of the universe, right? There's always been the chemical reaction that produces fire. However, it wasn't a part of human biology until the quote-unquote discovery of fire, or in our analogous case, it would be when humans harnessed our hypothetical magic, which I want to be careful calling it magic. And Rix, I'm sure you know why, but we'll talk about what those differences mean here in just a second. But I feel like that could still more clearly, I think that what the fire timeline should say is magic replaces fire or acts as if it was fire analogously in this sense. Do you think that's more fitting?
Yeah.
Do you think that covers the base there?
I think that would make more sense. And it sort of also makes sense in the context of the other things that you mentioned, like radio waves or electricity. Those things existed. Were they something that anyone could harness, even naturally? Maybe there's some sort of creature that appears that chills next to a fire. If there's a naturally occurring fire, they take advantage of it in some way. No one's taking advantage of lightning strikes.
Yeah.
So, relatively speaking, if we're saying that magic always having existed is your equivalent to fire, then yes, I would say that they're comparable.
Okay. With that in mind, I think we're gonna run on this notion for right now. When it comes to magic is the timeline of iron versus magic is the timeline of internet, I kind of think that's like an entire plot hook in of itself. Like it is world building, don't get me wrong, but it's also kind of like an entire plot hook. More than it is world building, in my opinion. Correct me if I'm crazy.
That's completely correct, because magic will, well, anything supernatural will impact the development of your civilization. In this assumption, which we're continuing with, which it is introduced at the time of fire, it is introduced before humanity had civilization. It was always there. It's something assumed. It is innate. Whereas if magic is something very recently discovered, there will be so many cultural differences, taboos, There may be things that we don't even discover. You know, at the time of iron, what ironwork is only a few thousand years old, probably
Hmm.
20,000 years old, maybe. Um, so there's a lot to discover in that amount of time that
Oh,
maybe is missing from
absolutely.
magic. If it always existed and humans were taking advantage of it before they even had civilization, I think that makes magic something a lot more explored and understandable.
I think so. I want to take a second. I really apologize. I hope it's okay to point a little bit of hands at you for a second. I don't want to call you out too hard, so shoot me down if you'd like. But welcome in, Gobslime. We were in a video together, kind of tangentially, and I wanted to say hello and hi. If you guys aren't already, you guys should check out Gobslime on YouTube. Absolutely amazing creator, also a TTRPG developer. Really really cool person. I'm gonna shut up until I get some permission to keep ranting for a little bit. But yes, we are hypothesizing society a little bit, specifically a magical society. What it would be like if magic was a genuine fundamental portion of humanity, right? Like what would the world look like? And the notion that we just set in place was that it is a fundamental force, right? So we're considering it. Thank you, Gob Slime. I appreciate the heck out of you. I appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you so much for being here. You're awesome. Um we're talking about the fact that magic, or I like what Rick said here, it being the supernatural, quote unquote, is a fundamental force in the universe, right? It's not something that humans invented or created. It's something that humans discovered that has always been there. I think that any more recency to that would make it its own plot hook and very, very different from most medias, right? So most medias are going to get covered by the magic was always there, quote unquote. Now, the part that I missed in my most recent video that I really wish I would have talked about was the commonality. I worked under the assumption that the arcane or the supernatural is relatively accessible to most people. Rix, do you want to blow holes in that?
Absolutely, I would love to.
Mhm.
Um, there are so many comments on that video that
Mhm.
addressed it from a series of different perspectives. Um, the biggest and most obvious one is related to the real world, which is if magic, and in this case, it is a hard magic system, which maybe we should define that now. That this is what we're looking at is technically a hard magic system.
Yes,
Um,
I think so. I think that it can be a soft magic. This is a little bit of a spoiler, and I don't want to go too far into it because I'm saving being burnt on the stake until next Friday. But I think that soft magic and hard magic are kind of different names for the same thing to an extent. Now that I don't want to pull the respect out of that terminology, right? Like there's respect and there's reasonings for that terminology. But I think they're relatively synonymous with each other. So with that, all of that in mind, I think we're hanging on the side of a hard magic system. Yes.
yeah, there are rules which are able to be followed, and if you know how to follow those rules, you can perform some sort of special action that would be magic to people in the real world. That's the definition that we're going with here. And in cases like that, the easiest way to limit how people use magic is by limiting how people learn magic. This can
Yes.
be, you know, a massive societal level thing. Mage colleges, for example, are a very common trope, and they're a common trope for a good reason because in the real world, the biggest secrets of our world are hidden behind colleges. Um, but there is a lot of reason to believe that if magic is something fundamental and dangerous and
Hmm.
potentially taboo, that your governments may not want people knowing it. And depending on the level of control they have, they might be able to limit you from learning it. And that would severely impact commonality.
Yes, I agree. So assuming that there's no like genetic necessity to magic, right? So we're assuming that there is not anything that you have to be biologically to utilize mana or supernaturality in some case, right? Any human can do it. You just have to know how to, right?
Yep.
And if that's the case, I'm gonna I think if you treat magic like a kind of science parallel, anyone can start a fire by twirling twigs, but
Which
not
hat
everybody's
atelier
able.
is kinda similar to this.
Atelier, I believe is how you pronounce that. I've heard that a few times. Start a fire by twirling twigs, but not everybody is able to until they understand how it works. And I agree with that. But there was a really interesting comment. I only saw one of this. I only saw one person bring this up, but it kind of like blew my mind for this. And it was, yes, it is difficult to learn and it may require prerequisite knowledge. However, there is nothing in the world that really functions similar to spell casting specifically, right? So like when it comes to making fire, you can't just make fire with your body. You know what I mean? You need to utilize an environment in some way. You need magnesium, you need twigs, you need something, you need oxygen, fuel, and a spark. But with spellcasting, assumingly, I mean, it is environmentally focused because of something like mana. But assumingly, mana's just kind of everywhere. Like, it's just kind of saturated in your universe. So you can kind of just spellcast as if it was solo martial arts, right? Martial arts is the only technique I can think of that requires nothing but your body, right? And just the ability to sit down and train, even with no tutelage, I think kind of pushes it one way, right? Like, even if you never teach it, even if it's never taught to you, people could probably just deduce it by just sitting down and thinking about it for a long time.
And expanding on that even a little more, is that magic is, for the most part, a practice of the individual and a practice of the body. It is something that you do. It is not something that you need a tool to practice necessarily. And that can have so many interesting impacts. Like off the top of my head, and I'm sure we'll get into this, is the difference between artifacts and relics and those sort of things. But assuming that those are somewhat rare, discovering magic is very much a trial and error situation because there's nothing connected to magic. You can't study how to do magic by, looking. For example, greatest discoveries in history. Electricity is discovered because lightning comes down, and they decided, hey, we want to take advantage of that somehow. It's some natural
Yeah.
force that we didn't know how to take advantage of. There's very little like that for magic. It is something that we need to discover without any inspiration, which is very interesting because it means that there could be entire sections of magic that you don't discover because you can't even hypothesize them.
Actually, that's a really good point. I mean, assumingly, that's until you make the magical equivalent of the microscope, right? Like, we had no way to utilize quantum physics until we learned what the electron was, right? Once we learn where the electron was, we can start to hypothesize new realities, right? Now that we can consider the electron, but we couldn't ask anything about quantum physics until we learned what that was. So until we figure out the equivalent fundamental portion of spellcasting, like you said, there's nothing to hypothesize, right? Assumingly, if there are magical creatures in this world, dragons that breathe fire from anything other than a gland, right? In some non-physiological way, some kind of, phase beast or equivalent or anything like that. We can witness that and go, there's a way they do that, and I want to know why. And that's probably where, it begins. You know what I mean? Now, assumingly in my head, in a world where you can kind of twiddle your fingers a little bit and you can like move mana in such a way in an eloquent fashion, so much so that it creates fire, people are gonna realize that it's possible. It would be really difficult to oppress that that's even possible. But knowing that possibility, in my opinion, is enough to tell people that there's a way for you to discover this. You know what I mean? Now, that barrier to entry is a threshold that we can increase and decrease, right? Like, is it so basic that you could do it by accident? You know what I mean? Or is it so convoluted, whether it be what you have to do in your head or what finger motions you have to make or what have you, whatever the reasoning is it so convoluted that there is a nigh 0% chance you will ever accidentally do it in your life? You know what I mean? Like, it's something that you would rarely see, rarely come by, so on and so on. The amount of convolution in what it takes to commit to spellcasting, I think, matters a lot here. Wouldn't mana
And
be
that
like...
was one of the. Go on.
Sorry, I'm reading a chat message. Wouldn't mana be like energy? How would you change currents and control energy through programming and aligning circuits, or align mana in a correct sequence to get what you want? But instead of circuits, it's the body and channeling mana. See, programming is actually one of my favorite analogies for Magic, because when you're talking about a hard Magic system, a lot of people compare it to programming, right? They're like it's like programming a spell, similar to how you program a computer. Now, programming languages are completely man-made, right? They are the linguistic middle ground between computers and humans. But no matter who you are, you can probably fish through programming language and kind of figure out what it's trying to accomplish through patterns. You can self-teach yourself programming by watching code. By reading code, you can probably figure out what it's trying to say. I mean, you may struggle to replicate it. If you try to create something with it, you'll make a million errors. But is it possible for somebody to figure out how to code in Python by only reading Python and seeing what it comes out with? Yeah, no, I think they could. I don't think it'll be good Python, but they'll learn Python that way.
Oh, Ashton in chat.
Hey, join NEVC, Ashton. I'll drag you in. Your VC, not the normal VC. Magic is programming with that exact premise. I love that. The wise one is speaking. The government can definitely hide certain security blueprints or programs that make it harder for people to discover those kinds of magic without deep research. I'm really excited to get into politics. I'm holding myself back on the whole politics and oppression thing because it is a big conversation. I'm very excited for it, but I'm holding myself back for a little bit. Everybody say hello to Ashton. If you've been around the block, seen the content that I made before, this is our resident Compass genius. That was actually terrible terminology.
That was
Compass
very
expert. Bad. Yeah, that was really bad. Compass expert, I'll say. At least over on Twitch, I know that people on YouTube may not be able to see it, but people on Twitch have this command right here, which throws this up on screen. We're not going to talk about it a ton, but Ashton is very, very well versed in all of this. So. Magic malleability. There's great Magic is programming. I love hard Magic systems down to like breaking down features. I mean, anybody who's played Utopia knows that I'm an absolute nerd for this. But being able to break it down like anywhere as close to a molecular level as possible, right? In Utopia, if anybody's ever played Utopia, you have these spell features that break a spell up into its various components down to how much range it has, what its area of effect is, you know, what type of damage it does, if any, or what kind of effects that it has. And it may not be obvious in the game, but these are actual names for real features that creatures canonically know, because these are pre-programmed slices of magic that were invented a long time ago, right? So some hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, however long it was, people made these pre-programmed slivers of spell casting to help people build spells, because most ways that you could combine a spell, like if we just imagine that it's words, right? There are words you can speak that produce flames, that make elements, that produce illusions, that turn you invisible, whatever. Most combinations of words will do nothing. They will do absolutely nothing. They just fail. They just spit out an error. If we imagine programming, right? If you just monkey smash on a keyboard, you're going to get nothing, realistically. So basically, the spell features are like libraries in programming, right? They're these sections of code that gives you commands that you're allowed to use at a higher level. And when I say higher level, I do mean that in the programming sense as well, as an easier, closer to human language. So those spell features are canonical. The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. Whole hard magic with Fae working in names. I love True Names. I have not read that before. I love True Names. I think it might get outside the topic for today. But if we get a chance, I would love to talk about True Names because they fascinate me.
So let's focus on commonality and where we chose, I think, for the video.
Yes.
So what we just explained is, well, previously what I explained is the least accessible way for it, I would say, is where it is complex. It is something that you cannot understand without a great deal of training, and it is something that can be controlled. And again, that's a very interesting perspective. It is almost dystopian. For the video, the version of commonality that we chose is sort of a halfway point, where it is not something that everyone innately has access to, but it is something that can be taught to people through, word of mouth going down through the generations, which makes it really, really difficult to control because there may be 1,000 different villages with 1,000 different oral traditions, all explaining magic in different ways. And there's, everyone will have their own way of doing magic, but functionally they all still work.
Yeah.
And in that version, it's impossible to stop the spread of magic, but it is possible to control the spread of, I would say, what's the word? Catastrophic magic, something that can destroy the world, apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Also, like how it works. So, like,
Yeah.
for example, a lot of different cultures were adopting like metallurgy and like where you have how steel was made multiple different times by infusing carbon into iron. With that, there were multiple different methods utilizing basically the same fundamental process, but in completely different macro processes, which resulted in basically the same thing of different versions.
Yeah, so I think that's actually one of the questions, right? So I've talked about, at least when replying to comments and replying to feedback and stuff like that, I've talked about this consideration where the analogy is, the arcane or the supernatural is fire versus its electricity versus its iron versus whatever. Well, 2 out of those 3 things in specific happened globally. Like people figured it out, whether it be through word of mouth, through trade, on separate parts of the world, they figured it out themselves, right? Oppression or otherwise, they found a way to find it without anybody's help. Electricity is different, right? Electricity, took a lot longer to spread, and there are civilizations that have fire and don't have electricity, or at least do not have electricity fully harnessed yet. And I think that in the conversation of how common is it, again, it's that level of convolution, right? Like, it's a lot harder to utilize electricity than it is to utilize fire in some helpful manner, right? Like, fire is the difference between survival. Electricity is the difference between luxury. I mean, it can be survival, but you get my point, right? But I mean, truthfully,
Yes.
I think magic is all of those, right? Like magic just comes in levels. Magic is such a broad term that doesn't mean really anything. Like, magic doesn't mean anything. Magic is what we call it because that's what our fantasy world looks like. But it's really some form of supernatural force. It's mana manipulation, spellcasting, whatever. But again, it probably comes in these large slews of complexity that vary quite greatly.
So why don't we talk about the 2 versions of magic that we mentioned in the video, which is spellcrafting and artifice.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So the 2 that we mentioned, spellcasting and artifice. Spellcasting is the more traditional of the magic. I would say it's the one that everyone imagines when they imagine a wizard. It is someone who does a series of complex gestures, hand signs, throws some powder in your face, and magic happens.
Yeah.
At least magic.
Oh, are you still there?
Oh, you lost me for a second. Where did I get cut
I
off?
lost you for a second. I think you got cut off.
Where did I? What was I saying?
You finished what spellcasting is, and then you said magic is.
Yeah. So spellcasting is
Or
it's
artifices,
that
I
thing that
apologize.
wizards do.
Yeah.
And we may not understand how it works, but maybe the wizard understands how it works. Meanwhile, artifice is a completely different thing. It is not something that is done on the fly. It is something that is prepared in advance. And that is in the case of both relics and artifacts, which is
I am
something
here.
that was discussed. I believe you called them relics and artifacts, right, Ori?
Yes, relics and artifacts.
Hello, Donut.
So the difference there, relics and artifacts, both a type of artifice in the sense that it is magic imbued to an object. A relic is something that is innately imbued to that object, that happens perhaps not intentionally. For example, an ancient item that was involved in many historical events may just be magical as a result of being involved in those events.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, an artifact is something which is deliberately designed to do magic in a specific
Yes.
way.
And this we're going to be using a lot of overlapping terms. So I would like to inject with a little bit of a vernacular. The difference between magic and technology is true in the real world, right? Magic is a thing we don't understand. Like I said in the video, I know I said this as a joke, but genuinely, C# is magic to me. One of my favorite terms in engineering is auto-magically. Because if you don't know what it does or how it functions or why pressing the button does the thing, it's magic. And that's why we call it magic, because it doesn't make sense to us. Even in a hard magic system, it's magic to us because we can't do that thing, right? But in their world, the way that they would clarify it, a lot of systems probably would not call it magic. It's not magic to them because it just makes sense to them. So to them,
It's
it
like
becomes a form of technology. Or one of my favorite examples was in Avatar: The Last Airbender, they call it bending, right? It's not magic.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, it's not magic, it's bending, yeah.
Yeah, it has its own nomenclature, its own name. Even arcane, I don't know this for sure, but I was told in one of the comments that arcane literally is derived from the term secret. So arcane is still a little bit of a stretch, but I mean it can have historical reasoning for being called that.
A cult has a similar root as well.
Yeah. But that is to say that when we say magic, at least I mean that loosely, right? Like I'm using that from our perspective, not their perspective. A lot of times they're probably not calling it magic, frankly. They might call it spellcasting. They might call it arcane. I mean, in Utopia, for instance, they're called the arcane arts. But they're probably not super used to using the term magic because it's just kind of not, right? It's just calculus to them.
That's also why I like the yellow tree being called magecraft, because it is the craft of mages. It's not magic, technically.
Yeah, exactly. I also think that magic might have, culturally, depending on your system, of course, might also be called magic as a, for lack of a better term, a slang term, similar to how we call coding magic, right? They don't mean it, but they say it in the way to comprehend the fact that they don't understand because it's just a convoluted subject.
There's also like illusionists, which is what I tend to call like stage performer magics, because they
Yeah.
are pulling off illusions. They're not necessarily performing magic itself.
Yeah. Making it arcane also gives it a lot more flexibility. Some iron was pushed towards steel by using charcoal, but the Vikings apparently heard of a Roman ritual to make better swords that used blood. The Vikings' method wasn't as good, but it was progress. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of one thing, right? Like, even when it comes to how common it is, if there is a way for people to learn it on their own, I think they likely will. At the end of the day, they'll find a way, right? Like, depending on what your magic system or how it functions on like a somatic level, right? Like if it's fingers, if it's words, if somebody can sit down and try it for hours and hours and hours, they're gonna make a breakthrough. And frankly, if there's no limit to how often they can practice, they're probably gonna do it kind of fast. And when I say fast, I mean within years. But what takes one person 4 years to complete takes a small tribe maybe a year at most. What takes a city a month at most. You know what I mean? So to me, it's really hard to limit it. Unless there is some kind of physical barrier preventing you, I don't think it's going to be that limited. It's probably going to be on the more common side.
It could also, it depends on the level of magic that you're talking about. When it comes to like evocation, that's going to be common as hell because it is the simplest form of magic, at least in Utopia. So because of that, it is incredibly widespread because almost everyone can tap into it if they put the time into it. While more complex ones, similar to how you have higher advanced technology, not everyone has electricity, not everyone has internet access, even if they do have electricity. So those barriers is probably just going to be inherent to the level of society that that particular region has.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may, there's another thing at play in how difficult it is to learn magic and learn anything really. And this is one of the huge assumptions that we made in the video that explains why it's so common, which is we assumed that divination exists. And divination is the fantasy equivalent of the internet. It is where all of the information is held and anyone can learn anything.
Yeah, no, divination is actually, it feels like it was very easy to glance over, but you are correct. It is so important to know whether or not divination exists. Because it's like, it doesn't matter how much you want to impress somebody. The moment somebody knows, divination is their electron, but it's even simpler than that, right? Divination is the ability to go, hey, how do I do this? And then the universe tells you.
It's the it's the informational nuclear bomb.
Yeah. So the moment that divination gets introduced into frame, I mean, it's kind of GG's, right? Again, if divination is not locked behind a certain species, a certain genetic code, a certain, physical barrier, maybe in your world, divination just kills people, right? Like you're chewing on your lifespan whenever you use divination. Even then, I don't think that's a big enough gap to prevent people from learning it. Like, a tribe of people will still figure out how to use magic by just asking the smallest number of questions possible. But yeah,
If I
no,
may, you
go for
said
it.
something very interesting there that I don't want to skip over, which is, some people may want to explore this, which is the idea that maybe a specific race has divination where others do not. That
Mhm.
would be an incredible world building moment, because imagine the opportunity that would have if one race had access to all of the information and the others just had to learn it secondhand.
That
That's
that is
like
a world of oppression. That is a world of oppression,
yeah.
100%.
You
Immensely.
also have the case of like if anyone's familiar with Ace Attorney, there are the channelers, which it's a particular style of channeling the dead that does work, but you have to have the power, which is by blood, and most of the world doesn't believe it.
Oh, interesting.
I could see that as a comparison for this, honestly, because maybe some people don't believe in divination, you know? But
Yeah.
in a case like this, if it's something that you can prove, if you can do magic as a result of your divination, you learn how to cast spells, and anyone else has to learn it from you or just not be able to do it. So much oppression immediately.
Yeah, and there's kind of Chillspree mentioned, imagine that species being in like a chair hooked up to a computer just to calculate the future. I mean, whether or not, where this specific species pops up matters a lot, right? Like, if they did it early enough, if they're able to utilize and extort that power well enough to become the majority, or not even a majority, just a majority force, right? Then they will oppress. However, if they fail to do so, they will be the product of oppression, right? They will be hooked up, chained up, caged up to be used as a form of oppressive. You know what I mean? Because, like, if they're not going to oppress, somebody will. Somebody's going to use that power. And if they have to use it through somebody else, they will. You know what I mean?
There's
Either
no
through
way that there's equality in that world.
No, I don't think there is. Which, I mean, having such a stark physical and biological difference, I think there's always going to be some type of oppression, which is what makes the oppression topic really interesting to me when it comes to magic. And I think this comes with a much more granular answer. Uh, Speaking on that, we have supply, healthcare, and oppression. So we're gonna, I presume we're gonna wrap back into oppression. I'm still very interested in this conversation, but let's start with supply. This one seems like the easiest one, right? And unfortunately, I think the answer is very commonly, it depends. It really depends
And
on how
this
magic works.
Yep, and it introduces another assumption that we made for the sake of the video. Um, and this is the one that I think made people say, "Oh, this is why it's such a hard magic system." And it is the laws of thermodynamics that energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. They can change form, but in the end, there is a set amount in your universe. Um,
Yes.
it is important that this be followed for any grounded world. And I know it sounds, a little wishy-washy to say that, like, magic can do anything. Um, if magic can do anything, there is no reason for magic not to do everything. So, in the case of supply, for example, if magic can create energy, if magic can create food, why do farmers exist? If
Yeah.
you can just summon energy, if you don't even need to eat and you can just make yourself full, what's the point of having any industry related to food? And especially if it's something that theoretically anyone can learn, that becomes pointless. There's there's no reason to ever eat if you can just learn to magic it.
Indeed.
So we
It
assumed
also
that
raises the
there is an
question of,
exchange.
is divination one of the exceptions to that? Because it is not energy nor matter in that same way that other forms of magic are. It's pure information. So the question is the information itself also held to a similar limit?
The way
Like when you have divination, are you given something and then reality warps to point in that direction, or is it where you can just look and see through the future?
The way that I see it, and let me say that when I say divination, I don't necessarily mean future sense. I see divination and future sense as two very similar but different things, right? Like they're in the same vein as each other, but they're cousins. They're not the same. But even with that, even in a soft magic system, I'm going to speak like a hard magic system because it's what makes sense to me, right? It's the thing that makes the most sense to me personally. But even in a soft magic system, even if you don't care about thermodynamics, one of my favorite comments I received on this as a debate topic was the difference between magic and sorcery, right? Wizardry and sorcery. Wizardry, listens to thermodynamics. It reports to that. Sorcery says, I don't care what it takes. It happens. You can figure it out later. Screw your thermodynamics. I don't care if this will cause the heat death of the universe. It happens. And everybody is fine afterwards because soft magic said so. But at the same time, regardless of whether or not you're listening to thermodynamics, I think the point is that there needs to be a cost, right? There needs to be some kind of limitation. There's some kind of cost. I know people don't like the guardrails on it. But I think in general, right, to make a compelling story, to make a compelling system, you need to trade something. Even if you don't know why the transaction happens, even if you don't know molecularly what the reasoning is, if it's lifespan, one of the examples in the video was that the cost of magic was art, essentially, right? It was the color of the world. It was the idea of abstraction, art, happiness, joy, these emotional sentiments were the cost of magic. So when you did that, the world became more grayscale around you. You became more grayscale. Does that make sense? No, absolutely not. I have no scientific way to explain that. But it produces a cost that puts a visual value that I as a viewer can understand, right? It's compelling. And whether you're in a soft magic system or a hard magic system, I personally think that's the important part.
Yes. And it also depends on your medium. If it is a case like a TTRPG, which is our biggest experience with Magic, it should be a more grounded cost. In the case of something like a book or a movie or any other, experienced media that you're not actively involved in, it is something that you observe, you can get as crazy as you want with the cost. You can make it creative, you can make it hypothetical. It doesn't matter. It's really up to you.
Yeah. In my head, the way that I see it, and this is the basis for Magic that I personally use because it matches Utopia, which is the system I'm obviously the most understanding of. Hold on, I apologize. I'm going to read in chat because this kind of leads into it. It doesn't even have to be a heavy cost. Maybe it just takes time, and the effort needed for a certain spell is just not worth compared doing it manually. That is the point that I wish I said verbatim in the video. That would have been exactly the point I was trying to get across. For me personally, the way that I see it is that when it comes to casting a spell, it takes an amount of just energy and effort, right? It's hard. The reason why your spell cap is based on resolve is because it's hard and it hurts, right? You are expending, if not a permanent form of life force, at least a temporary form of life force. So if you imagine a tiny little spell, it's like sprinting for 10 seconds. That kind of sucks. Like, you could do it, but doing it repeatedly over and over and over again isn't going to feel very good. Whereas,
you're gonna pass out.
Yeah, maybe lifting a broom and cleaning your entire house telekinetically is like sprinting for a minute. That's really painful. You know what I mean? Not that
It also raises the
impossible.
question of using magic for the mundane tasks. Like, if it takes more energy than to do it physically anyway, then why would I use magic for it?
Yes. How do you handle persistent effects? So for me personally,
If you don't mind,
go for it.
I think that we should actually bring that up later because we're going to probably address how Utopia answers all of these questions after we
That is
cover
true.
the main video topics, right?
That is a good idea. You're right. We're going to talk about, I know I drop it every once in a while, and like I said, it's the system I obviously know best. We'll talk about how Myramith and Utopia handle a lot of these topics, how it answers those questions. I do think it's a good idea to try to stay agnostic and say, if not that, what is this? You know what I mean? What are the other possible answers to this? Thank you for keeping me on track.
But for the exertion argument that was going on, which is it takes a lot of work to do magic. There's also the question of what is the alternative? For ancient humans, if you wanted to create a fire, you need to make some kind of hand drill or rub sticks together or whatever it takes to do that.
Yeah.
And that can take a substantial amount of time and physical effort. For
Yes.
a modern human, you pull out a lighter, flick it once, and now you have a fire.
Yeah,
These things
what's the
change
point in
over
exerting?
time.
There's no point in exerting when I have a little pocket match, you know what I mean? That just creates fire on a whim.
So, exactly. So the uses of magic may change over time. You may have a spell that is so useful in the past that washes clothes, and now we have a washer, a washer dryer.
Yeah, exactly. No, that is really interesting. I mean, it does create a centralized cost. You know what I mean? A kind of a universal currency in a sense. Whereas if you could, this is weird because it's kind of a downfall of the magic systems that I've made in the past. But if you just train your endurance, you kind of have this everything button that can be annoying and inefficient in some cases, but ultimately is like one of the most versatile tools in existence to have.
Sorry, my first thought goes to that one meme of the wizard that has one spell, fix this, and it just does generally what you want.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It's kind of a universal currency if your only cost is exertion. But I guess that's
Also,
why it's referred to as magic. It's the do anything button.
Also, on the topic of sorcery, like in a world where sorcerers do exist, even if they are tremendously rare, if they exist at all, and it's not just like one person, it just happens even at random. Eventually, you're going to get a culture somewhere that hails them as a god because they are breaking the laws of magic that everyone else has to abide by.
Indeed. And I think that's how the Fae are treated a lot of the time, right? Like, so for instance, in almost any example I could ever think of, if a Fae is introduced, they're probably innately magic, right? And creatures that either can't use magic or don't know how to use magic or don't know that they can use magic or what have you studied are going to see these as probably some type of higher power, whether they are or aren't. They're probably going to come across that possibility.
Someone in chat
Something divine.
Beautiful.
What's
Usain Bolt the wizard. You are correct.
Yeah,
Effectively,
actually.
If there is someone who is so naturally talented at something that they blow everyone out of the water with it, yeah, it's like magic. If you've ever seen someone who was like a prodigy genius savant at playing music who can pick up any instrument and then just do that, it feels like magic watching it, and everyone around them is in awe. It's the same
I think
thing
they're
in the
also
real world.
referring to Usain Bolt having an amazing endurance, being able to, to
Absolutely.
be able to handle that. So theoretically speaking, using the endurance of a world record sprinter would enable you, at least in Utopia, to have a better shot at more magic.
100%, yeah. I think Usain
Which is ironic,
Bolt,
given wizards are the squishy.
What is Usain Bolt's resolve score? That's what I want to know.
Oh, good God. We'd have to calculate that.
Not as high as his speed.
Probably not.
Maki?
Fae are especially interesting because they typically have to follow magical binds / laws such that you effectively are magical towards them as well. That's actually really funny. Where the Fae see you as magical because you don't have to abide by the laws that they see. Like contractual obligation, for instance.
When it comes to the speed versus resolve in that sense, it wouldn't be Usain Bolt. It would be a CIA agent that's trained to handle torture.
That's crazy. Fae are basically born from Python code equivalent of magic. Indeed. This is my Python code Fae.
What's the Linux equivalent for magic in Utopia?
Oh goodness. I have no idea, dude. Okay, so supply. So the answer, I think, heavily depends on what you're abiding by. But I stand by what the video originally said. Whatever your counterpoint is, whatever your counterbalance is, plus a transaction fee, right? Like, I personally find when it comes to writing, there should always be a transaction fee.
Sorry, I'm not being helpful, LMAO.
You're fine. When it comes to turning one thing into another, whether it be turning mana into fire or turning money into stuff, there's always a tax, right? Thermodynamics says that there's no such thing as a 100% efficient engine. I say there's no such thing as a 100% profitable transaction, right? Somebody's going to pick up the tax. It doesn't matter whether it be the laws of physics or a literal god. Somebody's gonna charge you for making the transaction. So in my opinion, you should trade 100% of magic, whatever that is, whatever your cost for magic is, to 90% of stuff at most, right? So you put 100 stamina in to get 90% of a fire. Does it fix supply? No. I don't think that magic ever fixes supply under this guise. Under the idea that it always costs something, supply is just getting shifted around, right? However, if it might make certain supplies regenerable, right? So like, for instance, if the cost is endurance, then go to bed. The human population sleeps on average, 2 hours longer before going back and magically creating steel out of thin air. Maybe. Steel is suddenly reproducible because it comes from human exertion. But the TLDR is that I don't think that it changes supply. I think it just makes it more versatile, more often than not.
Which is
But
still
they
an
would
advantage.
still have the industry related to that, most likely. That's the relevant thing. Is
Yeah.
you're not going to leave all of that behind, especially if it's something that's hard to learn.
Yeah. My Nick's gnomes. I'm fine.
So let's look at healthcare, right? Healthcare is
Oh,
fun.
goodness.
This was a
Healthcare-
fun conversation.
Healthcare is one that I wish I could have stayed on longer in the video. I really wish I could have gone. There is so much to go into when it comes to that I did not stay long enough on that topic. So the conversation in the video was when it comes to healthcare, assuming that you have, magical healing, assuming that you have some way to make people better, healthier, and longer living. Even if it's just preventative measures, maybe if you don't even have healing, you just have preventative magics. People are generally going to live longer. And in a lot of cases, you might be able to resurrect people, right? You might be able to bring people back from the dead. They might call that death, but at the end of the day, it is not true death, right? Like true death in reality is usually the same thing as death because resuscitation is a very, very difficult process that requires very specific circumstances. But in a magical world, normal death and true death are kind of two different things because true death is simply the point when a creature can no longer be resurrected under any circumstances, period, right? There is no way to bring them back once they're gone. So generationally, I feel like the generational gap's going to get wider because we have healing, we have more magic, we have, ways to make people not die as fast. And ultimately, I do think that assuming that you have magical healing, that healthcare is something that is not going to be nearly as oppressible, right? So like you're not going to have big pharma because if you charge, $300 for insulin, people are just going to magically produce their own. You know what I mean? They're going to find a way to replace whatever you're finding. And or we will become less resistant to our environment and our healing will just level back out, right? So we will have better healthcare, but our bodies will become weaker as we grow desensitized to our superior healing. And then we just fall back into the same cycle.
I think that also raises the question of like, for example, if you have like a nation that most people don't think, like, say you have this like totalitarian regime that has oppressed the people to where they don't think that magic can be learned by everyone. It can only be learned by a certain select few and stuff like that. You have a result where only the upper echelons of that society, albeit fragilely so, have that access while everyone else is miles below.
Yeah. I mean, one of the questions is not enough doctors and we can charge for resurrecting this guy. Same problem as before. If it would be costly and long. And I think so. But I don't think that there's ever a point where the cost gets outweighed, right? Like the other option is dying. You know what I mean? I think that's what makes healthcare different from supply. I mean, you could treat health as a resource, but at the end of the day, it is the resource that is eternal if you run out of it, right? Whatever the cost is, it's usually worth it, right? Because death is one of very few genuinely and irrefutably eternal effects in the world. You know what I mean? In most worlds, frankly. Now, don't get me wrong, some fantasy worlds definitely have other forms of eternity, but in a common scope, death, there's no coming back from it, right? It's not going to happen, or whatever true death is in this world. So I think that no matter what the cost is, somebody's going to be willing to pay it. Whether it be effort, barring the death of another, right? If life costs death, then it's a different conversation.
At that point, it's just who wants to live.
Yeah, which even then brings its own versatility, right? I mean, there's all types of fun oppressions that you could come up with that. But
There
Fred
was a
has just said something cool that I don't want to miss before it gets pushed up.
Okay.
Which is the societal implications of having a much longer life but still being a human. If you are
Mm.
still a person and you still and you have a really, really long life, odds are you're going to be at odds with the other generations a lot more. We see this now in
Mm.
our own world where the younger generations and the older generations don't necessarily get along. If you could interact with people who were born in the 1800s, imagine the kind of differences you would have with them.
especially as
yeah.
social change would accelerate.
Mm-hmm.
Gob Slime, I wanna clean this one up before I walk away from it. People couldn't afford it, right? I think it depends. If everybody could do it fundamentally, like if anybody could expend the effort necessary and learn how to heal, I think they would, right? Like there is no effort, there is no cost too high because there's no monetary cost to it. It's just time and effort, right? And again, every cost is better than death. If it is secluded or isolated amongst a specific group of people, then yes, it would be insanely costly. We would just have big pharma but magic.
You also have the question of how, like, if I have a healthcare system that has a wing of resurrectors and I have a terminal patient, well, why not just operate on the dead body that's in stasis and then revive them? That's going to be a lot cheaper than using more magic to keep them alive.
Yeah. No, 100%. Oh goodness, I was completely going to say something I forgot. Could you eliminate the threat of death? I don't think so. I mean, it depends on your world, right? Like, it depends on what world you're in. But I think in most scenarios, in most fictional writing, right, making the universe immortal, first of all, is its own plot hook, which I have heard of a story that has done that. I don't remember what exactly happens. But also that is to prevent aging, right? Like there needs to be no more. If you're writing a hard magic system, you need to prevent basically everything, right? Like that's kind of the equivalent of stopping time, because aging is just the effect of time moving forward. And if you plan on preventing that, you probably have bigger problems, frankly. In a soft magic system, you could, but like I said, it's kind of its entire plot hook more than it is world building. If you just prevent death, in my opinion.
Also, it depends on the type of death you're talking about. Like, if someone is literally ripped apart atom by atom into a vacuum of space, I don't think I'm going to put them back together, even if I knew where all of them were.
Yeah. Someone mentioned reincarnation, which is kind of a separate topic, and it does produce its own little bit of intrigue as well, right? Where it's like nobody's immortal, but everybody's kind of immortal because you'll just reincarnate as somebody else. I think that was a Black Swan. No, not Black Swan. Black Mirror. What's the anthology series? The Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
I believe it is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that you're referring to.
Yes, that one. Yes, in JoJo's Bizarre. No.
That also works.
Yes. So in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, this is actually relevant. I'm sorry.
It is.
No,
It is.
I've never seen. Is that a freaking JoJo reference?
Yes, it is a
fine.
JoJo reference. There is a character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diavolo, who is cursed in a way to infinite resurrection, where he will always die a different way afterwards. So his life never ends. He is dead in that timeline, technically, but he keeps coming back forever. So he is technically immortal.
And is up to the entire bloodline of Joes to basically defeat him every time because he's super evil and yada yada. He also has like 5
Dio.
different.
You're thinking Dio.
Huh?
I'm referring to Diavolo. Diavolo is the one who shows up much later. Different immortal. That is another person who is past death.
Oh yeah, because Dio has like what 5 different types of immortality.
Yeah, he does. It's absurd.
That's hilarious. No, the other immortal person. I've never watched JoJo personally, so I'm not 100% sure. We've been streaming for, as the question was asked, we've been streaming for, oh goodness, how long has it been? Like an hour? Yeah, about an hour and change. Hour and 10 minutes, give or take. If you can't reverse back on YouTube, you could always try on Twitch. We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so I'm already doing on both of them. So if one of them likes you more than the other, then feel free to swap back and forth as necessary. One of the questions I wanted to talk about, because I did receive this as a comment that really, really intrigued me, is when it comes to the generational gap, right? I was talking about how, if with 80-year lifespans, we have a 20-year age gap between generations, 20, 25, let's say. If we doubled that, to 150 to 160 year lifespans, we don't have a 40-year generational gap, not on average at least, because there will always be the outlier of people procreating the moment they are capable of it, right? No matter how long their lifespan is, there will be a number of people who procreate the moment that they are mature enough to do so.
It also
Um,
raises, well, yes, but also, like, for example, we have social generations that are, granted, this is like a wishy-washy type of measurement, that are about 15 years apart each. With that being said, that's primarily because of the human age of puberty.
yeah.
So there raises the question of, under that system where lifespans are longer, the social generations will still be the same regardless. It's just that the overlap of those generations will grow more and more as more generations get stacked on top.
Indeed. And if you were to say, let's 10x it, right? So instead of living 80 years, we live 800 years, right? And instead of being the standard generation age being 20, it's not 200. Let's say maybe 100, right? So because, again, the average line is getting pulled back by the want to reproduce earlier. Then you have 700 years of generational gap, or 700 years of generational overlap, I should say. I think realistically, keeping track of generations doesn't even mean anything anymore. Like you are
Keep track
more
of
similar.
eras.
Yeah, you are more similar to your previous generation than you are otherwise. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's similar to
it's almost the
like
same.
the I'm part of the upper third of, I'm pretty sure the upper third. I might be on the halfway mark of Gen Z, but if you've ever noticed culturally, the upper portion of Gen Z is more associated with millennials, while the lower portion of Gen Z is associated with Gen Alpha. At that point, there's no real generation there. It's just split.
Yeah. And I think that the generational differences, I personally, I kind of feel on the other side of the fence with you, Rix. I think that I personally think there would be a lot less contingency, just because the longer the lifespan, the less generation really means something, in my opinion. London, if you have
Maybe not
questions,
generation, but experience.
no, that's true.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of the era, right? Where you have these eras, these blocks of 100 to 400 years of time, depending on how long people's lifespans are.
So at that point,
That-
it wouldn't be generation; it'd be century, essentially.
Yeah. But yeah, whatever the era that they choose to use is, you know what I mean? It's more of a form of identification, which is how I treat generations even now, realistically. I think that the identification format would just expand.
From
Yeah.
an American perspective, you might break it into certain historical events. Like
Yeah.
you have the people who were alive during COVID, people who
Antebellum versus postbellum. Yeah.
were alive during the big terrorist movement in the early 2000s, World War II, World War I, Revolutionary
mentioned?
War. There are people who have so many different experiences, and if you're born after this thing, you maybe just can't relate to those people as much as you would otherwise.
It
Yeah.
also raises the question of, given enough, the population would not accelerate, but the speed at which it would increase and then level off would be a sharper curve than it is in real life because of healthcare and how that would impact. So it would boom faster than it has done nowadays in real life, but it would level
See.
out faster as well. With that being said,
At Rubear
that means you have
_hi with
basically
what Ori is
about a
talking
set
about. They can access
size
and use it,
of
but
populace
there are
across the
costs or
entire
artificial
globe,
roadblocks put in front
where
of
eventually
them.
it would find an equilibrium. In that circumstance, that also means you have a particular population that sets the speed of advancement in technology and magical technology, which means that you're going to have global catastrophes more frequently. For example, with the World Wars, that was basically the first thing ever in that circumstance. I guess maybe colonialism was the thing prior to that, but that wasn't the whole world. To where it has impacted not only a generation of a continent, but a generation of the entire globe. The pandemic is the closest equivalent we've had since.
Sure. I do want to mention, London, the reason why I called you out is that we're talking about that video that you referenced. So today's stream is talking about the topics in the most recent video, if magic was real. So if you have any questions, now's the time to throw them out. we're conversating about healthcare, the healthcare portion of the video. And after this is the one that I've been really excited for before we get into comments and what I'm calling flood questions. But we're going to probably do a wrap up on healthcare and then talk about oppression, which is my favorite part of this entire conversation because there's so much debate.
So the summary for healthcare, which I think we mentioned each part individually, is A, people live longer. B, if you are injured, you will probably have some way to heal it, unless it is, so beyond our understanding that we don't have a means to. And it will
Even then, we
probably
have like
be,
cybernetics.
yeah. There's some ways, but there's some things that
Yeah,
you just
so-
can't fix. Like mental effects.
Yeah. Trauma.
Arbitrary. And then the final one there, which is the availability of healthcare. Odds are, if magic can be learned by anyone and you don't feel like dying, you'll probably know a healing spell or two.
Yeah.
Or have a tool that
Especially
can do
for
that.
cuts and scrapes.
Exactly.
I guarantee you every child friend group is going to have at least one person who can patch up a cut or scrape they have when exploring the woods.
Every
Yeah, everyone's
utopian
got a
party
magic
has a
rock in their
medic.
bag.
Yeah, everybody has a medic. You always have a medic in your friend group. So since when would magic have existed? So we're under the presumption that magic is a fundamental force of the universe, right? So we're using the fire analogy, that it has always been around. Humans harnessed it really early into their development as a species. And it's been around since, right? So it's a fundamental portion of our universe and of our society and culture as well. We did explore the options where it was like ancient, so it was discovered in ancient times or produced in ancient times, or even recently within the past few decades. The analogy being between when iron and steel was discovered versus when the internet was discovered. We're not working under that assumption right now because it feels like that would be kind of its own plot hook. On top of
I also feel
world
like certain portions of magic would be found very quickly and certain portions of magic wouldn't be even thought of until later, similar to if you have fire versus electricity. Both are utilizing fundamental forces and similar fundamental forces, but they're not exactly the same, and it took much longer to understand and control the electricity. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the separation between evocation and I don't know what the AG2 is doing.
Greater
evocation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like the
London-
quantum physics equivalent. So I guess the AG1, not novice. What's the other?
We'll get into the utopia.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
get
yeah.
into it.
Yeah.
But like in that progression, different types of magic have different levels of complexity, which would be discovered
Yeah.
later in that progression.
At
Yeah,
reserve
100%.
_pi, but would large corporations even
give me
exist
just
in
a
the
second.
first place?
We're going to
Cause
talk
it's
about
one
that.
of those
We're going
things
to talk
I
about that
think
here in
where
just
if
a
magic
second.
did exist, we would skip
How
out
about
on
I
so
introduce
much
oppression while
technological
while
development.
you're doing?
I want to throw
course you
one
do,
more
Rex.
thing into. I want to throw London's question into the fray for a final bit of healthcare. One thing to
Sure.
reference is that people being more reckless and having access to a more chaotic force may mean a influx of non-natural deaths, which I think also comes in the form of non-natural defenses, right? So like how preventative is the magic that is also offensive, right? Like how strong are the preventative measures? What does security look like, in a magical world? Okay, now get into oppression. Hopefully that was a good segue.
Oppression. We love oppression. In all seriousness, it's a very interesting topic because it is so relevant in the real world. Oppression is something that is going to happen no matter what, as long as someone has power. As long as one person has more power than another person, there will be some fight for that power. In a magical society, and this is where it becomes relevant, it was the discussion of the relative ceilings of power. Oppression becomes simultaneously easier and harder. For a
At
individual,
_pi,
if I am
yes,
just a
but
single
how able
person,
is that
it
person
becomes
able to
easier
get
for
what would
me to oppress
satiate their
others
greed?
because I have the capacity to get stronger and then exert my control over a small echelon of people around me. Whereas on a societal scale, it is much more difficult to oppress because I can get stronger. And if I am stronger than the local police force that want to bully me and cause problems, what are they going to do about it?
Get stronger.
Exactly. So
Theoretically.
there is a competition for
It becomes an
power.
arms race.
But
Yes.
if an individual has the capacity to get as strong as a small militia, there are individuals who will get as strong as a small militia, and they will be a competition for those higher powers.
It
Yeah,
also
and-
raises the question of what happens if that militia becomes individually the same strength, and as such, the militia itself has increased.
Yes. And that is
I-
one of the comments that I saw that was very wonderful. Or you're going to say something?
Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. I think that when it comes to oppression, when it comes to world building, oppression is almost written before the system, right? Because systems are going to interact so differently depending on what you want to
Magic Nepo
make
babies.
possible. So people are saying like there's always going to be greed and there's always going to be somebody who wants control, and I agree to that. But whether or not they are
At
enabled to do that
Pi, oh no.
depends a lot of the time, in my opinion. So like for instance, there is an amount of oppressive capability that comes with something. With iron, right? Iron and steel. There's a lot of oppressive capability. With electricity, there's a lot of oppressive capability because you can make surveillance. You can make, you can make cages, you can make Iron Maidens, you can make handcuffs. There's a lot of ways to physically, mentally, and socially oppress people using those things. However, the oppressive capability of fire, there's not much, right? It's hard to oppress people with fire, or at least oppress other people's ability to use fire with just fire, right? If I want to oppress your ability to use steel, I can just use more steel than you. But I can't stop you from using fire by making more fire, right? Like, there's nothing I can do against you to prevent you from using fire if my tool of choice is fire, right? So, to me, it very much depends on what the magic does, right? There is such thing of it not being capable. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna put you on the subboard. I don't know how many people know what a subboard is. It's a Twitch thing. If you're on YouTube, ignore me. But I'm gonna put you on the subboard. Thank you so much for the Prime sub.
It could also fall into the progression of types of magic, because like with the steel versus more steel impact and the fire versus more fire impact, that also raised the question of how versatile is magic. But if we are also saying that magic is also basically defined by its versatility, then it must also be versatile. Therefore, you may have fire, but I also have fire and also water, and you also have water, so we're both basically evenly matched.
Yeah. I think that there's always going to be a method of oppression, but I do think that oppression will get more and more difficult, or rather, have more and more cracks in its defense the more you introduce something like magic into the world. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
And also the larger the scale, which is also a natural inheritance anyway. The more
Yeah.
people you oppress, the harder it is to oppress them.
That'll always be true, no matter what happens, I presume.
I mean, because if you have a small amount of people, hell, one person, that's very easy to bully them. A small group, also easy. That's called the Rejects Club. And then the larger the group, the harder it is to oppress, whether that be from outside factors or under factors, i.e., them trying to revolt against you. And then you have outward oppression, which is one nation trying to oppress everyone around them, which is basically impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we look at?
Go ahead.
On. Oh no, I will go.
Okay.
So why don't we look at oppression as it relates to the rules that we laid out?
Okay.
And I think it's a pretty easy solve here. If anyone can learn magic, and it is something that is very difficult to conceal from others, odds are it's going to be really, really difficult to oppress people as it relates to magic. And if people can continuously get stronger based solely on their capacity to exert more force or more energy, then it's going to be really hard to fight against an individual with a high capacity for that.
Yeah. I think that oppression also requires control, which is something that we haven't talked about a ton yet. But it's like, how chaotic is the force of magic? How much precision can you produce with such a thing? Not to say the precision is required, but it is very helpful when it comes to oppression at least in my head. And maybe I'm crazy about that. But if it's just this giant, chaotic, willy-nilly force that both you and I can use, then you having more of it isn't really going to change much, right? Like, you having more of it isn't going to help you to oppress more people because it's so unpredictable in that nature.
I think
right?
it would be like
Other than
logarithmic. It would be
threatening
diminishing returns.
Maybe. I mean, maybe even not. Like, even if it isn't, assuming that you don't have the position to hold down, if you're oppressing 1,000 people and one of them gets out, and one of them getting out means it ends the oppression because they also have magic, you're kind of boned.
It's incredibly fragile.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That I think that's how I see it. And that's my biggest argument when it comes to the oppression thing, is that a single person escaping it is so devastating to the oppressor. Magic seems better at offending than it does at controlling to me.
Yes,
You also
by
have the
far.
case. You also have the case of when it comes to how chaotic is it. Well, I would consider like similar to fire and building fire. It follows a set of rules, but fire still is also somewhat unpredictable in how it's going to operate on not a micro scale or a mega scale. Like you can see forest fires and predict where it's going to go and stuff like that. That's how they are able to control them. But on the human scale, the macro but not mega scale, you have a chaotic force of nature. Conversely, you have the higher up you
Magic
go in
itself
that
is a tool of
progression,
oppression. If you have a
electricity
way to
is also
remove it from
chaotic,
people,
but incredibly
that's
easy to
extremely
control,
power-held over
especially
you.
as you handle circuits and stuff. So I think the more advancement you get, the easier it is to control, but the more complicated the thing you are controlling is.
Yeah.
I
I-
do see a chat in Twitch. Do you mind if we read that?
Go for it.
They say, not true. As we can see in our history, everyone has fire and steel. It will depend on their society whether they focus on their people or warfare. Their technological level will be different. And that is, I believe, a lot less true for magic. Because in the real world, everyone has fire and steel. But how do you get access to fire and steel? It takes money, it takes time, it takes resources, and you have a limited supply. Magic,
It also implies connections.
yeah, you have to have connections
Like
as
there are
well,
island
because it
nations
won't
that
all
don't
be
have
located
steel.
on you.
Yeah, there are island nations that don't have steel, but they do have fire to like cook fish and stuff. But
Exactly.
they tend to be more isolated versus a global world, like the U.S., Europe, or, North America, South America, Australia, etc. You have an entire web of technology, some more advanced than others in various different ways, but the fact that they all have something that the others want is the
Don't
entire
forget
point
the
of the
many
economy.
revolutions of industry
Exactly.
that fought
And that's
against
where the
monopolization.
oppression can come from. It's because you can control what you have and what others want from you.
I
Magic,
have what you
can't
want,
do
you
that.
do something for me, and I can give it to you.
Yeah. And you
It
can't
also
do
raises
that
the
with
question
magic.
of there's a difference also when it comes to like services and stuff versus like a particular like plant. Like if it takes one seed, I actually this is a really good analogy. If it takes one seed for your
Different
monopoly on
systems,
a plant
different
to
uses.
completely
Why would
disappear because
everyone
other
use
people
the
can grow
exact
it,
same system
that's
in the
not
exact same
really a
way?
monopoly. That's
There
just
is always going to be
a
different things.
tremendously insulated fragile
Why is
monopoly.
wording
While
abstract so
comparatively, if
bleeping
you are the
difficult?
only country in the world that has the climate for it, that's where you have the leverage because you're the
Yeah.
only place that can possibly get it, even if another country has that seed.
Geography is a really strong example of a natural form of not necessarily oppression, but power struggle that usually turns into oppression.
Yeah.
I think a few things that have popped up in chat that I think are very, very impactful and important things to consider is, can magic prevent magic? Right? So can you use magic to prevent somebody else from using it? That is a huge oppressive measure, right? That is super important. But the first
There's a
step to
term.
tyranny is censorship, right? So being able to censor is so important to controlling a populace, right? Oppression also has a threshold, right? Like natural republics, hierarchy, democracies, they all require some amount of quote unquote oppression because they need some form of governmental control, right? Like culture and society is based on this. Oppression is just the it's the symbolic threshold that we put on it when we say they have too much control. There's a granularity there where we will not agree. So let's just go past that point, right? Like into tyranny, right? Like what we would generically agree is a tyranny. I I think that people will always try to harness and control. But if your magic cannot cancel out somebody else's magic, it's going to be really hard. If geographically magic is the same, it's not going to matter where you live, right? In fact, the natural geography that we exist with today wouldn't matter anymore, right? Because it's like you don't need good farmland anymore. You have magic, right? Magic becomes a crutch in this case that makes it harder to oppress based on geographical preface.
It also raises the question of like, I'm using Utopia as an example, but like if there is a difference in location in terms of the potency of magic, for example, the Twilight Forest, that will create a natural, like, not watershed, but basically a natural direction from high to low pressure. Also, when it comes to magic preventing magic, I believe that's apotropaic magic, which is protective magic. It's where magic can be used to prevent harmful magic.
Best tyrannies are never known. If you keep your people docile and controlled, that keeps them blind. Agreed. At least from the inside. From the outside, it's usually pretty easy, right? Like
it's also not scalable. It works on the short term and in the small scale, but as you increase, that will slip.
I think that is one thing to take into consideration, is that I think that most tyrannies struggle to persist and expand at the same time. In general, right? Yeah. Like human creature, sentient life doesn't like to be pushed in that direction, right? In order to keep like a population tyrannically, you need to keep them happy at the same time, right? Like they need to be content. Because at the end of the day, if you convince them that they have a reason to revolt, they will, and you will lose. Like, it doesn't matter, right? They just outnumber you way too harshly. Now,
most tyrannical societies were through a bloodline.
CGP Gray has a video on if you're a ruler, king or otherwise, you always have keys. You have to keep the keys happy, or otherwise you're screwed.
Yeah. In a modern day, I think that the equivocal to magic is money, right? Like if you have more money, you have the ability to oppress, because money is so universal, right? Like money turns into anything that you want it to be.
Magic has the capacity to influence minds, then it would be very easy for just one person to become functionally a god.
In that regard,
that's
or just at least such a prevalent resource.
Does.
Yeah,
if
it becomes
you know
such a prevalent.
Other people don't. You can do a lot more.
Yes, which brings the question of divination back. If magic has the capacity to influence minds, then it would be very easy for just one person to become functionally a god. That is true, and I think that there's gonna be a lot of nuance to that, right? So, like for instance, who can that affect, right? If we're using like tabletop RPG terms, then generally there's a form of resistance. It doesn't matter what system you're in, right? Generally, there's a way to resist that effect. So who can resist it? The people who can resist it are probably going to be the ones on top at the end of the day. Even those who can cast it, that or it is so disproportionate or inconsistent, it's not even worth using as an oppressive instrument, right? It just doesn't work often enough to use reliably. But I do think that emotional control, emotional manipulation, social manipulation, political manipulation are always going to be a big part of tyranny, right? Like, it's just the supernatural form of propaganda. Instead of me brainwashing people, I'm mind controlling people. You know what I mean? Power lies in the proles. The most oppressed are in the middle class. With mind control, I feel like realistically it wouldn't be controlled depending on how well trained you are. Yeah.
But those people would be missing vital parts of their identity.
Yeah.
The best spokespeople buy what they sell.
I think that mind control, realistically, kind of moves away from oppression and turns into kind of like, realistically, a supernatural form of society that we can't have today because we don't have the technology for it, right? I feel like we're expanding the scale of oppression at that point. But I do think it's something to consider. When we talk about utopia, I can put a lot of this into direct reference.
More
right?
than mind control. What about mass lobotomy
and
brain genetics?
Do you want to talk about utopia now? Question mark.
Give me just a second. I'm gonna answer to what about mass lobotomy ingrained in genetics? I think that it depends on how probable that is, I guess, right? Like that seems kind of entering a hyper-fictional world where that is definitely plausible. But that's not even oppression anymore. That's like mass genetic modification. You know what I mean? Like, I think in any world, that's always going to be oppressive, right? Does magic enable or disable that? Shrug. I don't know. That's a big question to ask. Yeah, I guess it would depend. That's a super mechanical question in my head. I don't know. Do either of you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's so mechanical. Again, it's, can your magic do it? You know,
Yeah.
like if it can't, then nothing happens. If it can, you're going to have so much oppression based on that, because some people will just be better in certain ways.
Yeah. How good are they at resisting it? You know, what is the pretense? What are the numbers? What quantities of people are affected this way? So on and so on. You know what I mean? What does it take to resist that, if it's even possible to resist it?
There's so many ways that, like, mind control, genetic alteration, or like even manipulation of an existing body. There's a lot of ways that that can be used, but it all depends on your very specific setting. So it's hard to address. Which is, again, it's why we make the rules that we make when discussing this, because if we just said magic as a whole, there's no way we can tell you what the future of the world would be like.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we can get into your topic, Rix. If you want to introduce Utopia or how we answered some of these, you may, but I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, I'll be introducing Utopia. So everyone, Utopia Tabletop RPG. This is made by our wonderful Ori Don't, the person who is hosting this. It is a tabletop RPG similar to Dungeons and Dragons with a handful of twists. The main goal is that it is a be anything sort of game. So the video, when it was originally made, is always a little partially related to Utopia. We went for sort of the generic way, and Utopia, being a generic tabletop RPG, is, you know, it's meant to be something that can answer any system with some modifications. And if you look at our answers in the video, those are all sort of based in Utopia. Some examples here. How does magic work in Utopia? Fundamentally, there is a basic force, which is mana. People are able to manipulate mana using the preset spell components, which Ori mentioned earlier. Those were made thousands, hundreds, however long years ago, some of them newer than others. And when you use these arcane arts, you are essentially block coding magic. And in doing so, you can do a variety of unique effects, but fundamentally everyone is working off of the same basis. It is something that is relatively easy to learn. What was that?
If hurt, heal.
Yeah, exactly. You could.
Okay, what did I miss?
Rix, you cut off at exactly.
Thank you, Ashton. I love it. So, if hurt, heal. Absolutely, you can have a delay spell, and when you use a delay spell, that can be, when I get hurt, heal me. Utopia is where we answered all of these questions in sort of the most generic way. So going back through those,
isn't that whole like coding in Magic is where the whole delay stuff came from?
We cannot talk about delay.
Or vice versa.
Delay is going to cause problems.
Delay is its own video.
So,
oh god,
let's look back through some of these questions that we asked and ask, how does it relate to Utopia? The first thing is this soft magic or hard magic? Utopia, sort of a slight mix. I would say mostly hard magic. Magic works in a specific way. We understand how it works down to a very fundamental level. Sometimes it wiggles a little bit in rare extreme circumstances, but for the average person and for the majority of society, you know how it works.
It wiggle. just like you have like some sort of you just have some sort of manifestation of magic, and it's just like a jelly creature like Pawn just wiggling.
In Utopia, magic has always existed in a way. Mana has always existed, at least. People learned how to functionally use it, which are those arcane arts that we mentioned, but people can still take a guess and just try to cast magic. Usually nothing happens. Sometimes something catastrophic and dangerous happens. Sometimes you get an effect. When you get an effect that you actually like, you record it down and move on to the next one. And that is why it is very difficult for magic in Utopia to be isolated, because anyone can learn how to cast a spell, anyone can put a spell in a book using some sort of artifact, and then anyone can use that spell, theoretically. Commonality, again, everyone has it. And then for answers for supply, healthcare, and oppression, Utopia innately has a bunch of fantasy races. that are going to mess with this a little bit, but if we address them as sort of equal in every way, not necessarily true, but we'll pretend like it
Depends
is.
on the context, but yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the context, but let's just assume that most of the races are functionally the same. Supply, it takes exertion to use magic. There is some sort of exchange. If you want to transmute something, you need to transmute something. You lose some amount of energy in the process, so you can't just do that. So farming still exists. Maybe it's made better with magic. Maybe irrigation is a little easier. Maybe it's a lot easier to till or spread your seeds. But functionally, those systems still exist in the world. Healthcare. There are some races that live longer, some races that live shorter times. Let's just take this from a human perspective. There are spells that can, fix any food to make it no longer poisonous or unsafe to eat. So, for example, the issue of clean water that was solved when we invented boiling, maybe this was solved before we discovered fire, realistically, depending on which culture discovered which different magical arts.
Yeah.
It's possible that there is one niche culture that discovered, hey, if I draw this certain rune on this rock and I drop it in my water, it becomes safe to drink now. So healthcare from a fundamental place way back in history was already slightly better than it was now. And going into the current day, there are means to resurrect people from the dead. There are means to heal a body through insane injuries to the point where they are not even recognizable. And if you are still alive, there's almost always a way to make you better. And then finally, oppression. This is something that I would say, less of an expert on in Utopia, but still relevant to the answer of the video, which is a single individual can reach an extremely high level. It is something you have the capacity of doing, especially with new expansions that are in the works for the tabletop game. With enough work, with enough effort and studying and a myriad of other things, a lot of it being luck, you can reach levels comparable to gods. And what is a government going to do to a god? They can't oppress you. They can't do anything about that. So the extreme is all the way up there.
Oppression varies a lot in
but,
Utopia.
like someone said
like
in the video
Embrium.
at some point, when you have a government and you don't want to get overthrown by a single person who is insanely strong, your goal becomes to make insanely strong people yourself. So on an individual level, if you're just in a town and you're the strongest person in that town, no one's oppressing you. On a societal level, a country may still have the capacity to control the average of its people. And that is the very fast summary of how Utopia works for the different situations that we had in the actual video.
I have some additions to some of those points. It's mostly just like the stuff that came up to mind while I was hearing it. But when it comes to like farming and stuff, like it may be easier because under the idea of it, if it takes more energy and effort to cast a spell to do a thing than it does to do the thing myself, I'm just going to do the thing myself. When it comes to setting up and creating farmland, that would probably take less effort for magic. When it comes to managing that farmland, that might be where the line is drawn and why farms still are manned generally by hand, if not with some assistance of magic. As for the oppression on the arms race, that also means that generally speaking, you're going to have a power curve where very few individuals are incredibly powerful and most individuals are very low power. Under that idea, you also have the case of, given enough time, if a level of power can be reached, it will be reached.
Generally, yes. I think that is the case. Now, I think that one of the hard parts, right, is that, first of all, the question of supply is really interesting in Utopia's example specifically, because it's actually really difficult to summon, like in general. Like your access to summoning is extremely limited. There are two types of matter that you can create. There's magi matter, which is basically just inert clay, and then there's elemental matter, which is a nondescript elemental substance, right, that can be used as a component, right? Like we know some number of characteristics about it, but not very many. At the end of the day, it can be a rigid substance, it can be a power substance, or it could be a refinement substance such as an adhesive. Other than that, you have transmutation, which only works on pure substances. So you can't like make something into bread, right? You can't make food with this type of magic. And also, if you want to make it permanent, it does not cost a form of exertion that you can just get back, right? It costs actual life force to do that, right? You are being killed slowly when making a spell permanent. To answer the permanence question earlier, in Utopia at the very least, and again, specific to your magic system, but in the Utopia system at least, permanence costs life force, right? Temporary magical effects generally cost stamina because you're opening a gateway to somewhere else, right? Like Utopia still observes the laws of thermodynamics, but it uses the quote-unquote planar trash can excerpt, right? Which is one of the reasons why we call it hard and soft magic. Like, it's hard magic, but there's a lot of hand waves, right? There's a lot of effects that make it very simple, right? Trash can planes, done. Where's the energy go? Somewhere else. That's all that matters. There's an equal exchange. It's just not happening here, right?
If you look at all of time and space and every single plane in existence, yeah, there's no increase, there is no damage.
Yeah.
However, if something catches on fire, like, oh, I spent 2 stamina to set that entire castle on fire. Where's all that energy coming from? The plane of fire. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the thermodynamic equivalent of offloading all of the work to another country.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Create circuits. That is, if you start with that takes
most of your citizens will not care if it is not impacting their country.
To answer a handful of questions that I've noticed in chat, yes, Utopia's magic system is Turing complete. People are asking about circuits and like the technological capabilities magic. Magic is Turing complete. One of the reasons that we say don't talk about delay is because delay gets into really convoluted systems where you can nest a spell in a spell. That should be all I have to say to get your mind running, I'd assume. To see
it's the equivalent of using redstone to make Minecraft in Minecraft, but magic.
Yeah. For some reason,
no, it is not infinitely looping typically, but it does still work.
Yeah. Toss garbage in the ocean. That won't have consequences ever. And that is another part of it, right? Even if we have a trash plane, even if we have a plane that acts as our, interplanar dumpster, that's a form of pollution, right? Now, it's a form of pollution that commoners like us aren't going to know about. But if you're on the level of, primordials, right, of gods or whatever, like we talk about in Utopia, it doesn't have a maximum level. So you can go as far as you want. When you get to level hundreds into the thousands, this planar pollution might actually be a problem to you, right? Because swapping between planes, you probably have a summer home over in the plane of fire. And when people keep, throwing trash into the plane of fire, you're kind of like, dude, you're messing up my view.
Yeah, but every time someone sets a goblin on fire, it ends up in the plane of fire. And you don't want roast goblin on your lawn.
No, using this portal of hell to toast my bread. That's what I'm saying. No, but it does. It's going to produce some type of pollution. What that means to each individual may be different. Bag of rats in the absolute worst case.
Oh God! Don't get me started on the bag of rats.
The bag of rats, please no.
So there's a I guess technically speaking, it's a TTRPG. It's DM-less, or I guess DM full because all the players are DMs to smaller degrees. In the game that I play, I'm basically in charge of consequences, basically everything having a price. And I'm also in charge of, in particular, the hells, because, consequences, there's going to be a negative impact if you try to do mostly positive and ignore the negative. I'm the one keeping track of all the negatives. In particular, one of the hells is called Mudderheap, which is basically a huge dumping ground. They just literally took a portal from where you are to into that space and just threw all of your garbage and failed projects and stuff. So it is crawling with failed projects of people trying to play God and just throwing all of their junk in there. So it just created an abandoned plane that is nothing but a dumpster fire.
That sounds lovely. I would go
with
there.
things that are still alive and surviving, and have a bit of a what's the word? A gripe with the world that they came from because they're the byproducts that were considered failures. So they're called demons in that sense because it's a form of hell.
That makes sense. There is a question that I would like to answer just for the sake of context. Actually, with this realization, how does necromancy actually work in the universe in Utopia? How are things living, etc.? I don't want to get too hard into the fundamental mechanics of Utopia because it's not specific to the premise of how does magic affect the real world. I'll give you some of the context. So when you cast a spell, it goes through the Aether. The Aether is basically the dimension of souls, for lack of a better term. This is not because it deals with souls. It's because this dimension is purely informational, and it's just the best satellite. It's the best place to shoot a probe because it sees everything else, right? It's the plane between planes, for lack of a better term. It is not that, but I'm going to call it that for layman's terms. Necromancy is actually probably one of the fundamentally simplest forms of magic, funny enough, because normally when a spell goes into the Aether, it has to be given a set of coordinates or routes. For instance, if you're creating fire, right, you send a probe into the Aether and you say, take me to the plane of fire and retrieve it. So you go through the Aether, it points you at the plane of fire, and you create this tunnel where you can pull fire out. Since spells use the soul's dimension, quote unquote, for necromancy, you just don't need to do anything. You just stay there. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to necromancy, the rule of thumb is if you double over dead, if you go down to 0 health, and then you take your health worth of damage again, your body is considered annihilated, which means that you are not functionally capable of holding onto your soul anymore. If you're just any Joe Schmo, it means you're dead forever, right? Because even if you were to get resurrected, your soul will reconglomerate, which means it's like if your soul is written on a piece of paper, it's like lighting the paper on fire. Like, yes, we can remember what was on the paper, but you'll never put that paper back together, right? So when it comes to necromancy, it's just shoving a soul, either just grabbing a chunk of the Aether and just shoving it inside something, or grabbing a soul that still exists and putting it in something else. If that makes any sense. If the body is incapable of harvesting life or holding life, mana will make up the difference, right? The spell will make up the difference. It'll give you mana joints, or an animated golem of some type, where it fulfills the difference in motor functions and mental functions and what have you.
From Rain is Falling. I think I'm cutting Ori off, but he's lagging here. We won't go deep into it. Starts using many big words and tangenting. Yes, that is what we do. I think for the rest of this conversation, we will probably use Utopia more as a reference point, just because it's something that we're very familiar with. We won't assume that it's always true, and I'm sure that we'll be exploring other possibilities. But that will be sort of our assumption of the rule set, and we probably won't go too deep into it. Although, you can imply that our answers are sort of Utopia coded from here on out.
Yes.
Also, when it comes to like the double over dead, I've always considered the case of annihilation, like, if you get thrown into the middle of the ocean and are unable to be rescued, there's a point at which you are have drowned and are dead, a point which you can no longer be resuscitated via CPR, and a point in which your body has been decayed in that water for so long that you are basically part of the ocean now.
Yeah. And pretty much. And I mean, I think that's kind of the true death that I was talking about earlier during the healthcare ramble. I think that realistically, there's a point, no matter what system you're in, there's a point of no return. And that is the quote unquote true death, where death may be, non-permanent or semi-permanent, depending on what system, what setting you're in. But there's always some form of true death, right? Where no amount of resurrection, no amount of necromancy is ever going to help you anymore. And maybe some systems just genuinely don't have that. Maybe there's always a way. Example is like Marvel, right? There's always a way. There's always something you can do to bring somebody back. There's never not a solution. But that's the nature of a soft magic system. If there isn't a solution,
then the writer hasn't tried hard enough.
Yeah, that's the nature of a soft magic system, right? I think that it's possible that True Death is kind of a hard magic system capability.
I think it's less that True Death is a hard magic capability, and more lack of True Death is a soft magic ability.
That's fair. That makes sense. Someone in chat says the best way to see how entropy isn't conserved is divination. Obeying entropy, divination would be thousands of times more costly than other spells considered the same cost. I think that's pretty accurate.
I don't think I understand that.
Well,
I think it's more in the case of, like, in order to gain information, say, like, I'm I guess it's sort of like the way I'm looking at it is like speed of light type, where the information itself must travel from the thing you are sourcing to you. So that travel itself must have a cost. And hell, you can dive that into E equals mc squared and stuff like that, where the energy it takes to have that information travel to you. Hell, you could have divination be esoteric in a way where, like, you ask a question and the universe will give you a sign of yes or no or what have you. And if you are able to interpret it, great. If you can't, you missed it.
I think yay and nay. I think to an extent, when it comes to divination, what you're receiving is information, and information feels like a nebulous term, but it's really not. It's very, very mechanical in how it works, right? Information destruction is, an entire field of science. You know what I mean? Information theory, yada, yada, whatever. In order to gain information, you must have perception, right? You must be able to perceive something. Now, the reason in my mind why divination does not have the excessive cost that it should, given that it is basically infinite range, you can do it about anything. You can ask any question about the world and it'll find a way to figure it out. In Utopia, as long as it doesn't claim the future, right? Like foresight is not something that divination offers you, minus predictability calculus matrix. The reason why there is no such thing as information destruction, period. I mean, black holes destroy. That's is it Hawking radiation?
The information itself,
it's still there.
The information itself is on the surface of the black hole's horizon, event horizon, but the matter itself is no longer, and energy that itself is all condensed to the bottom.
Oh,
it's inescapable. It's not destroyed, but it's put in a cage that it's never going to leave.
When I looked it up, it says whether black holes destroy information is one of the biggest unresolved mysteries in modern physics.
Yes, we don't know for sure. There is a theory going around that like it's basically trapped on the surface of the event horizon is the information itself.
No, they do not. That's literally a result that won a Nobel Prize for Hinton. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, even then, a spell being cast is an information satellite, right? So it's sending an information packet and it's requesting something else. Now, the way that divination works in my head, a little bit hand wavy, but is rather than just sending it and having an infinite number of places that it could go and just having an automatic assignment as to where it could go, as to its trajectory, whatever, divination requires something, right? Like you need to give it a pathway. If you're asking about a person, you need to have something about that person. You need to hold on to something that person owned or what have you to create the insulated wire for your spell to travel. Does the book state that? No. It's more complicated than it needs to be, but realistically, mechanically, the Aether is about, your emotional attachment to things, how well, what's that?
Or it actually does kind of state that a little bit, which is that it is the tendency of divination to answer your question in the easiest way possible. So if you, for example, use divination to locate a creature, and you decide to locate a creature and the description that you give is something alive, it will give you the easiest answer to that, which is the closest thing that's alive. So it isn't necessarily going through infinite work to do that. It is giving you, the least resistance as it can. And the best way to fix that is by being as specific as possible, using, tools, for example, being extremely descriptive, understanding what you're talking about. Yeah, it's monkey paw rules. So
yeah.
In Utopia, it's answered might not be for every system. There might be cases where divination works very differently. But we always treat it as something where it is going to give you the worst answer that it possibly can.
Yeah, let's find food. The points at Armis.
Yeah. I do think that there's a world where divination is still very, very exponentially costing, or should be, because, what is it? It's cube space law? What's it called?
Square cube law.
Oh,
square cube law. Yeah. Thank you. Where you're checking a bigger and bigger area for every single time that you don't find anything, and you are getting exponentially higher costs as time goes on. Now, given divination is required that there is a mana connection, right? Like there has to be mana between you and the target. So that is to assume that divination can just kind of read all of mana at once. The amount of calculation required in that is ridiculous, right? It is.
Does that mean that you can have a room that's? Does that mean you can have a room that's basically like a mana like how a thermos uses insulation
an insulated area? Yes.
Yeah,
that would cancel divination.
You can use that That's insane. Okay.
Yes.
That's called Shrouded.
Yeah, that's kind of how Shrouded works, in fact. It creates an anti-mana field, just a paper-thin anti-mana field that prevents you from being seen through divination. Because
call that a mana thermos, because that's funny.
I saw a statement from Matthew in the chat. You could go with the actual divine implementation of divination, whereas you ask a god or some other force for the answer. That is a super valid way of doing it.
Yes.
It's not what Utopia does, but I would argue that is a great option. Yeah, there's a few reasons, but that is a good answer.
But it is an option. Building. That's also where I was when it comes to divination. Like in my setting, divination does exist. It is esoteric, and you have to be able to interpret it. If you miss it, tough shit. But it does technically exist, and it is heavily limited, primarily so I have an ability to where my characters aren't like, oh, just divination and solve the mystery entirely. Yeah.
I think that Utopia's approach is more, what's it called? What's that Library of Alexandria? No, is it Library of Alexandria? Thank you.
Babel.
Basically, there's an infinite amount of text in divination, right? There's an infinite number of books with an infinite number of words in each one. Not in each one, but an infinite number of permutations of results that you could receive. Like Ashton said, you just have to decipher it, right? You have to assume that you asked the right question. Because if you ask it poorly and you get an answer, it's not the answer you intended if you did not do your research on it or if you don't feel confident. The future is fuzzy in the Mirror Myth for a very extensive and convoluted reason, indeed. And we definitely don't need to get into that. If I do, Rain will kill me.
Which is why I will get into it. The reason is because we're going on to the next question.
Yeah.
Very good dodge.
Which is industry and production. Who wants to talk about industry and production?
I would love to get a little bit nitty-gritty about that. So one of the things that we talked about is the difference between technology and magic, right? So no matter how quote-unquote magical or arcane or supernatural it is, the moment it becomes adopted and regularized into infrastructure, it becomes technology. Whether it's arcane or not does not matter. It's still technology, right? I don't care if it's a firearm that uses gunpowder and a mechanical hammer, or if it's a magical stick.
It can be used to make someone's life easier. It is technology.
Yeah, or if it's a stick that casts fireball, or casts throw metal really fast. Both of those are forms of technology.
Yeah.
However, in most instances that I've seen, where magic is internalized in some way, it seems like the most traditional form of magic is less good at becoming infrastructure, right? It's more focused on the individual. Like for instance, spellcasting. If we take spellcasting into consideration, spellcasting is not good for infrastructure. It's terrible for infrastructure because you require a person to do that. Going back to oppression, I mean, you could enslave a mass, quantity of people, but all those people know magic. So they might just murder you. You know what I mean? It's really hard to control a mass populace of people that specifically know how to cast spells. You know what I mean? Because that is your target demographic in this case. So when it comes to infrastructure, assumingly, unless you have a way like rune carving, I've heard people mention rune carving a few times now. Unless you have a sustainable way to make an object into an artifact, like in the conversation of artifacts versus relics, unless you have a way to make a magical item do the same thing multiple times over and over and over again, it's going to be really difficult to produce autonomy, which is kind of a prerequisite for infrastructure, in my opinion. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rix or Ashton.
Autonomy is not a prerequisite for infrastructure. Autonomy is sort of a prerequisite for advanced factories.
That's fair.
Also,
yes, that it is difficult to do.
Not really a correction, but more a thing that came to mind when you said that. When it comes to like, what labor collars are, like blue collar, white collar, etc.
Yes.
Would magic users be a new form of collar, or would it just be in a like some sort of alternate form of collar, where like you still have blue and white collar, but you have blue collar, white collar, blue magic, white magic?
It depends on the setting.
Okay.
Again, it depends on what magic does for you there. As an arbitrary example, and this was a huge conversation from a bunch of people, which is magical infrastructure. one conversation that came up was construction. What does construction look like in a magical setting? Are all of your construction workers going to know how to cast magic? That takes a lot of education. Eventually, they're just going to move on, potentially. So that's problematic. Or are you just going to build a tool that anyone can use that does the same thing as a spellcaster?
That's actually
I
a
think
really
it
good
depends.
Like
question.
the easier answer.
I think
Wait,
it depends on the problem, because you have, it's kind of the similar differences between like a plumber solving problems and a mechanical engineer, or a civil engineer. Like, they are on the rough region of what their knowledge base is. Some of them have a deeper knowledge base for a particular thing. So at the very least for construction, you'd have people who have some spells, but most of them wouldn't. And only a few people who are very highly educated is the equivalent of a of like the major contractors. While
Or
otherwise
like a
you have
foreman.
subcontractors. Yeah, exactly.
well,
So I think
assuming
you would have some form of that, but it wouldn't be the entire team having all of it.
let me throw a really specific example down. You are building a skyscraper and you need to move an I-beam. If you don't know what an I-beam is, it's a really, really long piece of very, very thick steel. It's several tons, right? Now, assume that you could either get a crane, right, which is the device that we would use to lift that object. The reason that we use a crane is because there is no single person in the universe who could lift that I-beam. However, this is a world where somebody
Okay.
could. So would they? Would there be people who are specifically delegated to lift I-beams or equivocally heavy objects, right? Would you need a car lift if there are people who can just lift it up with their mind, given they are extremely trained and endurant? But a crane is really expensive. Like, that's really expensive technology.
I think comparatively, you wouldn't have either. Maybe in smaller projects you would, because telekinesis would be able to allow that, at the very least on a small scale, and be economical about it. But I think in terms of a skyscraper size of I-beam, you would probably have some form of technology utilizing that same magic that isn't as expensive as a crane, because a crane is only using like materials, while a magical crane would be using a combination of the two to make it basically as efficient as possible for what you're putting in.
Well,
Now,
not necessarily.
This is actually really interesting. And if you use, like I said, we're going to use this as an example. So if we use Utopia mechanics, Rix probably already sees the disparity here. Because if you're using telekinetic force, you need like an X of like, let's say 1,000, right? It's not unheard of for a caster. Ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. There are, mid-level casters who could do it if that's all they ever did, right? There's no technology that does that. It is so expensive to make continuous technology that capable. Rix, what rarity would that be?
If you are, so this is a complicated question. The simple answer is you're not making an item out of it. You are making a massive like structure out of it. Yeah. And this is what I was going to say.
Well, I would call a crane a structure rather than an item, but yeah.
Yes.
It's a vehicle.
And in the case of a structure, it is something that you make once and then it exists forever, which makes it a little cheaper in the grand scheme of things. If it takes you the equivalent, the real world equivalent of $40,000 to make a crane, is that cheaper than just hiring someone and paying them a salary?
Yeah.
Odds are
that raises the question on if they're able to do it, because I think after a certain, like, yes, you're going to have people who can use magic to that extent, but I think you will eventually run into a situation where no caster has any hope of lifting an entire goddamn Mount Everest.
No, realistically not. At that point, you need to use some crazy, complicated series of things. But also at that point, why are you doing that? So, that's production to sort of the massive scale. And that's when we're saying, if it's not possible for magic to do, it's not possible for technology to do. But in the range of things where it is possible for technology to do, and it is possible potentially for magic to do, what's your answer? In the case of a crane, I would say you would probably not hire a person to do it. You would make an actual device to do it, and you would staff that device with relatively skilled people who can work on it. And you'll get a lot more dexterity out of it. You will get a substantial amount of money saved out of it. The only downside is that at the end of it, you're going to need to dismantle this and take it apart and then use it somewhere else.
And that's kind of the thing. I mean, truthfully, I think the answer is that both of them are applicable for different reasons. But like the amount of agility and versatility that comes from hiring one person to do it is kind of ridiculous, right? Like how long does it take to set up a crane? What do you have to do to set up a crane? A lot.
So this is why it becomes relevant to you, Ori. As someone who has interacted with construction in a pretty substantial amount, I can tell you, building a skyscraper for the average, construction company is going to take multiple years.
Yes.
So your question is, if I can make a crane that does one person's job, does it cost less than hiring one person for 2 years?
Well, that's the question of,
that's fair.
Would it take only one person is my question. That's basically my entire point is.
Theoretically, that's the point here, is you're hiring someone who is hyper competent. And that's why it becomes a little complicated at different scales. For a skyscraper, that's one thing. If you are building a very small building that is, it's 1 floor tall and you want to get it done in 2 months, you're not going to build a crane to do that. You might rent out a portable crane, but you're gonna hire someone. It's easier. So there's scales to these things, and again, there's maybe a negotiation. So it's a very complex question, and I think that the answer is you're going to have a mix of the physical infrastructure of vehicles. Yes.
Most of our discussion has become how scalable is this option?
Yeah, and I mean, the other problem here that's not being considered as well is that in this magical world, especially if we're using Utopia as a basis, there are just creatures who could lift up an I-beam, like at the end of the day. Like, you don't need magic. Yeah. There are creatures who are just simply strong enough. I don't think, truthfully, I don't think you would have a crane or a mage. I think you would just have a dude that could lift them, and he would be on your construction team.
What are the giants that supposedly
Goliaths?
Built? No, I'm talking like there were, I guess, technically multiple cultures where it was giants have built, like basically the mountains. You also have like the case in Isengard where the wall itself was built by giants and stuff. So I guess
like
in that regard,
I don't want to lose what Ori said a second ago, which is you would just have a guy strong enough to pick those things up. I'll be honest, I don't think so.
Really?
Because what level do you need to be able to lift something like that?
I don't think you need to be level. I think you need to be a sentinel sexling.
Yes, but okay. For context for people on YouTube, there is a hypothetical race that is 5 times stronger than humans. That's our sentinel
for carrying things.
Specifically for lifting stuff.
Yeah. So they're not like brr strong, punch you strong. They're pick things up strong, specifically, which is a really good form of hireable specialization.
And if you're able to lift an I-beam, you're probably also just, I'm strong too, but
probably.
So let's say you have a hypothetical I-beam that is 1,000 kilograms, arbitrary number.
Yeah.
If you are this hypothetical race that is 5 times stronger than a person, it's really like lifting 200 kilograms.
Yes.
Which is still like an Olympic level feat.
Yeah. I mean, so, in the world of Utopia, I think that's like a level 20 to 30 feet, realistically. If you're specialized. Hyper specialized, level 20 to 30, I would say. Which is adept.
Or you give someone a vehicle that has 500 mages on it and say good luck.
That is also fair. No, that's a good point. I mean, I see the reason in both. I think that there's a threshold of longevity, but there's a lot of time, like when you were talking about like building a normal house, this is what actually made me think of this in the first place. You probably just wouldn't use magic. Like at the end of the day, it's still just simpler to have dudes pick things up. Like, there's no reason to hire a mage. Like, at the end of the day, I think magic becomes an optional replacement for brute force. So, like, if you are a construction worker, you can just be an educated mage who went into construction, who doesn't lift things physically. Like, that's your personal approach to it, right? You are as strong as somebody. If you could telekinetically move up to 50 kilograms of matter, then you are as strong as somebody who could lift 50 kilograms of matter with their bare hands, given you can do it at range, right? It's just a function of versatility at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Many
like
hands might
having
light the
big
work.
and long arms.
It's many hands might light the work. It doesn't matter what hands those are.
Yeah. And that's kind of the interesting thing, is that it just kind of comes back to, no, we'd probably still just build a machine to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I do think there would be machines built to do it for the cases where it is generally just more complicated or more expensive in some form or another to coordinate multiple people doing something.
Yeah, like London mentioned, like you might use like a Magi Matter pulley, right? Like, so you summon a pulley into existence. Maybe you use magic to craft things, but it becomes another one of those, right? It just becomes integrated into the same set of habits that we would have had anyways, right? It's what we would do normally, but with more pizzazz. There's some magic mixed in, you know what I mean? Like, to craft the thing, maybe we use magic, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're still using a giant rig to lift things up rather than doing it ourselves, because it's just simpler to do it that way at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's no multiplicative effect that doesn't have extreme cost, at least, again, using Utopia standards. There are multiplicative effects, but they have like permanent costs on you. And I don't mean like life force. Like, it gets worse than life force. Like, your maximum threshold of life force is decreased once you get into multiplicative costs. Even gods fear the costs that multiplicative effects take, at least in Utopia.
And that's not for a world building reason for the most part. That is, I would argue, primarily a balancing reason, because Utopia is a game to be played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To increase subtraits? Oh, I understand. Okay, no. Increasing subtraits is fair. Increasing your own subtraits is a magical effect as well. That is really important. I think that alteration mages are ultimately gonna be probably the strongest side of the mages workforce. Like, it seems like an educated blue-collar trade. Like engineering or being an electrician, being a plumber, right? Like, an alteration mage probably falls under a similar guise as that, where it's so important to generalize construction and contracting when it comes to supply and industry, but it's also extremely educated. So they make a trade school for it, right? It's not like, oh, you're a doctor. It's like there is a school specifically to be an electrician, and you don't need to go to college. You need to go to an employee's trade school. They'll teach you on the job how to do it. That's how I see alteration.
That also means that there's alteration guilds, like,
assuming, yes.
labor unions.
Ori, I do have another answer to actually a question that I just realized it from earlier, which is, okay, you need to take an I-beam up to the top of a building. How do you do that? I feel like the mage's answer isn't that I use telekinesis to bring an I-beam to the top of a building. I feel like the mage's answer is I take something really light to the top of a building and then I turn it into an I-beam. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You know, actually, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they could probably like 3D print the skyscraper, honestly.
Hell, you could literally like turn the heavy I-beam into something smaller, carry it up, put it into position, and then change it.
I will say issue with that. Permanence does require DHP, which means somebody's losing life force. It doesn't need to be permanent.
So you're feeding them energy drinks. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And by energy drinks, you mean medical equipment.
Yeah, I mean morphine. That's what I'm referring to when I say energy drinks.
That's why I think if you build the I-beam first, turn it into something for a temporary length, and then put it into place, and then turn it back, you don't need the permanence.
That becomes very expensive in Utopia, at least.
Yeah, and also you can't change the mass of something in Utopia.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can, to a small extent, in the way that breaks physics, right? So, like you can make something physically smaller. I guess you can't change mass. You can change size, right? So you can make it smaller, but it just becomes denser. Yeah. So it doesn't become lighter in that sense. You can make it slightly less bulky and maybe more specific to your proportions, but you're still holding what?
If I take the entire planet and condense it down to maybe the size of a dime, it would be a black hole the size of a dime.
Indeed, and it is not physically possible in Utopia. And that's by design, unsurprisingly. When you alter something's size, you can only go down a size category if you're specialized.
Yeah.
So you can't compact anything beyond a critical mass. There is one exception to that. There's one exception to that I don't want to get into.
Terrifying.
And it's if something is colossal, there's no maximum to it. So if something's critical mass happened to be still super massive, in Utopia, you could make a black hole out of it.
So the sun.
I
you
think
take
the
something
sun is
as big as
actually
the
too
sun.
big still. I think I mean too small still.
No, because you could collapse it down to the size below colossal. You could collapse it down to massive.
I don't think that's the sun's critical mass. I think that's
how big is massive?
Not big.
Massive is, I think it has to be over a kilometer.
I'm so sorry, everyone
No, it's
who has
more
to
than
deal
that.
with this. Colossal is this is bad news for you, Ori.
Over
Colossal
200.
is too large to fit in a 200-meter cube.
200
So
meter?
anything meter.
I thought it was kilometer.
No.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, the sun works.
Yeah, no, the sun would work.
Sorry for everyone who is dealing with the Utopia lingo here. Again, it's a fun exercise to push the limits of your own world.
It wouldn't change if you turned the sun into a black hole. It would not change the orbit of anything. It would only change the sun being visible in the sky and sustaining life on the planet.
Which
and
is a big
it being
deal.
dark and not transferring heat anymore and so on and so on.
Yep.
It's fine. Don't
A
worry
lot
about
of
it.
issues with that.
Does alteration conserve mass? Yes, it does. There's one more thing I want to bring up, and it's something that's not described in Utopia, but I think is a thematic premise that is very important, right? In Utopia, when you're playing the game, and when you cast something that is permanent, you just, like you said, you just take some morphine, call it a day, right? But in reality, because Utopia does not check for aging, for decomposition, for things like that, I think that consistent casting like that is an extreme taxation on your body, right? Like
Absolutely,
you're lowering your
yeah.
lifespan by doing that. Not literally, but kind of like, it's like being hard on your knees, you know what I mean? Being hard on your back, jumping off of roofs because it's fun when you're young will have repercussions when you're old. So casting permanent spells all the time will have significant repercussions on you as you mature as a mythical creature even.
So you'd be like you would be like 200, look 800.
Exactly.
And yeah.
Have a lot of back pain.
Yeah.
Or say drinking
you
3
don't
energy
already.
drinks a day. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see any potential issues with that personally.
So let's
Ori.
look at the rest of industry and production, of which there is a lot still, because
Oh,
industry
is
and
there?
production is such a so much. We haven't talked about supply chains.
Oh, that's true. I want to say I think Chillspree mentioned sports. There's an entire section for recreation, which I'm so excited to get into. So I do want to talk about sports, but first we have to talk about supply chains.
And supply chains are so important, Ori. You're looking forward to talking about supply chains.
I'm looking forward to talking about supply chains. I learned just now.
Yeah.
Rix, why are you sounding like the narrator from Slay the Princess?
I don't sound like the narrator from Slay the Princess. So, supply chains. What's a supply chain? The relevant information for a supply chain is there's a few major steps. The first major step is procurement of your basic supply. Let's use steel as an example again. So procurement of steel is you mine down, you retrieve steel, not steel, you retrieve iron.
Mhm.
You retrieve it back to land. Then there is transport of from your procurement location to your processing location. The processing location is some sort of factory wherein they will refine it in some amount and actually turn it into steel by adding carbon and managing that somewhat closely. From your refinement location, you are going to deliver it to a production location, which is where you turn it from generic steel into something useful, like a legitimate product, whatever that is. This is a fantasy example, so we're going to call it swords. You make swords. And then finally, you're going to transport that to your market, and then from your market, it goes to the consumer. That's 5 steps here. And every single step of this supply chain gets so much more complicated with magic.
Oh, absolutely.
So
I think the first question is transportation, right? There's a lot of transportation. There's a lot of moving one thing from one place to another. This is this is a place where I think Utopia is going to break away from traditional, because I think that teleportation is a very, in my opinion, disrespected capability.
Yeah.
I think that it's very easy in a lot of Magic systems, and it should not be. Locomotion is such a valuable asset. No, okay, that's not to say that it shouldn't be. That is to say that it is kind of one of those things that I think a lot of, when it comes to storytelling, is kind of a blockade.
It's taken for granted.
Yeah, well, it's a nuisance to storytelling, right? It's annoying to have to contend with the fact that your people need to go 100 miles that way, and that's going to take like 3 weeks, which in your specific conflict is enough time for the world to end, right? That it's just annoying.
It'll write you into a corner. There's a reason that one does not simply teleport into Mordor. You gotta walk.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Wait a minute.
assuming that you respect locomotion, I presume that we're going to be using fundamentally the same methods, right? We're going to use minecarts. Teleportation is not worth it. If you're using Utopia mechanics, teleportation is extremely not worth it. It's up there with the multiplicative magics where you're basically permacapping somebody for the rest of their life to move something one time. It's not worth it. It's not sustainable. There's no way to make it happen consistently. So you build a car, you build a minecart, you build a train. You know what I mean? How do you produce the mineral in the first place when it comes to mining and stuff like that? Divination matters again, right? If you can divine, if you can come up with a formula to figure out where iron is, now you have a person, right? I mean, you could probably build an object that does the same thing, but assumingly you can have these diviners that are really good at finding, you know,
they're
raw
surveyors
iron specific.
at that point.
Yeah, so your surveyors are probably diviners because it's probably the fastest way to do that. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a piece of technology that anybody could use where you go, click, pure iron's that way. You know what I mean? But there's also a level of...
Ori, there's no pure iron. All iron ore is oxidized.
Well, you get my point, right? As long as you can specify what it is, you know,
80% or better.
Yeah, there you go. As long as you can specify exactly what you're looking for, chances are a person is going to have better intuition, right? Because a divination spell will tell you that direction. But a person who's done this for 20 years will be able to say, the closest one is in this direction. However, it's probably a tiny little pocket that's not worth breaking out the drill. You know what I mean? You know, he'll go around and triangulate what you're looking for. You know what I mean? The miners themselves would likely be geomancers. Geomancers would make sense. Diviners might make sense if you're looking for surveyors and things like that. I do think that you have newfound ways for a person to do their job. I think that
I also think airships would be a lot, like, not to go all not steampunk. I guess steampunk would be the best option there. But like, not only would you have trains for land travel, but airships would be comparatively a lot easier because of magic being able to be used in a lot of those like engines and stuff.
Yeah. Again, I think magic is just going to be softly integrated into everything that we do. The moment something turns en masse, the answer is pretty much what we're doing now, but with magic.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
we're going to use a mine.
We have airplanes.
It'll just be a magical mine.
Yeah, like we have airplanes nowadays, but I think it would be basically a little bit better. But you would also have for smaller, like you have blimps and hot air balloons, but most of those are novelty because it's such a hassle having to deal with wind. When you're dealing with magic, that becomes a lot more viable because you're not completely at on the mercy of the winds in the same way that you are with sailing. So you in the same way that you have how boats became better because of engines and being able to steer in the water, and not just being at the mercy of the wind. Airships would be under the same principle, which means they'd be a lot more viable than they are in real life.
Yes. I think that at the end of the day, a minecart's going to be a minecart. It's just cheaper and easier to use, you know, the resources necessary.
Small scale would be easier.
To build a cart that does the thing you need it to do. Can you spend exponentially more resource to make something slightly better? Yes, absolutely you could. Is it worth it? No. Especially not for a corporation
diminishing returns.
Who's producing something en masse, right? You want to use the lowest amount of resource for the most optimal solution. So using the 5 steps of a supply chain, you need to produce the resource, the mineral, whatever. So chances are there's surveyors, there's people who are accredited and specifically capable of doing this type of thing. You're taking that to a processing facility. processing probably looks different, but ultimately is going to be the same gist, right? Like where you get the carbon from might be different. Maybe you use transmutation, but transmutation isn't that sustainable. So you probably need someone who's finding, resources of burning wood, producing carbon in some fashion to make this sustainable, because people casting spells, casting transmutation is not sustainable in this world. So
I was going to say the sourcing would be very similar, but I think the actual locations, like the processing plant itself, would look vastly different.
I think
it was like the steps would be the same. The methods would be different.
Where the materials come from that turn into the final result is ultimately going to be the same, because you can't put people into it, right? Like magic is not going to produce more for you. Oddly enough, it's actually really bad for supply. You know what I mean? It is not cost effective to make permanent resource. However, if you need something temporarily, such as heat, then people are great for that, right? Because they can just do that temporarily and then breathe a lot. And then they get their energy back. You know what I mean? It's a taxing job, but that's fine, right? You don't need a furnace. You can use people. Given it might just be cheaper to use a furnace, but
yeah, you'd also have the case of, in that regard of and then breathing a lot. Like you have ways of restoration in other people. So you have like medics on standby. Essentially, especially with every party having a medic, so to speak. You result in, even if you are having spellcasters do that, then you have someone on standby able to utilize their own ability to help keep them from killing themselves, which means you are basically doubling your efficiency of recovering that stamina.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, though, it's going to wrap back around. When you become en masse, there's no reason to use people as furnaces. Small companies probably do. A small blacksmith, might use thaumaturgy or pyromancy to heat their metal. When it's en masse, there's no reason to pay people a salary when you could build a machine one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's a magical machine, it can be a magical furnace, but there's no reason to keep people there. Transportation, I think, again, is all the same. When you're transporting it to the supplier or to the merchant, the vendor would have you. Same
fabrication.
Same methods of locomotion. You know what I mean?
I think for the most part, airplanes. I was gonna say trains, airplanes, and airships for if you don't need to worry about speed.
I will say the third dimension is probably used more often in a magical society, like you said.
100%, especially with flyers.
Yeah,
especially with flying people.
I would argue otherwise, and in the real world, if you are transporting large amounts of a substance, you are transporting it via water.
Yeah, large substances, sure, but like if you have a city or some sort of civilization that has a dramatic difference in elevation from things that are relatively close together on the map, you are going to have some people who can fly probably be in the mailing service of things that someone can carry on their person and still fly. So like if I want to send a letter to my friend who is like a kilometer above me in elevation, I'm not going to have someone walk all the way up the mountain and all the way back.
Yeah, flyers are useful for that sort of small range.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's all I was saying is just when it comes to flyers, that would be the small scale. For large scale, you're still going to be using trains and boats.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, right, when it comes to mass supply chains, you don't need to be fast because you can plan a year in advance. You know what I mean? So
I think the one exception would be perishables, but even then, that if the real world can think of ways around perishables, their world can too.
That is a really interesting insert into supply is commodification, right? So when it comes to en masse infrastructure, the answer is probably going to be pretty similar regardless of how much magic you have applicable to you. However, the commodification of things, how long a perishable can be kept to good, how long your food can be preserved is a lot different now, right? Because you have magic. Like, yes, it is not sustainable. It doesn't need to be sustainable. That's what makes it a commodity, right? Because somebody sat down and bled on this thing to make sure that you could eat it, which is a weird way to say that. But you get
that is such a grim way of saying there are starving children in Africa, eat your dinner.
There are starving children in Africa bleeding on your perishable.
Somebody bled on your beef so you could eat this. Please eat it.
I hope
the
someone
cow
bled on it.
bled.
It was my beef. Yeah.
Straight into no context with that. Yeah, no kidding. How is the energy situation handled? Does creating mass with I presume that's gravitational potential energy cost more than one without?
No.
No. But I think we have gravity batteries. That's called a dam and a reservoir.
Yes.
But
also,
when it comes to like
potential energy is made up.
Technically, yes. But, it's more the energy it takes to slow it down. Never mind.
It's not made
when
up.
it comes to,
I mean, it is
when it comes to thermodynamics in that sense. If you are literally for your heat, if you are pulling from the elemental plane of fire, then that is not free heat because technically speaking, you're still pulling it from somewhere. But in terms of just your plane, it is free heat. So energy would be easier to come by, but there is going to be a ceiling of efficiency, and as technology progresses, in the same way that we have developed and refined like nuclear power, you have cases where that's still going to have to go through the same hoops in order to make it better and better.
Yeah.
So,
in 5e,
so it's both easier and not easier at all.
In 5e, there's a way to preserve a full body for 10 days in the same state with one spell, but there's nothing for preserving food. Well, it sounds like you can preserve food for 10 days.
Well,
no,
it's a body.
I don't like 5e magic. I'm really not a fan of 5e magic.
Yeah,
everybody in the community
frankly,
is extremely surprised. Everybody gasped.
To be perfectly fair, they are trying to pull from so many different fantasy settings into one world. I understand why that can be difficult, in fact, impossible. They do handle it okay to where it's balanced enough for a table to work with. But
Yeah.
I can understand your gripes with the fact that, like, yeah, if it doesn't work, if it works with one thing but doesn't work with another thing, that's just poor building. That's because they were trying to take a ton of tropes and settings and condense it rather than building from the ground up.
Yes.
But that's to put it simply.
I think my problem with 5e magic is it pulls the magic out of magic, right? You just have a list of spells that you can cast, right? You might as well have made those martialist abilities because there's no specialization, there's no utility, right? Like you have access to more damage types. But
I was gonna say there is specialization, there is no versatility unless you can find a clever way to work within the limits of the spell, which are already tremendously limited.
Yes, I mean, don't get me wrong. You have more versatility than other classes because they just have less versatility than you. But it is not as versatile as Magic should be, in my opinion. Magic is designed to be, the omni tool, right? Like that's what makes Magic so cool. It's an expensive
jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, it is an extremely expensive form of omni tool. You can do anything at a very, very high upfront cost. Prestidigitation would like a word with you 3. Okay, to be fair, I feel like Magic could do a lot more than that. May I express a general dislike for spell slots? Yes, please. Rain, how do you feel about spell slots? Tell me your thoughts on spell slots.
For prestidigitation, doing a lot of things poorly is not good. I'll be so honest.
That's fair, yeah. I can clean and soil your pants with this one spell. Fear me. Speaking to London, I'm kind of going back a few steps here. I mean, you can just drop a kilo of mass 100 meters and create 1 kilojoule of energy. That's my issue, kind of. I agree. What we're skipping out on is the fact that you have to pull that mass from somewhere, and you are paying that cost, right? Like, you're paying at least a kilojoule of energy to summon that matter. So, yes, you're creating
it has to come from somewhere, and you have to use energy to make it go somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So even if you summon it, you're just paying that kilojoule of energy and storing it in the form of gravity battery, which is just how engineering works. Point blank. We're just using interplanar engineering now.
And again,
just use a dam at that point. Use a reservoir.
Yeah. I'm more for spell points rather than spell slots. No, 100%. a lot of people who are in the community are used to a stamina system, which is kind of in the same vein. Stamina is very replenishable, given. So basically, in between combats, you might as well consider all of your spell capability completely replenished by the time you finish a combat, right? Because you
I was
can
gonna say,
regenerate...
unless something happens immediately after, but even then, that's a rare circumstance.
Yeah, a moderate caster can replenish all of their stamina in 2 minutes of rest. And when I say rest, I don't even mean sleeping. I mean just doing nothing in particular. They'll regain all of their stamina in 2 to 3 minutes.
I've always considered it just meditation, which is probably why, like, comparatively, if you have a spellcaster that is very high in their mind score because of being a spellcaster, which is a cycle in of itself, that would also mean that they are more apt and adapted to that style of life, which means they're going to be better handled to that.
That's the same thing as using specific apps on your phone. Others created the spells, you just use them. I agree, and Utopia actually uses that fundamentally. But Utopia uses it like someone made Lego bricks, and you can build stuff with the Lego bricks. The reason I don't like D&D is it's like they're selling only the finalized product. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like
imagine you can buy Legos, but you can only buy them completed, right? And you can't disassemble them. You can't buy Lego sets.
I mean, they do make models that are like, you can't. Lego is able to be taken apart and put back together in a completely different way. With D&D, you're given a ship in a bottle, and all of the pieces are basically only set up to fit in that ship in the bottle.
Yes. Interesting way to make an infinite power source. Get an artificer to make a bunch of alchemical jugs tuned to water and then run those over a water wheel. In D&D, I believe that is possible because I believe you can summon an alchemical jug.
Yes.
In Utopia, that is not possible, or at least it wouldn't be infinite energy because the artificer has to expend energy to do that, and they will die if they don't stop and recuperate that energy. In a planar scope, it might be infinite because the water is coming from somewhere else. In an interplanar scope, it is not infinite because it's still coming from another plane.
Yeah, I think in that regard, just would it not be, in that sense, depending on the scale that you're going for, would it not be cheaper eventually for you to just create a rift that goes directly to the plane of water and have all of that water just rush in?
Yeah, generally. I mean, in Utopia, magic is not that simple. Like that's on par with teleportation. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, like, there is a certain threshold of that circumstance to where the scale that you need it at, it is easier to rift, which is hard in of itself. It is a cap, but it's the sort of thing of like, you're digging yourself into a pit. You have a high bar jump, and that jump is already pretty high. But as someone is digging the sand underneath you, at some point you're just going to jump because you have a better shot to jump than you are out of the hole than you are to make it all the way up to the bar.
Yeah.
I don't know if that analogy made sense, but I'm pretty sure I got there.
Yes, no, I think I understand where you're coming from. Given at least in Utopia, I don't think there is an elemental plane of water. But you could harvest a similar 100%. Effect. I don't think there is.
I think totally is. Yeah, 100%.
Well,
okay.
I think comparatively, based off of the 3 elements, there is an equivalent, or at the very least, something very close.
London,
I agree with you.
Move on to
entertainment and recreation?
I think we do. I think we need to move on to MHB first. London, I agree with your point. I think that there is a counterpoint, but I don't think that it's on topic enough for me to describe it right now. I think I'm going to get more nitty gritty than I already have, and I shouldn't have gotten this far. Brain's going to kill me. But with that, I think that it's about time for us to get to MHB. So, chat, this is Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be in the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, which is not 100% true, because normally for MHB, as of recently, we played marbles. So, we're going to watch a marble race, and I'm going to be gone for about 10 minutes, give or take, while I go grab a snack, go grab a drink, everything like that. I'll leave these wonderful people on call with us. We'll be on this screen or the marble screen for a little bit. And I will return with a new topic, the same topic, but new echelon of the topic in about 10 minutes. Or before you go away, tell me what's going on. So the most recent YouTube video, Hale, I know that discrimination against Hale. The most recent YouTube video is what we're talking about. The preface of Can you recap what's been discussed? Yeah, so we basically recapsulated the video that happened already that we were talking about, which is what would a world of magic actually look like, right? Like what would be the fundamental difference of a world of magic? And what constitutes the difference? What does supply look like? What does everything look like? This is based on the most recent video that was posted on YouTube. On the Ori Don't channel, which I'm currently streaming on both Twitch and the Ori Don't channel right now. We recapped on the video, which was when magic was discovered or found or invented, and we're working under the assumption that it's always been around. How common it is, we're assuming that anybody can learn magic, however, to what level depends on complexity, intellect, tutelage, so on and so on. How does it affect supply, healthcare, and oppression? We went briefly over all three of those subjects. However, we've only recently gone much deeper into supply with infrastructure, with how it affects, you know, modern trades and things like that. For healthcare and oppression, I think the answer is predominantly it doesn't change a whole lot. Oppression is extremely, like ridiculously dependent on what your magic is capable of, right? Part of the question is, how good is magic at canceling magic, right? The better it is at preventing magic, at suffocating somebody else, at controlling a populace, the more oppressive it's going to be, and the more that your oppressive capabilities are going to increase. Otherwise, it's kind of harder to oppress because everybody's becoming this, the bottom line is going up once everybody knows magic, right? So it becomes harder to oppress if magic is not providing the tools to combat the higher bottom line. After MHB, we're going to talk about recreation. Hopefully that was a pretty good catch up.
That's pretty good, yeah. I think you hit all the major points.
Cool. I use FreeTube because I got sick of going through downloading. Ooh, I've never even heard of FreeTube. That's interesting. Neat. All right, chat. I'm going to be gone.
I completely forgot Hale was boycotting.
Yes. I remembered. Because I presumed that I was going to hear something from Hale. Chat, marbles are going. I'll be gone for about 5 or 10 minutes, give or take. And when I come back, we'll continue the conversation.
Oh, lovely. We're watching me. I'm going to win.
Currently you are.
I'm going to. I always will.
The fuck does that mean? Sorry, I forgot I wasn't muted.
Are you okay, Ashton?
No, I'm reading the thing and I can't say anything because I don't know myself, and also Ori's even farther behind than I am, so...
Reading what thing?
Maddie's talking to me.
Ah, okay. Bit of an interesting wrinkle. Oppression becomes harder no matter what because those tools are able to be turned against. Yeah, oppression will always be harder.
It will also be a thing. The question is how hard would it be in certain circumstances? Like, for example, I would consider oppression generally harder to do nowadays than it was like 400 years ago.
Generally.
Well, even then, just objectively. That is...
Can you elaborate on that, Chillspring? I'm unsure what you mean by a system beyond regular magic. Like, what would constitute an additional system in this situation?
Question, Rix, how familiar are you with like rock climbing?
Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll tell you.
It's the effective equivalent of, it's less rabbit hole and more, I guess, spelunking is, I guess cave diving is the closest. I'm currently on a self-play that is deeper than Ori is, but I am talking with Maddie, who is farther down. I have no idea what's happening, but also like I can recognize that the cave itself is also harder to climb.
So what opinion are you looking for from me here?
Oh, it was more in the case of how familiar are you with rock climbing in terms of like gear and stuff.
Translation for people in chat who are interested in what Ashton is trying to say. Ashton is Bing chilling and looking at someone who is doing something objectively harder, and then looking back up at Ori, who is kind of just chilling out too. That's what's going on. For example, in my system, the older something is, the more energy it gets, so it becomes more powerful. Handmade quality items are much preferred over mass-produced ones. That is something which Utopia explores, and it is something that I find very interesting. I think the more systems that you are interacting with, the more fun your magic system is going to be, because you have more avenues to explore your creativity. Again, Utopia example. There's always going to be a Utopia example for everything. In Utopia, you have spellcasting, which is great. Then you've got crafting, which is also great. And then you have your talent system and your ability to enhance your own physical capabilities, which is another alternative system. And then beyond that, there's things like boons or other skill sets. This BP stuff? What? Quick summary. Today's Blood on the Clock Tower. Yeah, so today is Blood on the Clock Tower. For those of you who have never played it, Blood on the Clock Tower is a social deduction game. We typically run this by a person named Trank, who is currently not in chat. They're currently lurking. But it is a social deduction game in which a group of usually about 12 people is what we have, go around with a variety of roles, attempting to determine who the bad guy is and execute them dramatically. You'll notice that we've been doing this a really strange way by talking about lore of things that seemingly have nothing to do with Blood on the Clock Tower. So, it is what it is. However, sometimes these games take longer than others. Usually I don't participate, so I'm a bit unfamiliar. Ashton, could you elaborate on what demon you think is in play currently? So when Ashton says absolutely nothing, that means it's typically a Vortox game. What a Vortox game is when you are given misinformation instead of correct information. This is somewhat a powerful tool for both sides because everyone is getting bad information.
It's consistently bad, yeah.
Yeah, everyone sucks. On the other hand, it means that you can take that false information as objectively false.
Yeah. Sorry, I got pulled away for a second.
No, it's all right. So I was just explaining how we're playing Blood on the Clock Tower right now. Anyone who's interested in joining, there's Blood on the Clock Tower channels on our Discord, so go ahead and check that out.
Also, Rain is always the marionette.
Yep, Rain is the marionette.
Zero is always the savant.
Who is this? Ori Does? Who is that? I don't think I've ever met you before. Pleasure to meet you, Ori Does. Do you have any questions about this topic? You don't know what's happening. Okay. A little context for you, Birdsley. I understand why you might be a little confused. So we're currently on a small break after 2.5 hours of talking about fantasy world building. We're going to go back into fantasy world building, specifically what it is like in a grounded world when applying magical situations, whether that's spell casting, artifacts, or just massive magical creatures that exist in the background. So we're taking a brief break from that, but that'll be resuming in some amount of time.
I might have to dip out eventually.
Thank you for saying that, London. I appreciate the compliment.
Which
Sorry for the long wait.
Hey, Ori. Good to see you.
Congratulations, Dragon, on winning the marbles.
Fair warning to Ori. I might dip somewhere between now and the next hour.
How could you? Unbelievable. I'll do my best to try to forgive you.
Alrighty then. Recreation
Alrighty then.
time.
Recreation. We're already on a recreation. I'm actually really excited for this. This is something that I always find extremely interesting when it comes to magical worlds, right? When it comes to fictional worlds. What does entertainment look like? You know what I mean? What does a performer look like in a world where you can cast illusions, where you have sensory overrides? Do you have a leading topic to this, Rix?
Why don't we start with the forms of entertainment that exist?
Okay.
For a second, I thought of the joke of that's a leading question, not a leading topic.
We are in the super secret VC. Super duper secret.
Who's asking the question?
Hail. Unfortunately, we will say nothing.
We are not in a VC. We're sitting in a room together with our phones to our mouths.
Indeed.
Yeah, I got flown over.
Yeah,
Indeed.
of course.
When you say types of recreation, do you mean like in the real world or in a fictional world?
Like in a fictional world. So let's look at the real world. In the real world, there's a handful of means of entertainment. Basic ones are like written things, so that is books and manga and anything that you're engaging with by understanding writing, anything that requires some amount of literacy. We have live entertainment of, I would say, 2 genres, which is actually, well, there's 1,000 genres, but I'm just going to split it into music and everything other than music, because good luck finding everything else.
Yeah.
And then finally, I would say games, which can be video games, board games, any mix of other things, bar games, whatever, what have you.
I think
There's also I would say the oldest version of games is just LARPing, where it's basically kids playing pretend type.
Yes,
I would love to see what people LARP in this fictional world. What do you LARP as in Utopia? If you're a Utopian,
heroes.
What do you LARP as? I
think in the same way that you have like folk heroes and stuff like that, where it's like I can't think of a folk hero off the top of my head. Like I'm Thor, yada yada. I think in that regard, you would have, at least in the case of a small scale of children doing this, you would have folk heroes, especially of that region. To start off, and then people start creating their own personas, and that's where it starts building off.
Yeah. Someone mentioned that we have foam, plastic, and rubber toys, but the options for magical wands are quite a bit more restricted. I like the idea that you have like these wands that cast like baby fireballs, right? That do very little damage, predominantly are
or illusion of fire.
Yeah, they're illusionary fire that just feels slightly warm. You know what I mean? As a form of recreational toy.
So fantasy.
You'd also have You'd also have for like reenactments, like they use blanks for like revolutionary reenactors, where they still fire their guns, but they just throw out a ton of smoke. You don't even need the smoke; you just need the illusion of it looking like it's firing.
Yeah,
that way it's even less dangerous.
I'm actually really curious about one of the things that when you mentioned the options of what type of recreational mediums there are, my first thought is that live entertainment is going to be so much more popular because the empowerment has happened in the individual, and live performance is very individualistic, right? Like you can be one person, you could be a stand-up comic, you could be a musician, you could be whatever you want to be. And something like illusion is going to empower your capabilities very, very greatly, in whatever performance manner, let's say theater, right? So in theater, illusion's going to help a lot. However, I also think that like there are people who just have aether vision, right? Who just have true sight, who just can see through illusions. So as an illusionist, that's part of your act, right? You need to make sure that your performance looks
it's as
good
close to
a
real as
greater
possible.
Audience. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's as close to real as possible. Also, Ori, before the invention of most books, like most people weren't literate. Most of their entertainment was in bards, was in the stuff that they physically went to. So in that regard, in that regard, you have that individualization still there already.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I think we're losing Ashton a little bit, so I'm going to very quickly explain the historical context for people who are curious. What Ashton is referring to is the ancient Greek and Roman interpretation of a poet. What a poet was back then.
Sorry, I'm like commandeering an office right now.
What a poet back in the day was. Right, Ashton, am I describing essentially what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's the live performance directly in front of a comparatively small audience. I do think, like in a modern lens, with us having television and the internet already been not assumed but taken for granted, looking at the history of recreation would give and yield a lot better of a perspective than it would be looking at modern recreation and trying to think of the fantasy version of it. You got to start from the origin point of entertainment and work your way forward.
That makes sense. The rise of importance of entertainment coincides to an increase in food/nutritional quality, also coincides with the Enlightenment. That makes sense. I mean, on both of those metrics, I would assume that most of our fictional worlds are going to be on par with us, if not better. Right? So I presume that their need for entertainment will be rather high because most people are not worried about, dying right now. At least in the modernistic fictional societies, even if medieval coded.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the modernistic equivalent, sure, but in terms of like, if a culture has been stunted in its growth, then it wouldn't reach our level, even if it would be more advanced in other. Also, when it comes to the nutritional quality and stuff, and with the Enlightenment, that also yields the connection between the Enlightenment and the the utilization of coffee. So that, to my brain, goes to basically just recreational drugs to a portion, which with more magical and diverse verification in that, or variation in that regard, that trade's gonna be a lot more different, or at the very least, a lot more diverse.
I disagree.
And you'd also have on the fundamentals, it would be the same, but in terms of what you would be seeing would be different. And secondarily, you would also have more, probably more attention to, especially if my cousin who lives in the town next over is deeply in that circle, then I would be concerned for my family and their health in that sense. So I think societally, their attention would be a lot deeper and more direct, especially if those effects are a lot more obvious. Like drunkenness has always been seen as a vice, even if the idea of alcohol and other drugs haven't.
So my disagreement here is that I think in a magical society, there are other ways to get the exact same effect as drugs.
Without the same...
So why would you need to use some magical herb that has some very specific effect when you can have an illusion spell that does the same thing without having to ingest anything that could have an effect?
That's fair. I think
there's actually a really interesting dichotomy there, in my opinion, because as you become more aware, which means innately stronger, especially as a caster, the stronger you become, the less illusion works on you.
Well, you can choose to fail, but yes.
That is true. I mean, in a more thematic presence, I think that the more innately aware you are as a person, these illusions are noticeably flimsy once you know what's going on, right? They're gonna feel hollow.
Especially the more familiar you get. It's the equivalent of you need a stronger hit in order to feel something equivalent.
But I don't think illusions really go up in intensity. Like they have
they
really,
won't.
really harsh ceiling. I mean, I think you're right.
It's in intensity, no. In vividness, it would, in theory.
Yes, I think that illusions
it would have the
very
same
often,
diminishing return.
Yeah, they're very often going to be the first step, right? They're assumingly in a lot of cases, the reason for the use of recreational drugs is to escape something, whether it be a pain, whether it be a stressor, whether it be, a form of duress, whether it be, how monotonous your life is. You're looking for a method of escape, but the problem with these types of substances is that they have addictive qualities. Now, that's the other thing about illusion, is that it doesn't have, chemically addictive qualities. You can just do it and then walk away and be fine. You know what I mean? It was fun. It helped you escape the way that you wanted it to, hopefully, assuming that whoever did it was good at it. You know what I mean? There might be a little bit of disillusioning when it comes to if you have to cast it on yourself. You know what I mean? If you're the one creating your own illusion, all the mechanics behind it, it doesn't feel as vivid to you.
There would be an industry in people who can, and the more vivid your illusions and the longer lasting your illusions for people, the better business you get.
Yeah.
But
is there a
I
use
could
for
see you
What's that?
downloading a movie per se, in the sense that you
wouldn't download
grab
a
an
car.
item. Yeah, you wouldn't download a car. You grab an item, and it is essentially just a item that can repeatedly cast a spell that just shoots an illusion into your mind of some movie, which can be an entire experience, sensory experience.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
Yeah. You also have the case of, in the case of it having the illusions be like the safer option, quote unquote, because it doesn't have the same physiological negative effects that most drugs do. You'd also have more wariness in those effects because there's a version or a method that isn't as harmful, so people would be more understanding of the harms of the drug side. So because of that, I would think socially, we would be more attentive. People would be more attentive to the negative sides of drugs, and that healthcare would be impacted.
Yes, I think that, okay, so there's a few things in chat that popped up that I think are very, very wise here. Is getting magically stronger objectively better? Even getting muscled has upsides and downsides between maintenance, investment, and dangerous drugs. And somebody in Twitch chat said, I feel like method is important. Things you do alone, like drinking or reading, things you do in collaboration with others, going to the bar with buddies and partying, and things you do as an audience, such as music and comedy. I do think that one thing that separates what this quote-unquote fictional drug would be is the fact that the drugs that we consume, the reason that they are utilized is because there is nothing else that can do what they do, right? Like, we don't have illusion, so drugs are the next best thing. They allow us to see something that cannot be seen otherwise. Yes, I could watch a movie of someone having a psychedelic trip, I could watch some, pretty colors and everything like that, but it doesn't change my sensory experience in any sense, right? It doesn't give me that high that I'm looking for. It doesn't give me that metaphysical escape. You know what I mean? You can build that metaphysical escape magically, with illusion or what have you, but assumingly there is a substance that does that plus. Right? Assumingly substance is always going to be able to go that extra mile. Otherwise, it would never be worth it in the first place.
Yeah, I also think comparatively, that also means that even if you have a high resistance in being able to tell the illusion is fake in that regard, it gradually becoming more flimsy as you grow more familiar with it, does that mean that you can take a drug that is not as strong as a drug would be to mimic that experience, but it can still be a drug to impact you in such a way that it lessens your ability to tell that the illusion is flimsy? It's basically mixing drugs in that way.
No, I could definitely see that. I mean, I'd assume that would probably all even be in one product, for instance. Like
Yeah.
one of the things
Ashton, you want to get crossfaded with drugs and illusion magic.
That would effectively be the mechanic, yes.
Hell
That's
yeah.
wild.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool, actually.
Yeah. Like the strongest person in existence, if we're using, steroids as an example, the strongest person in existence, magical or otherwise, is going to be stronger with illicit substance. Like, that's always going to be the case. Do they need illicit substance to be the strongest? Maybe not. Maybe they have other ways of doing it. I think that the drug market is going to become less prominent, right? Because there's so many intermittent solutions. However, using an abusive form of substance is always going to be a higher step than not doing so, in my opinion. I mean, that's how I would see that, right? There's a reason it comes at the cost that it does, right? Like the hyper addiction. I don't think it's going to be as, global. I don't think it's going to be as common to have some kind of addictive substance. But I think
could be harder to get out of compared to. I think it would be prevalent, and it would be harder to get out of that than it would be in real life, which is already very difficult.
Yes, I mean, minus the fact that you have inhuman resolve scores. I'm just imagining people with illusion addiction.
For certain circumstances, remember, to the power curve, most people are on the lower end of the spectrum.
True. And yeah, I mean, like you said, I think that there's going to be, if you're addicted to it, there's so much less support, right? Like if you're like, they're addicted to this substance, most people are going to be like, what does that even mean? Like, what does that mean? Like if we talk about addiction, we're going to know what we're talking about because it's such a phenomenal topic. But
I would say the health impacts would be more unknown, but the colloquialness of, or the universally understood form of, hey, he's addicted, he should get help with that, isn't going to be nearly as prolific because it is so commonplace.
Yeah. You're like, they're addicted to this illicit substance. And you're like, well, my boyfriend just turned into a frog, so we have both equally odd situations that we're in, huh? No one has support for either of these things.
Yeah.
Oh, Fae drugs is actually really funny. The idea.
Oh, God.
Fae are probably an example of like illicit entertainment, I would assume.
I was gonna say Fae would dominate that in the same way dwarves would have with
Artifice.
Alcohol.
I don't believe that that's the point that Legend is trying to make with that comment. Only Faes.
Was that? Oh God, I didn't read that. I didn't read it. To be fair,
I will say to touch it lightly, not to hover on it for very long. But just to touch it lightly, I do think that there's a really weird interest with what the adult content market would be like in a fictional world, right? Because like you have, all of the standard stuff, like assuming
disguise.
Disguises, you have, emotional manipulators, so you can force yourself to feel affectionate, you know what I mean, through spellcasting and things like that.
That's going to make the legality of that tremendously complicated.
Oh, 100%. Especially because you're going to have a lot more societies that are interested in this. Mental privacy is not a given in a magical world, right? When you in a world with telepaths, your mind is not necessarily as private as you think it is. Hi, Cobbs.
Yeah. Also, thought police. You also have the case of, like, for example, if you look to like Japanese culture and how they handle like their idols, their stars. A lot of female stars can't have boyfriends, or at least can't publicly have boyfriends, because of how that industry is kind of feeding off of the obsession that their male fans have. You have civilizations similar to that, and as such, different civilizations with different priorities and different values are going to have wildly different takes on that circumstance.
Yeah. And I think that one thing that makes it, I don't know. It's weird because I feel like the baseline for what traditional relationship values and a need for sexual values, I feel like the baseline is going to be wildly different. But it's really hard for me to imagine how, if that makes sense, right? Like
I don't want to imagine how, frankly.
Let's imagine how.
I would hazard to guess that heterosexuality and monogamy are both going to be not nearly as common. Because I feel like that they are...
I think it depends. It depends on circumstance. It could flip, but I think socially it would be more common to just be as diverse as possible. So bisexuality, pansexuality, etc. And
generally,
people who aren't Yeah, and people who are not, for lack of a better word, the people who aren't against crossbreeding is the best term that I can think to use. It would be a lot freer in, at least when you look at the more free end of the spectrum of societies, that's going to be wildly better in that direction, just by comparison, because of how magic and variety has impacted the availability, to put it lightly.
Yeah, I think that like in the world of, you know, harkening back a little bit to forms of oppression, right, or forms of prejudice more specifically, the spectrum of diversity is so much wider that I think sexuality becomes such a smaller term. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes such a smaller premise in the world of prejudiciable things, right? You know, if you're talking about humans in a world with elves and dwarves and things like that, racism isn't about skin color, it's about species, right? It's about literal species now. It's speciesism rather than racism, because racism just doesn't serve a political purpose as much anymore. It can in isolated groups.
The closest thing you'd have would be with, like, say, amongst elves, you have solar versus lunar versus twilight within Utopia specifically. But then you comparatively, have, you know, that isn't nearly as bad as elves versus dwarves versus humans.
Yeah, and then within that, you have interspecial or interracial breeding as well, or offspring. You know, like back during the Elven times, you know, maybe X elf and Y elf shouldn't be together, right? Like that's just a culturalistic value that.
Hell, that's where Twilight elves came from.
Exactly. I mean, trying to stray away from sitting too hard on you.
I know. Just, but you get the point, was right? the example that came to mind.
Yeah. So having this type of dichotomy that is not okay, I think is going to build upon what the quote-unquote adult industry is going to be, right? Like when it comes to illicit drugs, when it comes to cartels, when it comes to fantasizing, when it comes to underground markets and things like that, it's not about what the best experience is, it's about what's not allowed specifically, right? Like what's not okay. That's what creates an underground market to me. When the question of whether or not your partners of the same genus gender becomes less important. Yes, indeed.
I did want to point out that I feel like monogamy might be more common in a setting like this, which is a weird thing to say.
Oh, interesting.
Because ignoring purely societal things, any desires that you want to fulfill that aren't related to specifically like an individual, those are all able to be solved magically or with other tools, depending, you know, on things. Whereas, you know, in a slightly different scenario, in the real world, if you want to explore those things, it's not that simple. You know, you don't have the tools at your disposal as easily. So if you are going to be engaging with someone in anything, odds are it is going to be monogamous, because you are choosing someone who cannot provide to you those things that can be simulated. You know,
I think I disagree with that. I think that it'll be more common that a relationship is a couple, but I don't think that the taboo nature of polyamory will be as present, right? It'll be less common, but
yes,
I don't think it'll
agree
be
with
as
that.
frowned upon, because it's not a strong method of control. Right? Like there's just better forms of control. And I would presume, this is under the assumption that, you know, monogamy was kind of a sensationalized political topic, you know, in you know, cultures going as far back as however long, you know what I mean? Back when marriage was being adopted as a concept, kind of a little bit later than that, right? So like you're in like, you know, the 400s, 200s BCE. I want to say, take it with a grain of salt. This is not fact.
It also depends on
where.
Like, for example, with marriage being adopted as a concept, that didn't necessarily mean monogamy was being adopted as a concept. There were there were tons of cultures across the globe that were having, where marriage exists, you still have a wife, you just don't have only one. Yes. Or you don't have to have only one.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel like our forms of prejudice are going to become small game in a fictional world where there's just more precedented forms of prejudice. You know what I mean? So I feel like a lot of these concepts will just become kind of vague. Another example is sexism. Sexism really just doesn't make a lot of sense in a fictional world.
In certain circumstances where there is more of a difference, for example, like if there are some fantasy worlds where like only women have a magical ability and all the men don't. In that regard, you will have that sexism divide in either direction, frankly. But in other worlds, it may not nearly be as domineering.
Yes, and that's also based on, like, you know, if you have the magical capability to, for instance, if you have a spell that can change your reproductive system, right? If you have the ability to transition on a physical level with utter accuracy, gender is not really a serious thing to prejudice, right? Like, it's as easy to prejudice as a apparel, right? You can wear it. You know what I mean? You can take it off and put it back on in whatever format you wish. You know what I mean? It is
at that point it become like prejudice against golf, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a very flimsy form of prejudice in comparison, right? It's not a true political prejudice. Which makes it really interesting in my opinion. Like again, in the world of recreation and culture and what consumerism looks like, I find this extremely interesting. Just the generic noble bloodlines with someone having the elf-like downside of more magic, less reproductive ability. I wonder about fertility. Like, what does fertility look like in a magical setting? Like, I can't imagine that it's that much of an issue, right? Like, I presume that birth control is a kind of pedantic subject, and so is fertility in a lot of cases. Maybe not.
I think it depends on the society, but I think it would follow a similar, like in the same way that like birth control has increased in use today, but is on its way to eventually reach an equilibrium in the same way that the population will reach an equilibrium. I think the faster you advance through that, the faster you will find said equilibrium, and eventually it will become irrelevant.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Staying in the world of recreation, but moving on to another topic in recreation, is one that people have brought up a few times, was sports. I actually haven't thought very much about sports, and this is one that's really hard for me to like conceptualize in my mind. So I'm curious, Rix, do you have anything in the world of sports?
Only the fact that I think magic might be outlawed in the world of sports, or there would be dedicated magical sports.
Yes,
the point of sports is a showcase of skill. Yes. The point of sports is a showcase of some sort of skill or capability or physical power, whatever it may be. There's a variety of things that it could be. And the magic is one example of a skill that you could learn that may have sport related to it, but I would not guarantee that that is always the case. You know, not every sport will have a magical component. There are other aspects. You know, we have sports for essentially every component of our being that can be tested. We have, you know, tests for who is the most prettiest, arguing that pageants are some kind of sport. We have tests for people who are the fastest, the strongest, the most endurance, the most intelligent, people who have the best memory. Every single thing that can be tested, there is a competition on which people will see and consider entertainment.
Yes.
Magic will have its own versions of that, but, you know, it's
I want to highlight less of sports in terms of like the Olympic sports or like football or what have you. I think more in the direction of, if you've ever seen those shorts from, I don't remember their username, but it was these videos about Formula One racing, where they're going into like these innovations and slight tweaks that these companies do to their cars to give an advantage, and a lot of them end up getting banned immediately after they're implemented for obvious reasons. But the idea is essentially you still have that agency that is there to be the arbiter, to be the like regulator for those advantages. I think magic will fall under similarly to that, where even if it is allowed at all, it would be heavily regulated on what is and isn't allowed.
Yes. I mean, that's the nature of sports, right? I mean, when it comes to the most professional level of a public sport that you could have, it's about min-maxing, right? There comes a point where you hit this upper threshold of human capability, which is one thing that makes sports really interesting to me, is that there's kind of not, right? There's not an upper limit of capability in a magical world, at least in depending on what type of magical world it is. Or there's a point where there's no point in asking, right? Like if you have a human and a minotaur in you know, an arm wrestling competition with each other, that's not a fair fight. You know what I mean? Like one of them is very obviously going to be more competitive in that sense, which might also be part of the fun, right? Being the human that beat the minotaur is cool. You know what I mean? I presume they'll have something like weight brackets. But it's about min-maxing, right? It's about finding the best technique, the best solutions, the best toolkit to make you good at the isolated thing that sport is trying to convey.
Yeah, I think it's to that point, to that end, it's basically entertainment and do you feel this is fair and measurable to where you have the gloating rights to be able to say you are the best at X thing. That's
Yes.
pretty much sports in a nutshell.
I do think that in most cases in a fictional setting, it's going to get a little bit more convoluted because, like, who is the strongest is. I feel like it's very scope dependent. You know what I mean? I feel like
Well,
you
you
don't
have multiple
like,
different, even in real life, you have multiple different sports for strength. You have the power
That's
lifters,
fair.
you have wrestlers, you have, it entirely depends on what you're measuring. And I
That's
think
a good
classes
point.
as well.
you just have,
Yeah.
you would have more, like MMA, mixed martial arts. There are multiple different martial arts. That's why it's all mixed.
I would love to see
and-
fictional martial arts, dude. Can you imagine? Oh my god, I would pay
With-
so much money to watch that.
There's the point. Within that just means that in a magical setting, you just have more variety within that because magic allows for so much more. So
That makes sense, yeah.
in that regard, things do change in the fact that there's more to consume, but things don't change in the fundamentals of how they are consumed.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, if you just, like, if you're in a big city, right? And that's one of the hard parts is localization, right? There's no Olympics in a lot of fictional settings because the world is not unified in that fashion, right? There's not really a
it's not-
global much
It
of
doesn't need to be
anything.
unified, it just needs to be connected.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're missing those connections, right? There's going to be these settlements and these cities that take up large swaths of land that will never communicate in that fashion. You know what I mean? But I think that even if you're in a localized area, you know, like a fantastical metropolis of some variety, I do think that at the end of the day, if you have a Coliseum and you're like, hey, these two people are gonna beat the shit out of each other with whatever means they have necessary, people are gonna pay to watch. I presume.
Yeah. If people will find it funny or entertaining to watch from the street, they'll watch anywhere.
What is sports washing? I don't think I know what sports washing is.
What I think Suna is talking about is the connection of sports to like nationalism and that sort of thing, and how countries
I
will
see.
use sports in that way to manipulate their people.
Honestly, that one's really interesting. There was oh goodness, I forgot what it was. There was a slogan for a continent, for a fictional content that I heard at one point that I really, really loved. That reminds me of this. This is an oversimplification and is removing a lot of the whimsy and magic that I enjoyed about the quote from it, because this is just inaccurate. But it was something along the lines of warriors earn love, right? Where it was turning this empathetic connection of being loved by your superiors or your guardians or whatever, and tying it to your output, right? I could definitely see, especially sports that are highly physical, might be, you know, commodified for militaristic value, or just for the sake of, like basically having a really powerful sports team in your territory is kind of the Rolex for a country. You know what I mean? Because you've surpassed the need to survive, and you've moved on to this point of luxury. You know what I mean? I feel like having a strong theatric, having a strong, you know, entertainment sector, having a strong sportsman's guild, it's just a show of power.
In that sense, I think there's also, like, with the Olympics, for example, on Usain Bolt, that was the first time a man from his country had won, I believe, a medal, and he happened to get gold and kept that record consistently.
Yeah.
To where it became a point of national pride. Can extend that likewise to both militaristic and also sports in a fantasy setting, to the point in the same way that, like, not to point in the time period that I want to sort of avoid, when Germany insisted in 44, I think, on hosting the Olympic, or I think it was already scheduled to be hosted in Germany, and it just so happened to be Nazi Germany. They as a society were collectively telling their people, we will win the most amount of medals because we're just the best. And that's also where a lot of American pride comes from, is being able to prove that statement of propaganda wrong.
We are the best. Or they're not the best, rather.
Aryan, it was the thought process.
Well, I just mean in general patriotism, right? Especially when you're talking about, like, sports washing. It's a method of saying that we are better than you in some fashion.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
which
nobody
can
stronger than
get
us.
toxic.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you've ever been to the United States of America, but I'll have to know.
Sports are very inclusive, very forgiving communities. Everyone enjoys
obviously.
sports.
Yes. I don't know, honestly. I struggled to see how exactly sports washing would work in a fictional setting.
I think it depends on the culture and the society.
It does, absolutely. I think that the lack of interconnection, depending on the fictional world, right? Like, if you're in urban fantasy, it is huge. Sports washing is insane, dude. Like, you have a borderline military at the top of the Olympics, you know what I mean? An Olympic medalist is the equivalent to a super soldier. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like sports washing is turned up to 11. But when you have, like, a medieval fantasy, you know what I mean? Sports are kind of like, they're not attached.
They're things you play locally, nationally at most, not internationally.
Yeah, I guess one of my questions, I'm going to look this up, actually, because I'm curious. Was there sports washing in ancient Greece? Because I feel like this is more alike.
That would be more
akin, yeah.
The answer is yes, Ori.
There was?
Like, very much so, yes.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yes, it was common in ancient Greece.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, their scope of the world... Yeah, their scope of the world would be smaller, but it's the same thing.
Yeah. Famous historical example involved the Athenian politician, I don't know how to pronounce that, Alcibiades, in 416
Thales,
BCE. What?
It's Thales.
Don't even worry about it. That did make it to my corrections, by the way. Oh! I forgot to say, this is so out there. That video is now in the top 100 hyped videos on all of YouTube. Which is fucking crazy. Which is
thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
Ori, you made a video about world building. Out of all of the genres that you have touched upon, world building is one of the strongest that you have.
Yeah, no, 100%. I am very, very excited for that. And I want to thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it, guys. Really crazy. Really cool.
I still find it funny that I found and caught that mispronunciation before you had even noticed that you said it.
I was so mad. I knew I didn't know how to pronounce it. I just thought I had it. Like, I just assumed that I had it. It was a weird thing.
If it's Greek, it has E's.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, in the video, I reference Thales, from My Lotus.
Yeah.
Which is I called him Thales. Which is the dude who discovered static electricity in ancient Greece by rubbing
He's the earliest written record we have, technically.
Yeah. That is a more accurate way to say that. And I called him Thales. And Ashton caught me like 5 minutes into the video being out, being like, it's Thales, by the way. And I'm like, dang it.
Trust me, the amount of times that I have been a part of a team or what have you, and they send out something, and I consume it myself to see what the audience would see, and go, yeah, I could have caught that if they had approached me.
Okay, I understand now. I think I was missing a really fundamental portion of sports washing that I was considering it only internationally, and I realized how insanely applicable it is just nationally.
Yes. I was gonna say, if you just turn down the scope, it's the same thing.
Yes, but honestly, I think it's even more potent if you turn down the scope. Maybe I'm crazy.
100%.
I'll explain my point here after talking about, yes, there's a story of a statue killing somebody and that statue being on trial. I think that's a real story.
Yes.
It's even funnier in a magical setting.
There are also cases where, like, it was tradition to, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was tradition to kill some sort of animal, but it was also a crime to kill that animal. So what happened would be the priest would kill it, drop the knife, run out of the building. Everyone would stroll up to the temple, go, "You killed this sacred animal. Let's charge the knife," and then convict the knife for murder.
That's so funny. Okay, one thing I have out of curiosity for sports, and this does kind of blend into, I mean, this topic doesn't, but we were talking about earlier. I would like to talk about religion at some point later today, because it was a really important topic that popped up in comments that we have not touched on yet. But one of the questions I have when it comes to sports, and sports washing especially, is the equivoc of sponsorships, right? Like, that's a huge part of the political infrastructure of a sport, right? At least in the capitalistic sense. You know, when you're watching an F1 racing, when you're watching, you know, football, you have these giant ad logos, you have Pepsi signs, you have freaking, what's it called? The oil companies. You have them plastered all over, right? They're a form of advertisement, but more importantly, they're a form of identification, right? So like, if you are a champion in whatever sport, the most important part is the popularity of it, right? By becoming the best at a sport, you become able to sport this political view, and it garners much more attention because you're good at your thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have,
it's like what is it, transitory expertise or something like that, where like, if someone's a doctor, if someone's a neurosurgeon, that means they must be smart in general, and therefore can be an expert on anything.
Yeah, so when they tell me that my gummies have the funny drug in it, then I should stop eating my gummies. I must believe them because they have a PhD in something, I'm sure.
I mean, I was going to say, if they are an expert, then yeah, sure.
But yeah, but like, they could also not be an expert in that field and make a claim. And it feels credible because they have a PhD in something. It doesn't matter what. The point is that they're credible in something. So it feels okay to follow in their footsteps. And I think that when it comes to sportsmanship, you know, there are so many different types of sports that I think that sports washing just becomes a lot more diverse and a lot more competitive.
You'd also have comparatively, like, especially the further back you go, not only would it be a smaller scale, like not international, but it would be intercity and stuff like that. You would have that sports washing, but it would also be sports and military would be blending a lot more, especially if you have more magic users in military and more, because often the people in those militaries that were upkeeping their bodies and stuff like that are more likely to also be sports people.
Yeah, I think it'd be really funny to have like the sports that get really wild, in my opinion, is like divining sports, right? Where like they give you they hide this object, you know what I mean, in some location.
Oh, like the psychic test that with the cards.
Yeah, well, or they hide like a physical object that you need to locate somehow, but they hide it behind like a bunch of guards, a bunch of shrouds, a bunch of like anti-mana,
you know, and
you have to divine where it is using magical divination, but there's a ton of blockades in the way.
Yeah, it's like the maze from Goblet of Fire, where you have to find the trophy itself.
Yeah, illusion versus divination. You have people who can falsify and stuff like that. But what that does kind of tend to, in my opinion, is that sports in this fictional world reaches, because sports is so competitive and it's so much about min-maxing, right? Like, probably the most capable individuals in existence in actual modern day are sportsmen, right? They're individuals who partake in sports in competition, because there's no better what? Oh, am I crazy?
Statement.
I feel like the strongest people in the world partake in a competition like deadlifting, like pulling the airplane.
The strongest people in the world at deadlifting partake in a competition at deadlifting.
Again, they would pick the sport that they're best at.
The strongest people in the world on average are working really, really hard jobs, just like nonstop. And those are the people who you should be scared of.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Although I do
because they're part of the actual infrastructure.
Even if you were to take like an isolated topic such as, let's say, deadlifting or powerlifting or what have you, in a world that does not have limits, this is probably your leaders in innovation in a lot of topics, right? Because they will never stop. They're competing against their neighbor on a regular basis, spending their entire lives training, building entire institutions around this one person becoming inhumanly good at just deadlifting, right? And although that doesn't necessarily prove a lot of practicality on its own, the amount of research potential and the amount of information that you can garner from something like that,
the spectacle and
it's really powerful, especially if you have a sport like divining, right? Like if you have a divination sport, then whoever's the best at divining is going to teach you a lot, right?
It's also going to make bank.
Oh my goodness, they have to make so much money, dude. They have to make so much money.
Because they are literally in competition, proving themselves the best at what they do. That it becomes means that they are the most valuable. It's literally like when it comes to like college draft. I can't think of the actual term for it. The people who look at college players for the best players for a professional, whoever wins that general competition will make bank because they are the highest value player to be put into the professional setting. So they're going to make bank.
Yeah. Sounds like speedrunning culture. Indeed. I agree. There was one that was also the USA and the USSR. Cold War is another huge example of sports washing. I think that it would be kind of imbalanced how often sports washing would happen and what it's pointed at. A utopian example that I could give is Xiet, is an extremely patriotic and militaristic society. I can imagine that their sports washing is very, very heavy, right? Like a lot of what they do as a cultural and what a lot of their activities, their culture is centered around is physical, right? They like doing physical stuff. They like, combat-based stuff. They like very physical types of sports. They have heavy militaries. Conscription is very common. And this is in an Arctic region, there are monasteries. So usually, their ranks of military include monasteries where you're required to take some kind of enhancement substance because it enforces their military, right? And I imagine that sports washing goes a long ways in that, right? Where you will become better as far as they're concerned, because you have these champions in Olympic sports or equivocally Olympic sports that have taken all of these amazing mutagenics that make them strong. You know what I mean? So they're probably shilling mutagenics through sports washing and propaganda.
Yeah.
I do have an interest. There was one thing I was really interested in. In a modern day, one thing that I think is very a grounded form of media is something like a book, or more specifically, a comic book, right? Comic books are a form of graphic media that we consume, obviously. What kind of media would a fictional world see, not just in how cool it is, but how sustainable in comparison to how cool it is, right? So like graphic novels are an example of something that we can use because we can print it on a page and it's a more visual medium than reading a book, and it's less expensive to produce, hypothetically, than a movie, right? It requires substantially less resources. It doesn't require a live set or anything like that. Is there an intermediate in recreational media consumption that this magical world activates on a sustainable level? Right? Like, is there an entire entertainment industry that is produced because magic exists?
One of the ones that came to mind was, those books that like you open it, pull a paper tab, and it moves something on the page's illustration?
Yes.
Imagine that, but you don't have to pull anything. You just do the like. Say you read aloud. It's like a children's book. You read the page, and when you have said the words on one page, the page next to it that has the illustration does a little animation.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's
I think there's might be a world where movies don't happen.
Yeah,
because I think
you'd
that you have like
more
dancing pages.
It would be more akin to having just slightly animated. Like with Slay the Princess, originally it didn't have any animation. It was just the still images, but like the slight animation just enhances it so much more.
Oh,
if you have that in a book, in a picture book, without needing to like move anything and do anything, like the parent doesn't have to pull a tab or anything. It's just using magic in a small, subtle way that is sustainable, that can enhance it even further.
Well, I think that one thing that illusion activates that is absolutely insane, like if you have just generic illusion of sobriety, is that your quote-unquote movies gain a third dimension. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can be in the center of the scene. You know what I mean? Like the cinematic capabilities.
Reenactors would be so much more...
yeah.
So you'd have reenactors have some sort of like say a crystal ball that's basically a 360 camera in the center of a scene moving along a said path, and you just have a ton of reenactors all recreating this like a battle scene, and you have a full documentary of that reenactment that could be replayed as an illusion from a first person view.
Yeah. This is so nitty gritty and so mechanical, but Rix, could you imagine an artifact that has like a 1 minute wind up time that uses armed and the ammunition is what gives you the spell? It's a 3D DVD player.
Yeah, I could see that. I was just gonna say, why do you
also
even
be cool for,
need
like,
these reenactors to do anything? Anyone can program an illusion to do anything. It's like animation.
Yeah.
One thing that's really interesting, too, is that the way that illusion works, at least in Utopia, this is going to be dependent on what setting you're in, but at least in Utopia, the thing that interests me is that illusion is based on what you can, quote-unquote, vividly imagine, which means it's not about how well you can connect your mind to your hands. It's how well you can connect your mind to a 3D space in front of you. Like how...
Yeah.
Not how realistic can things get, how unrealistic is it by nature? Like, what does that skill look like to produce? You know what I mean?
You know those planetariums where it's like like you're in a dark dome room and there's stars all over, all around you, and you can see you could literally do that if you have astronomy for their solar system studied well enough. You can do that and have an illusion where you could have people in a space museum literally walking in a potentially scale model of their solar system.
Yeah. No, I think it would be like can you imagine watching a movie, but like you said, it produces like a dome around you where these characters interact with you. I mean, not in any physicality, right? Except they also could, right? Like you could have a literal physical magi matter, enforce a feeling. Can Athanasius
and you could also
cast
have it
because they can't imagine images? Oh fuck, you're right.
Yeah, sucks to be them.
Images, no. So, but you could still do audio, I think.
They could if they were looking... Actually, I think almost illusion would be a rectification for that. Because if they were looking at it, they could reproduce it in illusion while looking at it. And rather than having, a banked memory, they could just replay it.
Yeah. You also have, in that circumstance, because it's like you could have an interactive medium, like, for example, if you have, how familiar are you with like Heist with Markiplier or In Space with Markiplier or what have you? He's done a ton of branching path videos that is just a choose your own adventure. You do that in an illusion where you're given you can do more choices, but you could start with 2 choices, and it just branches out from there while you're completely surrounded, not just watching a video, but surrounded in that 3-dimensional area. It would basically make that interactive medium so much more vivid.
Are we buffering
I was going to point out that books have something really cool going on with them. And immediately I went to the Utopia interpretation of it because there's technically a way to do it, but it is a very cool idea to have maybe not a book. It's almost like an iPad where there's a preset like list of characters that are on this book, and then you can divine the book to mimic another book somewhere else. So you can essentially turn one book, it's like an omni book. As long as you know the name and description of this other book, it can mimic it.
So it's
you
like,
have an entire
so
library.
You have a
Yes,
Kindle.
it's a Kindle.
Yeah.
But it's a Kindle that can be
book.
any book in the world.
But it's actually a book. That's so wild. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like the Kindle was a solution because you wanted a library in your pocket, right? Which Magic has a solution for. It's just not the Kindle. And like it's
just
kind of like equally impressive, but it's so novel in comparison that it's hilarious to me. Like
this is a really dumb pun for it, but it could be Litwick, as in literature wick, as in to wick up something.
That's so funny, actually. Another thing is that if we're using, you know, compact spells or autonomous spells that repeat the same thing each time, when it comes to media or literature, if you can pre-program something like that, this is probably more akin to a choose your own adventure or a game. You could have a movie that divines basic details about the viewer, right? And use that. So like, for instance, like you could have the viewer be the main character. Because
I was going to say, after a certain point, you have manipulation in that regard, because you were literally using, like, you can literally use someone's real in their world, real trauma. Against them. Yeah, no, you can do a ton of things. I mean, you can make. I mean,
you could just make a sentient book or something, or a sentient illusion artifact.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that it takes great minds. Okay, I assume it takes great minds and a very, very vast amount of knowledge and artistic capability to make something that works 100% of the time, right? Like, I presume that if you're just like, make this person the main character and then run this movie, right? Depending on the size of the character, they're gonna clip through the ground. It's gonna be immersion breaking, right? So it takes a very, very talented artist to make this work fundamentally, functionally, and consistently. Thanks so much for the follow. But when it works, the magical creative capability of media is ridiculous.
Nigh infinite.
Yeah. Demographics collections become so much easier. Demographics collection. Oh my goodness. Oh, there goes privacy, dude. If you have a diviner, if you have an instrument that when it produces media, it reads some number of characteristics about you to input into the media, assumingly the creator of that could just store that data.
Yep.
Goodbye privacy.
We do that in real life anyway.
Yeah, 100%. So we just fall back on modern day anyways.
Yeah. But it would also make census so much easier, because all you have to do is just use divination to be able to get the demographic populace of an entire nation. And
it wouldn't even need to be also make a media
It would
format.
also make it would also make voting fraud would be a different issue, but it could make voting prediction a lot easier.
Oh, that's so funny. Hale, you bring up such a funny point. If you had even a harmless one, right? Like if you had like a harmless illusionary book, you know, that played media back at you, but checked for who you are, if you're shrouded, it doesn't work.
Well, like also, if it's using illusions and you have true sight, you can't enjoy that type of media anyway.
Yeah, so I feel like things like Shrouded and Aether Vision are both like these super, super powerful concepts, but they're kind of militaristic in nature, right? Yeah. Because it's like wearing a bulletproof vest everywhere. There's not a reason to do it, but it is inconvenient, right? It's gonna be annoying to wear a 40-pound vest on you everywhere you go.
24/7,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not realistic to have these things on you, to keep them on you. They interfere with the generic recreations of life.
Yeah, so I think in that regard, it also means that an ability to turn it off would also be very valuable.
How would democracy work in a world like this? I presume that it would have to be like, okay.
It would be more complicated, I'm sure of that.
I presume that it would have to be, yes, it would be. I think it would have to be like a very, very careful system, such as a divining system that does not ask about specific people because of the ability to falsify, right? So it has to be like, you have to like take a rock, right? or let's say a slip of paper each person. And there just has to be
even
like
then, corruption itself will still seep in.
Yeah, there's just a slew of checks and balances, right? Like that's all I can imagine, is that you just have to go through some large number of clarifications. You use diviners to double check. Use different types of questions around divining. So the ability to falsify, for anyone who doesn't know, this is another Utopia specific mechanic, but this is just an example of what a setting can come up with. Falsify is the ability where if you are the target of divination, if somebody's trying to divine information about you specifically, you have the ability to change the answer, not prevent it, but decide what they hear. So divination is very, very useful, obviously, but it's kind of risky. Because if you target a creature who is capable of falsification, your entire divine might be false. Like, divination just always has a chance to be false unless you're extremely careful about it, right? So, like, when you're coming up with, like, a consensus of some variety, you have to use some kind of divination, right? Like, some kind of power. Fortunately or unfortunately, items are usually really good about this because items do not cast spells. They can have magical effects, but falsify only works for spell casting. So, like, items are usually pretty foolproof in comparison.
I don't think that's true, Ori.
Is that not true?
I believe that what it says for Shrouded and for Falsify is that if a creature would attempt to gather information on you using a divination effect, you can, swap it. And it is still a divination effect.
Does that
It does
mean
not
that,
specify spell.
Does that mean that Falsify works against cameras?
If they are using spell tech, yes.
I don't know how you make a camera without probe.
Yes.
Like, how you use spell tech to make a camera 100% of the time.
Then yes.
Yeah.
Huh. Does that mean Shrouded prevents you from being seen on cameras?
Yes.
That's wild.
Apparently, yeah.
Falsify works against cameras.
Anyway.
With current text, apparently, yeah.
I gotta go.
Have a good one, Ashton. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
It's also, I think, balanced that way, so.
Divination in nearly any form is horrifying, not gonna lie. Future telling attacks the idea of free will. Information is a massive invasion of privacy, and seeing the past would be kind of cool. I agree. Future telling is usually, I still put that kind of in its own bucket, right? Like, divination and future telling are cousins with each other, but they're not the same thing. Foresight is very powerful, and at least in the way that I see future telling, more often than not, it's predictive, right? It's a form of calculus, even if it's magical calculus that calculates itself or whatever. The point is that it's simulative and not deterministic, if that makes sense.
I just double checked, Ori. It does specify divination feature, not a spell.
That's so funny. Is Shrouded the same way?
Probably.
I'm so curious.
I'll check.
I've always
keep
wanted
talking.
the incognito hazard. I don't know. I feel like the art and infrastructure. I have a little bit of a story. When I was playing a campaign with a handful of friends, there was a point where they went to their equivalent. This is actually a Utopia campaign in an urban fantasy, right? So we had a modern magical society. And one of the things I had to come across was that they went to a farmer's market. And I was like, something that's really interesting about a farmer's market is that in Utopia, you have all of these like clarifications for like how powerful something can get. But nobody at this farmer's market was selling anything above common, right? Like they're selling knickknacks, essentially. So I was like, you're getting like this one mage's amulet. But the point is that it's artistic, right? Like, these are people's artworks. These are people's hand-carved pieces that mean something to them on a cultural level that people are selling at this farmer's market. And I had to come up with something. And one of my favorite things I remember from that campaign was that there was this character that sold these tiny little log rounds. Like, they're like this big. I'm sure that if you've ever done like Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or Cub Scouts or whatever, you probably remember, doing art or drawing into these little wood rounds. They're like this big. They have a live edge on every side. And she did thermal art. So she would use magical runes to create these burnt and or frozen images to both discolor and shape a piece of wood, but keeping it a piece of wood, right? Like, you could use magi matter to just create a sculpture of virtually any variety. However, it takes some kind of artistic pleasantry to make wood react the way that you want it to, right? Like, the art form is no longer in creating the shape you're looking for. It's proving that you can make something like wood react the way that you want it to. You have to, you know, work with the grain. You have to burn it in a certain direction. You have to yada yada, whatever. The wood's force against you is part of its art medium, which is all a very, very over convoluted way to say they painted log routes, but with funny magic. But I don't know, I find it so extremely interesting to imagine what kind of art people come up with. Art would be utilizing limitations anyway, even if there are more efficient ways to make a product. Yeah, mass production versus hand production. Indeed, I agree. Bye for 2 minutes. Oh, unfortunate for ads.
I have something similar.
See? I don't think that's mechanically stated. I think it's not through spell tech, if that's the curiosity there.
Ori, I've got something else for you that is very similar to what you're saying about, you know, art, but also it relates to shrouding.
What's that?
And this is another story of a character who you may be familiar with. I'm going to describe this to you. Of a character who would make friendship necklaces for people that they cared about. Okay. And these necklaces would have shrouding on them. And it is almost a way of saying, hey, I care about you. You're my best friend. I care about your privacy. Now no one can spy on you.
That's actually such a funny... Oh my goodness, that's actually so cool. The culture and the abstractness of society is so interesting in a world like this. Like you said, this is me respecting your privacy in the form of a tiny little love letter, which is so cool. They use any form of divination, the ability of the world around them in any way. They would falsify, would make them blind. Indeed. But they definitely don't use a divination format to see, at least not the like species automaton. You might be able to make an automaton that does that, but I think by default, it's not going to be the case. Oh, magic effects have cultural meanings. How did that not occur to me? Oh, indeed. Absolutely. One of the things is that in some sci-fi cultures, at least in our system, in some sci-fi cultures, mana or spellcasting has a form of pollution. You know, it provides some amount of chaos. So when you have these like hyper-technical areas that rely very heavily on precision mechanics, they outlaw magic. Not because they dislike it, or because they don't like the abstract nature of it, or because they don't like the art of it. It's because it breaks their machines. Right? So, like, if you have these, like, you know, surgical precision, you know, down to the 100th millimeter precision machines, a single spell can warp them and destroy their precision. So there's a lot of, like, practical reasons why it wouldn't be allowed, but in suit of that, right, there's a cultural downfall, right? It's like outlawing paint, because paint breaks their urbanization, right? It's a practical reason why they outlaw it. However, it removes a lot of the artistic medium that people would often utilize. For the people who have been in the community for a while, I'm talking about Yuto. The closer you get to the capital district, the more magic is outlawed, all the way up to being banned entirely. Stop spellcasting the industrial district, the machines keep glitching. Indeed, literally. Because of spontaneous animation, right? So you have these spontaneous effects that just happen, and usually they're very minimal, you know, basically invisible to the naked eye. But when you have these hyper precise machines, you know, that matters. Even a minor waver, if you made a clicking sound, that vibration can throw a machine off. One of the main reasons I like this medium, we think about so many angles. I enjoy this. I enjoy this a lot, honestly. I would love to think about what other artistic mediums come from a magical society, or what would be so specific to them, even. Like, what would be so specific to their art form? What kind of art forms would be tapped into because of this? And so on and so on. I find it radically interesting. However, I think we've kind of touched on just about every topic. There's one that I wanted to go over. Hi, Chief. There's one I wanted to go over, Rix, and it was religion. And this one's kind of interesting because I think that Utopia actually struggles on this one. It doesn't have any very strong world building or mechanics for religion, at least not currently, because Utopia is designed to be any level, right? So when you're talking about god level creatures, it is just equally applicably a player. Right? Like, players can turn into gods. There's ways for players to communicate with lower level creatures in the form of a pact, and on either end of that pact, right? They can be the god, or they can be, you know, the successor of a pact. But how is religion otherwise impacted in a magical society? Because one of the comments that I heard that I found very, very interesting was that religion would probably be taken much, much more seriously, in the sense that it's not a debate, right? Like, there's no questions to ask about that type of thing. D&D, even as an example, takes this very literally as well, right? Like, religion isn't a question. Atheism isn't a subject of, I don't believe the gods exist, or if it is, then you would probably be looked at like you're insane. But assumingly, the political structure of how religion functions would be vastly different in a fictional universe.
I think we need to look at the purpose of religion to understand how it would look in something like Utopia. Because you're right. In the real world, the arguments between religions is who is right. And that is simply not the case in a fantasy setting, because everyone is right, or at least you can verify these things in some provable way. Gods have come down and like appeared in the world. Afterlives are verified to exist. So when you are choosing a religion, it is not something of like, is this the right thing? The point of choosing a religion in a fantasy setting is more about which morals align with your own and which lifestyle aligns with your own.
Yeah.
And whether or not the god or faith or culture that you're following along with is something that you could see yourself trusting, I guess.
Yeah. How often, so in not necessarily just ancient times, but even like back as far as medieval times, and even in some modern areas, you have a really, really strong consistency with absolute monarchies, right? Where you have a single ruler, or monarchies of some variety, but generally an absolute monarchy, right? Where there's one person in power, whether it be to bloodline, whether it be to election, doesn't matter. The point is that one person kind of makes the everything.
The answer to that is never.
I was going to say, how common is a theocracy?
So, okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about what a monarchy is and why monarchies don't exist.
Okay.
That is because, first of all, people do not report to the highest power of their country. A soldier does not report to the leader of their country. They report to their commanding officer. They can misconstrue it. You can say, oh, you know, the commanding officer works as a chain of command here. But the fact is, the power lies at the lowest level. And whoever commands that lowest level directly is the one who actually holds the power. If the president says that he wants to do something, and the president tells his general, and the general tells their, you know, officers, and the officers tell their lieutenants, the lieutenants tell their soldiers. In the end, if a lieutenant decides not to tell his soldiers to do something, the soldiers aren't going to do something. And that can expound out on a giant level. And this does matter because it circles back into religion. Because when you have a theocracy where where things are about religion, it is about where your god is guiding you. The reason that you're there is because you agree with the god. So everyone around you is like-minded, and they are making rather similar decisions to you. You're not there because you think that they're right. You're there because you're not there because you think that what god they're offering is real. You are there because you believe that their god is correct, and you are going to follow them no matter what. And that creates almost a cultish vibe in a lot of religions.
No, and that makes sense. Now, I do want to say that I do think that there is a difference in what is, I guess, on paper and in practicality, right? Like an absolute monarch in hierarchy. What that really means is that they report to nobody, right? Like if they say something, then legally it is truth, right? It is legal Bible.
Yes.
Will it happen that way in practicality? Probably not. It virtually never to the expectation that they may have, right? But in legality, they are the owners of the law, per se.
But when your god is the top person in that, everyone's gonna listen to that.
Yes, exactly. Another question is, how do you commune with those gods, right? Because as long as you have a mediator there's a chance for corruption. Which is I feel like a common problem in any form of theocracy, where your leadership, quote unquote, is through an intangible medium, right? Where you cannot see them, you cannot hear their word, you cannot speak to them. There is nothing you can do to witness them. You have to speak through somebody. Whoever you're speaking through has a chance of diluting that information. However, when you have like a fictional theocracy, I feel like there's a lot more checks and balances you can make. Because again, the question is not if, the question is how, right? Like we know these gods exist, but who's talking to them? No one's going to trust one dude who's just promising that he can hear God. You know what I mean? You're going to take an institution. You're going to ask for a government, an entire government that spends time, technology, effort, and resource to regularly commune. People are going to want proof of this. You know what I mean? Which is weird. It feels like almost counterintuitive to a theocracy, but it makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. I mean, do you think that it would be different from that?
In Utopia, yes, really different.
In
because
Utopia,
warlocks
yes.
exist.
Oh, that's true.
And in
actually.
warlocks, you can just walk up to an altar, pray to your god, and bada bing, bada boom, you get an answer back in 5 minutes. You know?
It's kind of funny because it could be to a different god and you wouldn't know.
Well, yeah, you got to know which altar you're praying to, but you know, if you always go to the same church, you're getting the same god.
That is true.
So
yeah.
But on average, again, it depends on how active your god is, and that's a problem with fantasy. Is gods can't do anything, otherwise your story loses its grounding. So gods can be real, but gods need to stay really, really far away from the mortal world. They can only communicate. And that does run into some problems where, you know, who are they communicating with? Whether they have like messiahs or chosen disciples or demigods, as an example. Demigods are a big deal. Do we want to step into the demigod conversation?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, using Utopia as a basis again, an example of a reason why gods would not come to, you know, our side of the fence, if you will call it, is because they take some kind of downfall for doing so, right? Whether they atrophy by being here, or they're hurt in some way, they lose access to all of the praying power, I guess I'll say. All of the worship that they've been given is attached to their plane of existence, right? So it's ultimately just the most sustainable for them to stay far away. The moment that they leave, you know, they're in some kind of downside, right? And frankly, they're kind of mortal in that case. I mean, at least in Utopia's case, because gods are not immortal. They're just really, really powerful. Right? They're just really, really powerful creatures. And I mean on orders of magnitude more powerful. However, there are orders of magnitude people in the world. So, albeit rare, it's kind of one of the only ways they could die is if they come to Earth or equivalent. So it kind of makes sense for them to just not.
Let's ask, first of all, immortal. When you're saying immortal, you mean they do not die of old age or they cannot be killed?
When I say immortal, I mean cannot be killed. They are ageless. There's lots of creatures in Utopia that are ageless. Ageless type of immortality. They're not going to die to natural causes.
Because I don't think, to my knowledge, that there is reasonably a way to make something that cannot be killed.
No, I don't think there is either. There's always a way to kill something.
And that applies to actual gods in most fantasy settings, is they can be killed. Are they going to be killed? No. It's a god for a reason.
Yes, I guess this is in our specific case, right? If we are talking about Utopia, there's kind of a lot of ways for them to die if they come to the Marshall Plane.
Yeah,
right?
If they make the mistake of leaving their safe place.
Yeah, exactly. They're in a safe haven with no predators. They come here. Their chance of death is not high, but there are things that can kill them, especially in numbers, right? And there's things that can kill them quietly, frankly. Somebody brought up the question. Hale asked, does aligning with religion in that case become selfish as well? Like, what do you get out of this religion? And that is a really interesting conversation to have in a multi-theistic or polytheistic society, especially in fiction, right? Where it's like, religion isn't about altruism. It's not about being good to your neighbor anymore. I mean, some of them might be, but that's a tenant attached to a product. Essentially, right? Like, religion is almost commoditized in a fictional universe because they offer something, right? You want boons of power. You want boons of endurance, you know, whatever. This god is like, hey, if you give me like 20 stamina a day, I'll give you +2 strength. You know what I mean? That's not belief. That's not faith. That's a transaction. You know what I mean? It's kind of across seas, I'll admit that, but it's still a transaction.
It's also a statement. Is it better to be loved or feared? Classic question.
Ooh.
In the case of gods, generally in the real world, I would argue it's feared. And that is probably still true in a fantasy setting.
Interesting.
If you have a god that is, off doing their thing, and you are deciding whether or not you are a follower of that god, your question shouldn't be, what can this god do for me? Your question should be, if I am not following this church, what will they do to me?
No, and that makes sense. I almost think, Soup, the answer is yes, you could make that. I mean, you can make whatever you want, obviously, but yes, that does make sense mechanically. I think that with the interesting thing about godhood, depending on the setting again, right, is that gods have usually, they're claimed to have omnipotent power, but they usually kind of just don't, right? Like, if you stand under their boot, they can crush you, but you can just also stand around the boot and then never get stomped on by it. So I feel like a lot of times, like, the fear doesn't actually come from the deity, it comes from the culture around it. Right? So, like, it's the temple that will kill you right now, because you would make a wonderful sacrifice for their god if you chose to be a heretic. Which makes me think is that a god can choose to be loved over being feared, and that god's community or circle of worship can choose to be feared over loved. They're not mutually exclusive to each other, if that makes sense.
No, but you do need to consider the god's intentions a lot of the time, because a god is going to decide to act a certain way, and if his people do not align with those actions, there's probably some kind of consequence, otherwise they wouldn't be his people,
That's true. I don't know, it's very interesting. The transactional nature of religion is really interesting, and it makes me want to revisit what a theocracy is, right? Like, what is a theocracy in that case? It would have to be based on a specific god, right? A specific deity, a specific figurehead, something like that. Because it's weird to build a theocracy off of I guess you could choose, I was gonna say, you could choose a pantheon. That would make sense. In some fashion or another. But the less organized you get, the harder it is to make a theocracy, in my opinion. I don't know, theocracy.
I think it's less about organized. I think it's more about communication. I think it's a lot easier to make a theocracy when you know exactly what your big ruler is trying to tell you to do. If you have a god who's way hands-off, they may have some political power, but they're not going to have nearly as much direction.
That makes sense. No, I can agree with that. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, truthfully speaking, when it comes to a theocracy, chances are a god is not dictating the law, right? Like, a god may come up with a law, or a tenant may be created after that god, but this god isn't sitting down signing bills or anything like that, right? So there is a mediator somewhere. There's someone who's interpreting that information. Even if they are provably real, somebody is still interpreting, right? So you have this group of people, whatever the institution is that decides to do this, your equivocal electoral college per se, that is deciding what the holy word means. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe. It also there are circumstances that would collapse in, but I would say generally speaking, and generally speaking is the best we can do because that's kind of what the point of the conversation is. Generally speaking, any word that comes from any higher power is going to be translated 1,000 times over before it hits the common ear.
Probably, yes. I think there might be modern approaches that actually are a solution to that, like such as a planar device that can actually like allow a god to speak. There are enchantments and curses that might aid with that, but I do think no matter what, it's going to reach some kind of filter. The further it goes out, the lower quality the information is.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of complexity added and a lot of points of failure.
I think that is true.
So then what does that look like? How does that influence the political landscape? I'm wondering. Because also, it's not necessarily just gods at play in politics. There's so much more going on.
Well, this is part of the way that I see it. When I'm doing my personal world building and things like that, one thing that I see is that theocracies are probably not that common. I think that religion is common, but I think a theocracy is not, because it requires such a potent amount of infrastructure, right? Like, you need a lot of infrastructure to A, make people believe, B, make people believe that you are doing what you can as a government to stay up to the word of whatever god you are worshiping, and C, make a god care enough, if that makes sense. So assumingly you want this two-way transaction, right? And like a business relationship, this is like building a country around a really large conglomerate company. You know what I mean? You want that company to see you back and give you something in return. Protect my land.
I don't think it's about making a god care enough. I think it's about finding a god who already cares and doing what it takes to be the person they care about.
That is fair. Or a pantheon with some number who care. Basically,
Yeah,
you want to stand under their umbrella, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are obviously examples of that, but like I said, they're not that common. But also, I would imagine that they're, first of all, one of the big upsides to religion is community, right? Like, they are going to be much stronger community in general, because they have such a common focus at hand. When it comes to government in general, like, if you just have a floating vacuum-packed government, their goal is to what? Make society better, make it better for the common folk, whatever they claim for it to be. With a theocracy, there's no question, right? We all follow the word of the Lord. That's it. That's the long and the short of it. Nothing else matters. I mean, other things matter, don't get me wrong, but that's our highest priority. And it creates a sense of unification. So I imagine that these theocracies become very powerful, right? They become very strong due to their commitment to what they all equally believe in and in their unification. And on top of that, I'd imagine that they become formidable forces even with less resources, right? Because if you're about to conquer a theocratic civilization, you have to question, do they get boons from their god?
That's the other thing I was going to say, is it's not as simple as just community, because any kind of theocracy is going to get something from their god.
Yeah.
And in Utopia, that's an easy thing to answer, is you're getting like talents from your god. They are literally giving you the capability to do things that you couldn't otherwise.
Yeah.
Probably related to the type of, thing that it is.
And who knows what they're capable of, right? Even if you get like these passive boons, you don't know if they have the ability to strike lightning, to cast spells through their altars, or whatever. You know what I mean? There's a lot of mechanical things they could do in a one-time instance to protect their community, if they needed to. So these theocratic environments are surprisingly difficult to maintain, but excessively powerful. Or at least
Absolutely.
They're in a super position of power. They have a high power ceiling, I should say. How powerful
And
they
a pretty
actually
high power
are
floor, too.
Honestly, yeah, kinda. Just their power floor, I think, is based on their unification and community. Their power ceiling is the fact that there's a god, or several of them, who are just like, ayo.
And what do you do to compete with that? Well, nothing. You just kind of lose.
You're either also a theocracy, or you have a lot of firepower in comparison.
Yeah. But also, these things are really uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, a Utopia example is Imperium bordering lore, right? Like, lore is a theocracy. Imperium is massive. But I would consider, if you ask me who would win, I don't know if I could give you a confident answer, right? Because Imperium's unification is poopy, because it is a huge, massive area. So unification is not that strong, right? Like you said, the monarch falls down in capability as the command has to go through more people, right? Conscription is never good in the morale of an army, right? So if you have this giant metropolitan, territory that's, the size of 2 Europes, like Byzantine Empire, it's going to be really hard to move them around, to get them to do anything. I mean, it's honestly just more intimidating than it is practical at a certain point, right? Now, don't get me wrong, Magic is going to make this much more realistic, but it's not going to make it easy.
Mm-hmm. But even having that number of people, even if, like, they're less organized and less reasonable, just throwing people at a war until your enemy gives up is legitimately a good strategy.
Yeah, no, it does work.
Yeah, it's very effective. You lose a lot of people, but who cares?
I think that in the world where you have this 2 Europes versus a little baby Greece, right? Like, the chance of 2 Europes winning feels very high, but it feels very much like a US versus Britain guerrilla warfare type thing, right? Where lore is never going to leave. Where the theocracy is never going to leave their domain, right? They're going to stay on their own turf because they have ridiculously strong protections on their turf, right? Enough for, like, you could walk in and perish because of just natural blessings they have attached to their soil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas you're forcing this huge unorganized military conscript army to march into this death trap. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna have a lot of people to throw at it, but frankly, they're gonna have to throw a lot of people at it to even break down the first wall.
But even then, if you're that theocracy and you see an army so big that they overwhelm the capacity of your kill wall, what do you do about that?
You pray harder.
Yeah, right? And you hope your god comes down, which they will not.
You hope that they'll give you something. Maybe they'll give you an avatar or a funny flying pig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What more is there? What more do you need?
What do you need? What do you mean you need more stuff? And some gods, I think, would actually be protective over this because those prayers are power for them, right? Like a god is as powerful as the number of people who believe in them. So if this theocracy dies, you know, this is losing a company off of the S&P 500. You know what I mean? You're losing your retail market. You know, even transactionally, these people are important to them.
Yeah, they're essentially self-sustaining. They're just offering you support for the sake of it. But
yeah,
again, is it worth the trouble? Because if you're a god and you come down, you need to spite an entire army. That's going to take a lot of power.
It is. But I feel like in a lot of cases, it's a good investment for them, right? Like, it costs a lot of power to maintain this community, but this community over the long run will give you a lot more power than you're going to spend right now.
Depends on the god. Again,
it does.
Really depends on the god, especially if they have more communities.
That is also true, yeah. I feel like lore was a very special example because it's the biggest theocracy. So they're like, you have literally the strongest theocracy against the biggest nation, and they're bordering each other. So I genuinely do not know the answer. I don't know what would happen there. Another interesting question when it comes to war and politics, because that was one of the points. I feel like we talked about it a lot already, but
yeah,
now I have more questions. What happens when you have a small, arguably very small, like population, let's say 500,000 to 1 million, right? Really small in the way of a country. With a very, very potent number of resources underwater. Like an Atlantic civilization.
Here's the very sucky answer that you're gonna hate, because it's true. There's a reason that they're small. It's because getting resources to people so far underwater is nearly impossible.
Oh,
the
100%.
Ocean suck.
Yeah.
Like, if you get more than, like, 40 feet down, you are just in eternal darkness of creatures that kind of float around until they bump into something and eat it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I presume that they're forced in producing either being completely self-sustained off of, you know, what they find on the seafloor, which is probably not the case.
Almost nothing. Yeah, you like thermal vents and algae. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, they presumably produce their own infrastructure. You know, they produce artificial gardens and
You'd
farms.
need artificial sunlight. There's no sunlight down there.
No, you would need artificial light at least, or perhaps, you know, like you said, like an algae farm, or, you know, magic. Whatever it is that you need to sustain yourself. Point is that you're not going to have more than the bare minimum at the bottom of the ocean, if even that. So assumingly they have some form of magical transport that is required for them to function, right? They need imports or exports if they're going to be anything other than, you know, a shamanic society. And if you have 500,000 civilians, you need to import and export. You need trade routes. You need to communicate with others. You know what I mean? You need to have political allies, especially if you're sitting on a hotbed of resource, right? So in this specific instance, when you have this tiny little civilization at the bottom of the ocean, that needs to expend very, very valuable resources just to trade with their neighbors, when they're sitting on like a bed of super metals, right? Like when they're sitting on this huge, basically an oil well in modern society, how hard would it be to conquer them? Do you think
easy.
In Magic World? Really?
Incredibly easy.
What makes you say that?
First of all, the most important thing in conquering a nation is the environment in which you are conquering them. That is the geographic position, the temperature, anything like that. If they are way underwater, as long as you have the means to reach them, they cannot build a defense against you. Consider, because you can attack from anything in a 180-degree cone. You know, as long as you're not coming from, and you could probably come from underground too, realistically. There's this just massive area that you guys could be attacking from. They cannot build defenses to protect against that. They cannot staff the defenses to protect against that.
Why can't they build defenses for it?
Ori, do you know how hard it is to sustain a city wall?
I get that, but I presume that they have, if you have a civilization underwater, assumingly they're very reliant on magic, right? Like they have like delay spells that make this giant dome around them. They're not using mechanics. Mechanics always fail underwater, right? Like
my point here is that you have a wall and that already takes all of your effort to protect. Now imagine the enemies can attack from the sky. What do you do about that? There's a reason that wars in real life, when planes started getting introduced, just like went downhill very quickly. You know, if someone has the capacity to just drop something from above, what do you do about it? Nothing, because you die.
I agree, but I think that this does not pantomime real life very well because of, like you said, the most important thing is geography, right? And as Legend mentioned, it feels like fighting Russia in winter. You're fighting fish people in the ocean, right? Like you can make a bunch of really cheap mass-produced magical artifacts that allow people to breathe in water. Doesn't make it so they're good at swimming. Doesn't make it so that they're good at combat underwater. You know what I mean? So even if you have this super large impending force that's coming to swim down very, very slowly and clunkily, coming from the sky, you have these warriors that are well-trained, well-equipped due to the resource bed that they sit on, and are much, much better at being in water than you. Like you are so geographically hindered if you are not also an aquatic civilization.
Even if they're better in water, there's so many other things that are limiting here that make that kind of pointless. First thing is projectiles do not really work underwater in a realistic setting, because they're going to get slowed down before they go anywhere.
But magic does.
Realistically, magic does, but how few of them are there? They have precious metals. They have martial support. They do not have magical support necessarily.
I would assume that they would have to have survived. If this is a real civilization, they probably had to have magic to survive up to this point, I would assume. I'd assume that they would have to have a pretty verbose banquet of mages to even have made this civilization in the first place.
What I advise is that they are not living because people can't invade them. They are living because they are the only people who can make use of the resources that are at the bottom of the ocean in any reasonable way.
That is also fair. I think that would make sense.
It's like there's historical examples of this, of people that weren't worth invading because whatever they had was garbage to you.
That makes sense. I don't know. I'm very intrigued by this. I don't know if I'm fully convinced on the idea that they're easy to invade. Not to say that they're uninvadable, but I think I struggle to believe that they're easy to invade.
Realistically, you outnumber their soldiers like 50-1.
I'm not talking about necessarily the biggest territory on Paya is going to successfully invade most places, like point blank period. But more so like a nominal size territory. Somebody that's, 5 times their size.
Well, let's let's take it at the most absurd level first, so you understand the reason why I'm concerned about it. Let's say the equivalent of India in real life, which has like 1 billion people, some crazy
Yes.
number.
Yeah.
And then you put that against your 1 million person, that is 1,000 to 1.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even with the biggest, even with the best army in the world, they're not doing anything at an 1,000 to 1 ratio. But
No,
not everyone is India, so let's cut it down to a fraction of the size. That's still going to be like a 50 to 1
100
ratio.
to 1. A 50
Yeah.
to 1, yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, I think on a semi-realistic political stance, even if the invasion is likely to succeed, I do think that attacking a place like this will just be excessively resource intensive, right? Like,
Oh, definitely.
like you said, there comes a point where we know we can win, but that doesn't make it worth it. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's not because maybe the resources are valuable, they're just not more valuable than the cost to attack, right? If their geographical advantage gives them a 1 to 20 and you have a 1 to 50 advantage, you're still losing 30 people per person, right? You're still losing 30 million people, which is not worth it to get some resources that suck to mine. Even if they're super valuable, they suck to mine. They suck.
You're
to
not going to be able to get them out.
Yeah, they suck to get back out once you're done. They're just an unrealistic target in every sense.
So that's the reason why no one is going there. It's
That makes
just not
sense.
worth it.
I think I can agree with that. I do think that they win a 1 to some larger number X fight due to geography, but I don't think they win a lot of fights in the political expanse of things.
Not against an actual nation. Against like a city-state that's just kind of starting up, and like a modern city-state, relatively speaking. If you have 1 million people in your civilization and you have a pretty normal number of people, relative that are soldiers, and then you compare that to a different city that is 5 times as large arbitrarily, that's still a 5 to 1 ratio. Maybe you win that. Maybe you can take out 5 surface dwellers for every water person you have, but that's risky for you. And honestly, why are you bothering when you can just swim somewhere else? They're not going to use the resources that you have there. It's easier to just walk away.
No, that makes sense.
And they can't chase you.
Somebody said just pollute the water enough to smoke them out. I feel like that's easier said than done. I'm gonna
So
be
much
honest.
easier said than done. You have to pollute an entire ocean. Good luck.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever going to be a world where you just pollute the ocean. I mean, you can after a while, I guess.
Takes a lot of work, a lot of microplastics.
And I think it's going to hurt a lot of non-aquatic civilizations at about the same rate it hurts them.
Yeah, they can just go to another ocean or like start purifying things. They'll be fine.
Yeah, they're probably better at purifying water than anybody else is. And you're probably just going to hurt the irrigation systems of your nation.
So don't do that. Don't pollute the ocean. And don't invade them. It's wasteful to invade them. Unless you have some really accelerated means of getting down there. If you can set up some like teleportation network or like really powerful war vehicles that can equalize the playing field there, because you have access to more material than them, you can probably make tanks or submarines, equivalent that go underwater.
That's the hard part, is that you can't make a boat, right? Like, boats don't help, tanks don't help, planes don't help. You have to make submarines. Like, that is
no, you don't.
Oh? I mean, I guess you can make a boat, but...
You can just make a boat, even if they're so far down, even if they're 1,000 meters underneath you, even if they're 10,000 meters underwater, you can just start dropping bombs.
I mean, that's fair, but assumingly, barring a torpedo, they're probably going to be able to react to it quite safely, I would assume.
Probably, but bombs are more dangerous underwater.
That's fair. Are they to them?
Yeah, so much more dangerous.
What makes that the case?
Because when there is an explosion in normal air, the air is way less dense, so it communicates less energy. But when you're in water, it's so dense that it's like a perfect shockwave, and it will just like liquefy you.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, honestly.
So, bombs are really dangerous underwater. There's a reason that like depth charges don't even need to hit a boat to do anything. You just put them like kind of close and they'll destroy it.
That makes sense. I mean, assumingly, to be fair, if it means anything, on a mechanical level, if these fish people live, 2,000 meters underwater, they're probably used to G-forces unlike anything we know. I mean, it's the bottom of the ocean, right? They just survive. So,
No.
Oh? What makes you say that?
Because when you are deep underwater, your internal pressure is equal to the external pressure.
That's fair. That's right. They would actually just die going to the surface, except they don't. So they have
you need
something.
to go up really slowly.
That makes sense, yeah, because they need to equalize. Which, I mean, in most play groups, they don't, which is more so a hand wave, I think.
Yeah, but that's fantasy. You hand wave these things sometimes.
Yeah, but in reality, they need to be going up very, very slow to survive. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're probably more resilient to it than a standard human would be, but...
Yeah, but they're not going to take all
impervious.
of that.
Yeah.
Still not a great idea to fight them. Like, again, there's a little extra pressure, and being out in the air is kind of unpleasant to you, but for the most part, pressure equalizes the further you go down. The pressure that matters is the difference in pressure between your internal systems and the environment around you, and water increases at an identical rate no matter what.
Yeah. That's another thing. Like, if you wanted to take it super mechanically, you can't build a teleportation network there because, like, if you just teleport down there, you'll just die.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of interesting. Yeah, the battle's so not worth it. It's so insanely not worth it because you'd have to have, like, a number of people who are either, in a submarine and can't leave to the point of where if the submarine gets one hole in it, it's gone. Every single person inside is dead. That's it. You can drop bombs from the surface and then not really know what's going on down there or how they're reacting to it, which, to be fair, they'll be strong.
You can just probe. You'll be fine. You'll figure it out.
You could probe, as long as they don't shroud.
Yeah, as long as they don't shroud. They're not going to shroud a whole city. You can probably see what happens to the walls. There might be individuals.
Yeah, I mean, but they could also just, shroud cleverly.
I'm sure they could do something special.
Yeah. And I mean, a whole bunch of other things, like you said. It just becomes not worth it. There was a question about the patriarchy. There was a question about patriarchy in chat that I wanted to revisit a little bit, because we did talk about this a little bit earlier. I stand by my original precipice that I do think that standard prejudice is not going to be very common in a fictional world, more often than not, just because they have more verbose things to prejudice about, right? In a world where you are in a different genome from your neighbors, I don't think that sex matters as much. Now, it was brought up that the difference between the ability to have children or the ability to birth and what reproductive organs you have does change things. Unless magic allows you to swap genders. And not just swap genders, but swap assigned sex. Like, if you're able to actually transition on a reproductive scale through some amount of accessible means, even if it's expensive, right? Which, in Utopia, it's not. But even if it was expensive, right? As long as it's plausible, I don't think that sexism makes sense on a political scope. I'm only coming back to this because somebody asked about the patriarchy. That's one of the reasons why either matriarchies or why matriarchies happened and why patriarchies are so uncommon in Utopia specifically. Because sexism is just kind of a moot point in a lot of cases. Racism is actually closer to speciesism, realistically, because it's the better thing to prejudice against on a political spectrum. Right? Like, it doesn't make sense to prejudice against those types of things unless you have some way to culturally or physically back it.
You know, Zuna, that's a great idea, actually. Let's talk about interspecies mating.
God damn it.
I think that this is actually a relevant topic when it comes to, like, humans to elves. Is there a taboo for that? The running question, again, humans to elves, or dwarves.
Humans to dwelves.
Dwelves, yes. Well, that's how you create a dwelf. It's a human.
Yeah.
just a human. So dwarves and elves, arbitrary thing.
Yeah.
First of all, are they able to reproduce? probably not purely biologically. Does
With
magic
humans?
exist? Yes. Anything with anything else. Biologically, purely, no, but there's magic. And this is one of those things that's like, your intention matters a lot. If you even put a little bit of magic, if you have enough magic to modify your biology so completely that you can completely swap sexes in a manner that is indistinguishable and is just objectively you are now the other thing, no one can argue about that, and there's no way to tell that you were ever anything else, I don't think it's unreasonable to like say that you can probably make that work.
Depends on how close their DNA is to each other. I think I agree to that. It is written in Utopia that humans can breed with most things because they have such mutable genetics. And it does depend on the... it depends on the physicality of like how the magic system works. How soft your hard magic is, I guess, for lack of a better term. Utopia has a very, very soft hard magic. And like Hale said, Utopian humans and elves can reproduce, but elves are going to have the dominant genetics in this case, right? Elves are going to be a lot more prominent in this case. If a human and an elf have offspring, they're just going to have elven babies. You are not going to make a human out of a human and a non-human. Human genetics humans are the stem cells of Utopia, right? Is that true for most fiction? Doubt it. Changelings, changelings might be sterile. If not, also extremely...
I hope not.
I guess they'd be pretty recessive, wouldn't they? If they could reproduce?
Super recessive.
Assumingly, yes.
Changelings, mitosis.
They make chongled elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
It's
make
kind of a
doppels.
Different. Nope. No, they don't. Okay. Honestly, I think that might be the long and the short of it for today.
Sounds good. I think we managed to cover everything, and it actually worked out to the right time frame, which is funny.
I think it did. I mean, there's one more topic that I don't think that we hit hard, which is transportation. But I think that we had a conversation about it, and I think that, frankly, with context clues, the answer is not much changes.
Yeah, dragons exist. Now you can ride a dragon. Congratulations.
Not due to incapability, but due to sustainability, right? Like at the end of the day, you're just gonna make a machine that takes people places.
Yeah, functionally, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You tack on magic, right? Now
might
now
be cheaper.
winds...
Like, there's no gas prices. Okay, cool.
Yeah, or they probably take something.
Maybe.
There's
probably
there's
not.
mana pollution.
Yeah.
Of course, we
It'll
end mating.
run on
Why did I
sunlight
expect
or
anything different from this community? What? Oh, we end on mating. Yes, indeed. Apologies if you don't like mating. All right, chat. That was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. For anyone, yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Lelo me.
Lelo you. All right. Let me put one little Lelo rock in the Lelo bitty jar. Lelo rock into Lelo cup. Thank you so much for the biddy. I appreciate it. So sad Soup wasn't here for the mating talk. Was Soup not here? Avalon was in YouTube chat. I don't know.
Yes,
They haven't spoken recently. They can watch the VOD. Indeed. This has been a super fun. I ate way too much Jolly Ranchers talking with y'all. Were you just eating Jolly Ranchers the whole time? I feel sick. That's not good. With enough magic, everything is possible. True. Thank you for the one green.
Green.
Make me dig for it. Aha. It worked out. One green biddy. Thank you so much, Crow, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. One rock for the rock jar. Jar, not jar. Boom. This was a lot of fun. For anyone who is sticking around on the YouTube side of things, this is very new to me to stream on this account specifically. I stream on Twitch all the time. I stream every day other than Thursday, 2 out of every 3 weeks. I've been doing a subathon for over a year now. I've been streaming for like 3 years or something like that. I've kept my YouTube and my Twitch very separate up to this point. So if you guys are interested, you're free to check me out on Twitch. I might end up doing live streams like this more often. I'm tempted to do it after videos to conversate and talk about the topic of the videos. So maybe it'll happen again. If you guys are interested in sticking around or learning more about what my weird content creation habits are, what projects I'm working on, Utopia, which we've talked about a ton, please feel free to join the Discord. It's the best place to keep updated. It's the best place to talk to all of these amazing people. A lot of these people that you see in chat are all happening through the Discord all the time. I'm very active there. I'm very active on Twitch. I'm usually on the internet talking to the community in some way or another. So if you're interested in sticking around, then any one of those avenues are perfectly great. Let me throw a link to my Twitch if you are interested in that. And if you're on the Twitch side, hello, I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm not going to be streaming for another 6 days. So my next stream is going to be this upcoming Friday. And I have a feeling that it might have to do something with talking about what the next video topic is going to be. Still experimenting, playing around with what's going to happen. So no promises yet. Schedule will be updated in the Discord. Look, it came back. Schedule will be updated in the Discord closer to the date with what the schedule is going to look like. So if you want to stick around, figure out something for that, then join the Discord. I really appreciate you. Rest week, indeed. It's been a 3-week stream schedule, which is much longer than normal. But this has been a lot of fun, honestly. I've been having a great time. Really wild to be streaming on the Orido channel. Yo, thank you so much, Moonchi. Holy heck. Happy 27 months.
Wow.
Wow. I love how sassy that was. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, that was a hype train. Oh, shoot. I was not expecting that.
Can you unpause timer so I can add time?
Oh, yes. You can do sub resume. Exclamation point sub resume, right? I will say that if you do come to Twitch from YouTube, be warned. I was on my best behavior today. I'm not normally like this. I'm normally a lot weirder, a lot more chaotic, a lot more rambunctious than I am right now. So you have been warned. I changed all of my notifications and redeems. I was ignoring a lot of the redeems going on because I wanted to look normal in front of all the cool people. But if you meet us on Twitch, it will not be like that anymore. You will see really funny videos of me cussing and that being cut off. You're gonna see me doing funny dances and things like that. So join at your own risk.
Your
Don't
voice
let
is so
that
relaxing. I've been passing out here. I'm going to choose to believe you're talking to me.
Yes, indeed. I am. Definitely 100%. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. If you're on YouTube, the stream's just going to end. If you're on Twitch, we're going to find somebody to raid. We are nerds and dorks. We are at least both of those things. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. You guys have been absolutely awesome. I really appreciate you being here. Consider following, sticking around. I love you guys. You guys are... I hear a wait. I'm going to stand here awkwardly until I figure out why.
We're waiting.
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 Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Rix was also on his best behavior as well. Don't expect that out of him. That is also true. I was going to deal with hype train. I don't know what that means. What does deal with hype train mean? There's a hype train indeed. All right, I'm gonna clean up the YouTube side of things. So thank you guys. Thank you so much to everybody who's over on YouTube right now. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day, and I will see you the next time that we do a live like this. Hopefully somewhat soon. I have an idea for when it'll be, but I'll keep you guys posted on YouTube. Thank you guys. Love you. Bye. Make sure to look through these comments after streaming and answer me in Discord. Interesting. Look through the comments.
Who said that? Where and how and why?
Avalon.
Ah. Oh, okay, Volt.
What just
I
happened?
understand.
Wait, what just happened? I did not. Oh goodness. Hold on a second. I'm not even back yet. I'm still working with the YouTube stream. Hold on a second. Should I look up? Oh
Yes,
my goodness, Volt. Volt, what are you doing? What are you doing? You stop that right now. Oh wow. I don't think that's true.
Volt W. Is
Volt
that a
W
soap?
indeed. Thank you so much. Holy heck, on the level 6 hype train is kind of crazy. Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, congratulations to everybody who got gifted the sub. Oh, you gifted a sub to Diamond in My Eye and Audio Pixie. That's actually really funny. Well, thank you so much, Volt. Oh my goodness. What would you like for your little doodle? You get a little doodle. But is the stream still going or is it ending? I just got here and I'm confused. We're going to be rating out here pretty soon. Oh, those are tier 3s? Oh my god. Wait, hold on a second. What the fuck, Volt? Holy shit, dude. Wait, hold on. That was way not okay. What the hell was that? You fuck ass. Oh my dear god. What the hell? Broski. Oh my goodness. Hi, I got to play Utopia on the West March for the first time this year. Oh my goodness, that's huge. How did it go? Tell me about it. Oh my god. What would you like for your little doodle? I'm not gonna be able to do it on stream because we're so close to the raid, but how much time are tier 3s? I think they're an hour each? Hour and a half? Wow, Topic, I would be able to go really hard on it. I'm almost 5 hours late. I'm so sorry. Hi, Sage. You have not missed stream. We still have like at least 5 more minutes.
You have 5 minutes to go hard on this topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, how about it? I don't think we even have 5 minutes. I think we have less than that. I'll cancel the raid and restart it. We have a 1-minute timer now, chat. If I forget to say goodbye, remember that I love you. I'm drawing a funny little doodle for Bolt that he has not told me yet.
YouTube chat is gone, right?
YouTube chat is back on. Bolt, don't tips command. Do not tips command. You're done. You're done for today. Bolt, stop it. Oh, I'm not a leprechaun. I'm drawing Bill Cipher. From memory, I hope I do this right.
We're free.
Bolt, this is your Bill Cipher. This is the Bill Cipher you have received.
No,
I don't know if I did that
rated.
right.
We're gone.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay, bye, Ori.
Okay, bye.